Section 17 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1, by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Appendix Note F. Notes on the establishment of a money unit and of a coinage for the United States. In fixing the unit of money, these circumstances are of principal importance. 1. That it be of convenient size to be applied as a measure to the common money transactions of life. 2. That its parts and multiples be in an easy proportion to each other, so as to facilitate the money arithmetic. 3. That the unit and its parts or divisions be so nearly of the value of some of the known coins as that they may be of easy adoption for the people. The Spanish dollar seems to fulfill all these conditions. 1. Taking into our view all money transactions, great and small, I question if a common measure of more convenient size than the dollar could be proposed. The value of $100, $1,000, $10,000 is well estimated by the mind. So is that of the 10th or the 100th of a dollar. Few transactions are above or below these limits. The expediency of attending to the size of the money unit will be evident to anyone who will consider how inconvenient it would be to a manufacturer or merchant if, instead of the yard for measuring cloth, either the inch or the mile had been made the unit of measure. 2. The most easy ratio of multiplication and division is that by 10. Everyone knows the facility of decimal arithmetic. Everyone remembers that when learning money arithmetic, he used to be puzzled with adding the farthings, taking out the fours, and carrying them on, adding the pence, taking out the 12s and carrying them on, adding the shillings, taking out the 20s and carrying them on. But when he came to the pounds, where he had only 10s to carry forward, it was easy and free from error. The bulk of mankind are schoolboys through life. These little perplexities are always great to them, and even mathematical heads feel the relief of an easier, substituted for a more difficult process. Foreigners, too, who trade or travel among us, will find a great facility in understanding our coins and accounts from this ratio of subdivision. Those who have had occasion to convert the lires, sols, and deniers of the French, the guilders, stivers, and pfennings of the Dutch, the pounds, shillings, pence, and farthings of these several states into each other, can judge how much they would have been aided had their several subdivisions been in a decimal ratio. Certainly, in all cases where we are free to choose between easy and difficult modes of operation, it is most rational to choose the easy. The financier, therefore, in his report, well proposes that our coins should be in decimal proportions to one another. If we adopt the dollar for our unit, we should strike 4 coins, 1 of gold, 2 of silver, and 1 of copper, viz., 1 a golden piece equal in value to $10, 2 the unit or dollar itself of silver, 3 the 10th of a dollar of silver also, 4 the 100th of a dollar of copper. Compare the arithmetical operations on the same sum of money expressed in this form and expressed in the pound sterling and its divisions. What follows are 2 examples comparing the process of addition and subtraction in pound sterling and in dollars. These examples may be viewed in the printed volume of the book. Continuing with the text. A bare inspection of the above operations will evince the labor which is occasioned by subdividing the unit into 20ths, 240ths, and 960ths, as the English do, and as we have done, and the ease of subdivision in a decimal ratio. The same difference arises in making payment. An Englishman, to pay £8, 13 shillings, 11 farthings, and 1/2 pence, must find, by calculation, what combination of the coins of his country will pay this sum. But an American, having the same sum to pay, thus expressed $38.65, will know by inspection only that 3 golden pieces, 8 units or dollars, 6 tenths, and 5 coppers will pay it precisely. 3. The third condition required is that the unit, its multiples and subdivisions, coincide in value with some of the known coins so nearly that the people may, by a quick reference in the mind, estimate their value. If this be not attended to, they will be very long in adopting the innovation, if ever they adopt it. Let us examine in this point of view each of the 4 coins proposed. 1. The golden piece will be 1/5 more than a half Joe, and 1/15 more than a double guinea. It will be readily estimated, then, by reference to either of them, but more readily and accurately as equal to $10. 2. The unit or dollar is a known coin and the most familiar of all to the minds of the people. It is already adopted from south to north, has identified our currency, and therefore happily offers itself as a unit already introduced. Our public debt, our requisitions and their apportionments have given it actual and long possession of the place of unit. The course of our commerce, too, will bring us more of this than of any other foreign coin, and therefore renders it more worthy of attention. I know of no unit which can be proposed in competition with the dollar, but the pound. But what is the pound? 1,547 grains of fine silver in Georgia, 1,289 grains in Virginia, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and New Hampshire, 1,031 1/4 grains in Maryland, Delaware, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey, 966 3/4 grains in North Carolina and New York. Which of these shall we adopt? To which state give that preeminence of which all are so jealous, and on which impose the difficulties of a new estimate of their corn, their cattle, and other commodities? Or shall we hang the pound sterling as a common badge about all their necks? This contains 1,718 3/4 grains of pure silver. It is difficult to familiarize a new coin to the people. It is more difficult to familiarize them to a new coin with an old name. Happily, the dollar is familiar to them all, and is already as much referred to for a measure of value as their respective provincial pounds. 3. The 10th will be precisely the Spanish bit, or half pistarin. This is a coin perfectly familiar to us all. When we shall make a new coin, then, equal in value to this, it will be of ready estimate with the people. 4. The 100th, or copper, will differ little from the copper of the 4 eastern states, which is 1/108th of a dollar. Still less from the penny of New York and North Carolina, 1 to 108 of a dollar, which is 1 to 96 of a dollar, and somewhat more from the penny or copper of Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, and Maryland, which is 1/90th of a dollar. It will be about the medium between the old and the new coppers of these states, and will therefore soon be substituted for them both. In Virginia, coppers have never been in use. It will be easy, therefore, to introduce them there of one value as of another. The copper coin proposed will be nearly equal to 3/4 of their penny, which is the same with the penny lawful of the eastern states. A great deal of small change is useful in a state, and tends to reduce the price of small articles. Perhaps it would not be amiss to coin 3 more pieces of silver, one of the value of 5/10 or half a dollar, one of the value of 2/10, which would be equal to the Spanish pistarin, and one of the value of 5 coppers, which would be equal to the Spanish half-bit. We should then have 5 silver coins, viz. 1. The unit or dollar, 2. The half-dollar or 5/10, 3. The double tenth, equal to 0.2 or 1/5 of a dollar, or to the pistarin, 4. The tenth, equal to a Spanish bit, 5. The 5 copper piece, equal to 0.5 or 1/20th of a dollar, or the half-bit. The plan reported by the financier is worthy of his sound judgment. It admits, however, an objection in the size of the unit. He proposes that this shall be the 1440th part of a dollar, so that it will require 1,440 of his units to make the one before proposed. He was led to adopt this by a mathematical attention to our old currencies, all of which this unit will measure without leaving a fraction. But as our object is to get rid of those currencies, the advantage derived from this coincidence will soon be past, whereas the inconveniences of this unit will forever remain if they do not altogether prevent its introduction. It is defective in 2 of the 3 requisites of a money unit. 1. It is inconvenient in its application to the ordinary money transactions. $10,000 will require 8 figures to express them, to wit, 14,400,000 units. A horse or bullock of $80 value will require a notation of 6 figures, to wit, 115,200 units. As a money of account, this will be laborious, even when facilitated by the aid of decimal arithmetic. As a common measure of the value of property, it will be too minute to be comprehended by the people. The French are subjected to very laborious calculations, the livre being their ordinary money of account, and this but between 1/5 and 1/6 of a dollar. But what will be our labors should our money of account be 1/1440th of a dollar only? 2. It is neither equal nor near to any of the known coins in value. If we determine that a dollar shall be our unit, we must then say with precision what a dollar is. This coin, as struck at different times of different weights and fineness, is of different values. Sir Isaac Newton's essay and representation to the Lords of the Treasury in 1717 of those which he examined made their values as follows. The Seville piece of 8, 17 pennyweights, 12 grams, containing 387 grains of pure silver. The Mexico piece of 8, 17 pennyweights, 10 5/9 grams, containing 385 1/2 grains of pure silver. The Pilar piece of 8, 17 pennyweights, 9 grams, containing 385 3/4 grains of pure silver. The New Seville piece of 8, 14 pennyweights, containing 308 7/10 grains of pure silver. The financier states the old dollar as containing 376 grains of fine silver, and the new, 365 grains. If the dollars circulating among us be of every date equally, we should examine the quantity of pure metal in each, and from them form an average for our unit. This is a work proper to be committed to mathematicians as well as merchants, and which should be decided on actual and accurate experiment. The quantum of alloy is also to be decided. Some is necessary to prevent the coin from wearing too fast. Too much fills our pockets with copper instead of silver. The silver coin assayed by Sir Isaac Newton varied from 1 1/2 to 76 pennyweights alloy in the pound troy of mixed metal. The British standard had 18 pennyweight. The Spanish coins assayed by Sir Isaac Newton have from 18 to 19 1/2 pennyweight. The new French crown has, in fact, 19 1/2, though by edict it should have 20 pennyweight, that is, 1/12. The taste of our countrymen will require that their furniture plate should be as good as the British standard. Taste cannot be controlled by law. Let it then give the law in a point which is indifferent to a certain degree. Let the legislatures fix the alloy of furniture plate at 18 pennyweight, the British standard, and Congress that of their coin at 1 ounce in the pound, the French standard. This proportion has been found convenient for the alloy of gold coin, and it will simplify the system of our mint to alloy both metals in the same degree. The coin, too, being the least pure, will be the less easily melted into plate. These reasons are light indeed, and of course will only weigh if no heavier ones can be opposed to them. The proportion between the values of gold and silver is a mercantile problem altogether. It would be inaccurate to fix it by the popular exchanges of a half Joe for $8, a louis for 4 French crowns, or 5 louis for $23. The first of these would be to adopt the Spanish proportion between gold and silver, the second, French, the third, a mere popular barter, wherein convenience is consulted more than accuracy. The legal proportion in Spain is 16 for 1, in England 15 1/2 for 1, in France 15 for 1. The Spaniards and English are found in experience to retain an over-proportion of gold coins and to lose their silver. The French have a greater proportion of silver. The difference at market has been on the decrease. The financier states it at present as at 14 1/2 for 1. Just principles will lead us to disregard the legal proportions altogether, to inquire into the market price of gold in the several countries with which we shall principally be connected in commerce, and to take an average from them. Perhaps we might, with safety, lean to a proportion somewhat above par for gold, considering our neighborhood, and commerce with the sources of the coins, and the tendency which the high price of gold in Spain has to draw thither all that of their mines, leaving silver principally for our and other markets. It is not impossible that 15 for 1 may be found an eligible proportion. I state it, however, as a conjecture only. As to the alloy for gold coin, the British is 1 ounce in the pound. The French, Spanish, and Portuguese differ from that only from 1/4 of a grain to 1 1/2 grains. I should therefore prefer the British, merely because its fraction stands in a more simple form and facilitates the calculations into which it enters. Should the unit be fixed at 365 grains of pure silver, gold at 15 for 1, and the alloy of both be 1/12, the weights of the coins will be as follows. The golden piece, containing 243 1/3 grains of pure metal, 22.12 grains of alloy, will weigh 11 pennyweight and 1.45 grains. The unit or dollar, 365 grains of pure metal, 33.18 grains of alloy, will weigh 16 pennyweight or 14.18 grains. The half dollar, or 5/10, 182 1/2 grains of pure metal, 16.59 grains of alloy, weighing 8 pennyweight, 7.09 grains. The fifth, or pisturine, 73 grains of pure metal, 6.63 grains of alloy, will weigh 3 pennyweight, 7.03 grains. The 10th, or bit, 36 1/2 grains of pure metal, 3.318 grains of alloy, will weigh 1 pennyweight, 15.818 grains. The 20th, or half bit, 18 1/4 grains of pure metal, 1.659 grains of alloy, will weigh 19.9 grains. The quantity of fine silver which shall constitute the unit being settled, and the proportion of the value of gold to that of silver, a table should be formed from the assay before suggested, classing the several foreign coins according to their fineness, declaring the worth of a pennyweight or grain in each class, and that they shall be lawful tenders at those rates, if not clipped or otherwise diminished, and where diminished, offering their value for them at the mint, deducting the expense of recoinage. Here, the legislature should cooperate with the Congress in providing that no money be received or paid at their treasuries, or by any of their officers or any bank, but on actual weight, in making it criminal in a high degree to diminish their own coins, and in some smaller degree to offer them in payment when diminished. That this subject may be properly prepared and in readiness for Congress to take up at their meeting in November, something must now be done. The present session drawing to a close, they probably would not choose to enter far into this undertaking themselves. The Committee of the States, however, during the recess, will have time to digest it thoroughly, if Congress will fix some general principles for their government. Suppose they be instructed to appoint proper persons to assay and examine, with the utmost accuracy practicable, the Spanish milled dollars of different dates in circulation with us, to assay and examine in like manner the fineness of all the other coins which may be found in circulation within these states, to report to the committee the results of these assays, by them to be laid before Congress, to appoint also proper persons to inquire what are the proportions between the values of fine gold and fine silver at the markets of the several countries with which we are, or probably may be, connected in commerce, and what would be a proper proportion here, having regard to the average of their values at those markets and to other circumstances, and to report the same to the committee by them to be laid before Congress, to prepare an ordinance for establishing the unit of money within these states, for subdividing it, and for striking coins of gold, silver, and copper on the following principles: that the money unit of these states shall be equal in value to a Spanish milled dollar containing so much fine silver as the assay, before directed, shall show to be contained on an average in dollars of the several dates in circulation with us; that this unit shall be divided into tenths and hundredths; that there shall be a coin of silver of the value of a unit, one other of the same metal of the value of 1/10 of a unit, one other of copper of the value of the 100th of a unit; that there shall be a coin of gold of the value of 10 units, according to the report before directed, and the judgment of the committee thereon; that the alloy of the said coins of gold and silver shall be equal in weight to 1/11th part of the fine metal; that there be proper devices for these coins; that measures be proposed for preventing their diminution, and also their currency, and that of any others when diminished; that the several foreign coins be described and classed in the said ordinance, the fineness of each class stated, and its value by weight estimated in units and decimal parts of units, and that the said draft of an ordinance be reported to Congress at their next meeting for their consideration and determination. Supplementary explanations. The preceding notes having been submitted to the consideration of the financier, he favored me with his opinion and observations on them, which render necessary the following supplementary explanations. I observed in the preceding notes that the true proportion of value between gold and silver was a mercantile problem altogether, and that perhaps 15 for 1 might be found an eligible proportion. The financier is so good as to inform me that this would be higher than the market could justify. Confident of his better information on this subject, I recede from that idea. Footnote. In a newspaper which frequently gives good details in political economy, I find, under the Hamburg head, that the present market price of gold and silver is, in England, 15.5 for 1, in Russia 15, in Holland 14.75, in Savoy 14.6, in France 14.42, in Spain 14.3, in Germany 14.155, the average of which is 14.675 or 14 5/8. I would still incline to give a little more than the market price for gold because of its superior convenience in transportation. Returning to the text, he also informs me that the several coins in circulation among us have been already assayed with accuracy, and the result published in a work on that subject. The assay of Sir Isaac Newton had superseded, in my mind, the necessity of this operation as to the older coins which were the subject of his examination. This later work, with equal reason, may be considered as saving the same trouble as to the latter coins. So far, then, I accede to the opinions of the financier. On the other hand, he seems to concur with me in thinking his smallest fractional division too minute for a unit, and therefore proposes to transfer that denomination to his largest silver coin, containing 1,000 of the units first proposed, and worth about 4 shillings 2 pence lawful, or 25/36 of a dollar. The only question then remaining between us is whether the dollar or this coin be best for the unit. We both agree that the ease of adoption with the people is the thing to be aimed at. As to the dollar, events have overtaken and superseded the question. It is no longer a doubt whether the people can adopt it with ease. They have adopted it, and will have to be turned out of that into another tract of calculation if another unit be assumed. They have now 2 units which they use with equal facility, viz., the pound of their respective state and the dollar. The first of these is peculiar to each state, the second, happily, common to all. In each state, the people have an easy rule for converting the pound of their state into dollars or dollars into pounds, and this is enough for them without knowing how this may be done in every state of the Union. Such of them as live near enough the borders of their state to have dealings with their neighbors learn also the rule of their neighbors. Thus, in Virginia and the eastern states, where the dollar is 6 shillings or 3/10 of a pound, to turn pounds into dollars they multiply by 10 and divide by 3. To turn dollars into pounds they multiply by 3 and divide by 10. Those in Virginia who live near to Carolina, where the dollar is 8 shillings or 4/10 of a pound, learn the operation of that state, which is a multiplication by 4 and division by 10, et se converso. Those who live near Maryland, where the dollar is 7 shillings 6 pence, or 3/8 of a pound, multiply by 3 and divide by 8, et converso. All these operations are easy and have been found by experience not too much for the arithmetic of the people when they have occasion to convert their old unit into dollars, or the reverse. 2. As to the unit of the financier, in the states where the dollar is 3/10 of a pound, this unit will be 5/24. Its conversion into the pound, then, will be by a multiplication by 5 and a division by 24. In the states where the dollar is 3/8 of a pound, this unit will be 25/96 of a pound, and the operation must be to multiply by 25 and divide by 96, et converso. Where the dollar is 4/10 of a pound, this unit will be 5/18. The simplicity of the fraction, and of course the facility of conversion and reconversion, is therefore against this unit, and in favor of the dollar in every instance. The only advantage it has over the dollar is that it will in every case express our farthing without a remainder, whereas though the dollar and its decimals will do this in many cases, it will not in all. But even in these, by extending your notation one figure farther, to wit 2/1000, you approximate to perfect accuracy within less than the 2,000th part of a dollar, an atom in money which everyone would neglect. Against this single inconvenience, the other advantages of the dollar are more than sufficient to preponderate. This unit will present to the people a new coin, and whether they endeavor to estimate its value by comparing it with a pound or with a dollar, the units they now possess, they will find the fraction very compound, and of course less accommodated to their comprehension and habits than the dollar. Indeed, the probability is that they could never be led to compute in it generally. The financier supposes that the 1/100th of a dollar is not sufficiently small where the poor are purchasers or vendors. If it is not, make a smaller coin. But I suspect that it is small enough. Let us examine facts in countries where we are acquainted with them. In Virginia, where our towns are few, small, and of course their demand for necessaries very limited, we have never yet been able to introduce a copper coin at all. The smallest coin which anybody will receive there is the half-bit, or 1/20th of a dollar. In those states where the towns are larger and more populous, a more habitual barter for small wants has called for a copper coin of 1/90th, or 1/96th, or 1/108th of a dollar. In England, where the towns are many and populous, and where ages of experience have matured the conveniences of intercourse, they have found that some wants may be supplied for a farthing, or 1/208th of a dollar, and they have accommodated a coin to this want. This business is evidently progressive. In Virginia, we are far behind. In some other states, they are further advanced, to wit, to the appreciation of 1/90th, 1/96th, 1/108th of a dollar. To this most advanced state, then, I accommodated my smallest coin in the decimal arrangement as a money of payment corresponding with the money of account. I have no doubt the time will come when a smaller coin will be called for. When that comes, let it be made. It will probably be the half of the copper I propose, that is to say 5/1000ths, or 0.005 of a dollar, this being very nearly the farthing of England. But it will be time enough to make it when the people shall be ready to receive it. My proposition, then, is that our notation of money shall be decimal, descending ad libitum of the person noting, that the unit of this notation shall be $1, that coins shall be accommodated to it from $10 to the hundredth of $1, and that, to set this on foot, the resolutions be adopted which were proposed in the notes, only substituting an inquiry into the fineness of the coins in lieu of an assay of them. End of section 17 and of note F. Section 18 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1 by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Appendix, Note G. I have sometimes asked myself whether my country is the better for my having lived at all. I do not know that it is. I have been the instrument of doing the following things, but they would have been done by others, some of them perhaps a little better. The Riviera had never been used for navigation. Scarcely an empty canoe had ever passed down it. Soon after I came of age, I examined its obstructions, set on foot a subscription for removing them, got an act of assembly passed and the thing effected, so as to be used completely and fully for carrying down all our produce. The Declaration of Independence. I proposed the demolition of the church establishment and the freedom of religion. It could only have been done by degrees, to wit, the Act of 1776, Chapter 2, exempted dissenters from contributions to the church, and left the church clergy to be supported by voluntary contributions of their own sect, was continued from year to year and made perpetual 1779, Chapter 36. I prepared the Act for Religious Freedom in 1777 as part of the revisal, which was not reported to the Assembly until 1779, and that particular law not passed till 1785, and then by the efforts of Mr. Madison. The Act putting an end to entails, the Act prohibiting the importation of slaves, the Act concerning citizens and establishing the natural right of man to expatriate himself at will, the Act changing the course of descents and giving the inheritance to all the children, etc., equally, I drew as part of the revisal. The Act for apportioning crimes and punishments, part of the same work, I drew. When proposed to the legislature by Mr. Madison in 1785, it failed by a single vote. G.K. Taylor afterwards in 1796 proposed the same subject, avoiding the adoption of any part of the Diction of Mine, the text of which had been studiously drawn in the technical terms of the law, so as to give no occasion for new questions by new expressions. When I drew mine, public labor was thought the best punishment to be substituted for death. But while I was in France, I heard of a society in England who had successfully introduced solitary confinement, and saw the drawing of a prison at Lyon in France formed on the idea of solitary confinement, and being applied to by the governor of Virginia for a plan of a capitol and prison, I sent him the Lyon plan, accompanying it with a drawing on a smaller scale, better adapted to our use. This was in June 1786. Mr. Taylor very judiciously adopted this idea, which had now been acted on in Philadelphia, probably from the English model, and substituted labor in confinement to the public labor proposed by the Committee of Revisal, which themselves would have done had they been to act on the subject again. The public mind was ripe for this in 1796 when Mr. Taylor proposed it, and ripened chiefly by the experiment in Philadelphia, whereas in 1785, when it had been proposed to our Assembly, they were not quite ripe for it. In 1789 and 1790, I had a great number of olive plants of the best kind sent from Marseille to Charleston for South Carolina and Georgia. They were planted and are flourishing. and though not yet multiplied, they will be the germ of that cultivation in those states. In 1790, I got a cask of heavy upland rice from the river Denbei in Africa, about latitude 90 degrees 30 minutes north, which I sent to Charleston in hopes it might supersede the culture of the wet rice, which renders South Carolina and Georgia so pestilential through the summer. It was divided and a part sent to Georgia. I know not whether it has been attended to in South Carolina, but it has spread in the upper parts of Georgia so as to have become almost general and is highly prized. Perhaps it may answer in Tennessee and Kentucky. The greatest service which can be rendered any country is to add a useful plant to its culture, especially a bread grain. Next in value to bread is oil. Whether the act for the more general diffusion of knowledge will ever be carried into complete effect, I know not. It was received by the legislature with great enthusiasm at first, and a small effort was made in 1796 by the act to establish public schools to carry a part of it into effect, viz., that for the establishment of free English schools. But the option given to the courts has defeated the intention of the act. Footnote. It appears from a blank space at the bottom of this paper that a continuation had been intended. Indeed, from the loose manner in which the above notes are written, it may be inferred that they were originally intended as memoranda only, to be used in some more permanent form. Returning to the text, end of Section 18 and of Appendix Note G. Section 19 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1 by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Appendix Note H. New York, October 13, 1789. To the Honorable Thomas Jefferson. Sir, in the selection of characters to fill the important offices of government in the United States, I was naturally led to contemplate the talents and dispositions which I knew you to possess and entertain for the service of your country, and without being able to consult your inclination or to derive any knowledge of your intention from your letters, either to myself or to any other of your friends, I was determined, as well by motives of private regard as a conviction of public propriety, to nominate you for the Department of State, which under its present organization involves many of the most interesting objects of the executive authority. But, grateful as your acceptance of this commission would be to me, I am at the same time desirous to accommodate your wishes, and I have therefore forebone to nominate your successor at the court of Versailles until I should be informed of your determination. Being on the eve of a journey through the Eastern States with a view to observe the situation of the country, and in a hope of perfectly re-establishing my health, which a series of indispositions has much impaired, I have deemed it proper to make this communication of your appointment in order that you might lose no time, should it be your wish to visit Virginia during the recess of Congress, which will probably be the most convenient season, both as it may respect your private concerns and the public service. Unwilling as I am to interfere in the direction of your choice of assistants, I shall only take the liberty of observing to you that, from warm recommendations which I have received in behalf of Roger Alden, Esquire, Assistant Secretary to the late Congress, I have placed all the papers thereunto belonging under his care. Those papers which more properly appertain to the office of Foreign Affairs are under the superintendence of Mr. J., who has been so obliging as to continue his good offices, and they are in the immediate charge of Mr. Remsen. With sentiments of very great esteem and regard, I have the honor to be, sir, your most obedient servant, George Washington. To the Honorable Thomas Jefferson, I take this occasion to acknowledge the receipt of your several favors, of the 4th and 5th of December of the last and 10th of May of the present year, and to thank you for the communications therein. Signed, G.W. New York, November 30th, 1789. Dear Sir, you will perceive by the enclosed letter, which was left for you at the Office of Foreign Affairs when I made a journey to the Eastern States, the motives on which I acted with regard to yourself and the occasion of my explaining them at that early period. Having now reason to hope from Mr. Trumbull's report that you will be arrived at Norfolk before this time, on which event I would most cordially congratulate you, and, having a safe conveyance by Mr. Griffin, I forward your commission to Virginia, with a request to be made acquainted with your sentiments as soon as you shall find it convenient to communicate them to me. With sentiments of very great esteem and regard, I am, dear sir, your most obedient, humble servant, George Washington. End of Section 19 and of Appendix Note H. Section 20 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1, by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Correspondence, Letter 1, May 7, 1775, to Dr. William Small. Dear Sir, within this week we have received the unhappy news of an action of considerable magnitude between the King's troops and our brethren of Boston, in which it is said 500 of the former, with the Earl of Percy, are slain. That such an action has occurred is undoubted, though perhaps the circumstances may not have reached us with truth. This accident has cut off our last hope of reconciliation, and a frenzy of revenge seems to have seized all ranks of people. It is a lamentable circumstance that the only mediatory power acknowledged by both parties, instead of leading to a reconciliation, his divided people, should pursue the incendiary purpose of still blowing up the flames, as we find him constantly doing in every speech and public declaration. This may perhaps be intended to intimidate into acquiescence, but the effect has been most unfortunately otherwise. A little knowledge of human nature and attention to its ordinary workings might have foreseen that the spirits of the people here were in a state in which they were more likely to be provoked than frightened by haughty deportment. And to fill up the measure of irritation, a proscription of individuals has been substituted in the room of just trial. Can it be believed that a grateful people will suffer those to be consigned to execution whose sole crime has been the developing and asserting their rights? Had the Parliament possessed the power of reflection, they would have avoided a measure as impotent as it was inflammatory. When I saw Lord Chatham's bill, I entertained high hope that a reconciliation could have been brought about. The difference between his terms and those offered by our Congress might have been accommodated, if entered on by both parties with a disposition to accommodate. But the dignity of Parliament, it seems, can brook no opposition to its power. Strange that a set of men who have made sale of their virtue to the minister should yet talk of retaining dignity. But I am getting into politics, though I sat down only to ask your acceptance of the wine and express my constant wishes for your happiness. Signed, Thomas Jefferson. End of Section 20. Section 21 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1, by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Correspondence, Letter 2, to John Randolph, Esquire. Monticello, August 25, 1775. Dear Sir, I am sorry the situation of our country should render it not eligible to you to remain longer in it. I hope the returning wisdom of Great Britain will, ere long, put an end to this unnatural contest. There may be people to whose tempers and dispositions contention is pleasing, and who therefore wish a continuance of confusion, but to me it is of all states but one the most horrid. My first wish is a restoration of our just rights. My second, a return of the happy period when, consistently with duty, I may withdraw myself totally from the public stage, and pass the rest of my days in domestic ease and tranquillity, banishing every desire of ever hearing what passes in the world. Perhaps, for the latter adds considerably to the warmth of the former wish, looking with fondness toward a reconciliation with Great Britain, I cannot help hoping you may be able to contribute toward expediting this good work. I think it must be evident to yourself that the ministry have been deceived by their officers on this side of the water, who, for what purpose I cannot tell, have constantly represented the American opposition as that of a small faction, in which the body of the people took little part. This, you can inform them of your own knowledge, is untrue. They have taken it into their heads, too, that we are cowards, and shall surrender at discretion to an armed force. The past and future operations of the war must confirm or undeceive them on that head. I wish they were thoroughly and minutely acquainted with every circumstance relative to America, as it exists in truth. I am persuaded this would go far towards disposing them to reconciliation. Even those in Parliament who are called friends to America seem to know nothing of our real determinations. I observe they pronounced in the last Parliament that the Congress of 1774 did not mean to insist rigorously on the terms they held out, but kept something in reserve to give up, and in fact that they would give up everything but the article of taxation. Now, the truth is far from this, as I can affirm, and put my honor to the assertion. Their continuance in this error may, perhaps, produce very ill consequences. The Congress stated the lowest terms they thought possible to be accepted, in order to convince the world they were not unreasonable. They gave up the monopoly and regulation of trade, and all acts of Parliament prior to 1764, leaving to British generosity to render these at some future time as easy to America as the interest of Britain would admit. But this was before blood was spilt. I cannot affirm, but have reason to think, these terms would not now be accepted. I wish no false sense of honor, no ignorance of our real intentions, no vain hope that partial concessions of right will be accepted, may induce the ministry to trifle with accommodation, till it shall be out of their power ever to accommodate. If indeed Great Britain, disjoined from her colonies, be a match for the most potent nations of Europe, with the colonies thrown into their scale, they may go on securely. But if they are not assured of this, it would be certainly unwise, by trying the event of another campaign, to risk our accepting a foreign aid, which perhaps may not be obtainable, but on condition of everlasting avulsion from Great Britain. This would be thought a hard condition to those who still wish for reunion with their parent country. I am sincerely one of those, and would rather be in dependence on Great Britain, properly limited, than on any nation upon earth, or than on no nation. But I am one of those, too, who, rather than submit to the rights of legislating for us, assumed by the British Parliament, and which late experience has shown they will so cruelly exercise, would lend my hand to sink the whole island in the ocean. If undeceiving the minister as to matters of fact may change his disposition, it will perhaps be in your power, by assisting to do this, to render service to the whole empire at the most critical time, certainly, that it has ever seen. Whether Britain shall continue the head of the greatest empire on earth, or shall return to her original station in the political scale of Europe, depends perhaps on the resolutions of the succeeding winter. God send they may be wise and salutary for us all. I shall be glad to hear from you as often as you may be disposed to think of things here. You may be at liberty, I expect, to communicate some things consistently with your honor and the duties you will owe to a protecting nation. Such a communication among individuals may be mutually beneficial to the contending parties. On this or any future occasion, if I affirm to you any facts, your knowledge of me will enable you to decide on their credibility. If I hazard opinions on the dispositions of men or other speculative points, you can only know they are my opinions. My best wishes for your felicity attend you wherever you go, and believe me to be assuredly your friend and servant, Thomas Jefferson. End of section 21. Section 22 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1, by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Appendix Letter 3 to John Randolph, Esquire, Philadelphia, November 29, 1776. Dear Sir, I am to give you the melancholy intelligence of the death of our most worthy speaker, which happened here on the 22nd of the last month. He was struck with an apoplexy and expired within 5 hours. I have it in my power to acquaint you that the success of our arms has corresponded with the justice of our cause. Chambly and St. John's were taken some weeks ago, and in them the whole regular army in Canada, except about 40 or 50 men. This day certain intelligence has reached us that our General Montgomery is received into Montreal, and we expect every hour to be informed that Quebec has opened its arms to Colonel Arnold, who with 1,100 men was sent from Boston up the Kennebec and down the Chaudiere River to that place. He expected to be there early this month. Montreal acceded to us on the 13th, and Carleton set out, with the shattered remains of his little army, for Quebec, where we hope he will be taken up by Arnold. In a short time we have reason to hope the delegates of Canada will join us in Congress and complete the American Union, as far as we wish to have it completed. We hear that one of the British transports has arrived at Boston. The rest are beating off the coast in very bad weather. You will have heard, before this reaches you, that Lord Dunmore has commenced hostilities in Virginia. That people bore with everything till he attempted to burn down the town of Hampton. They opposed and repelled him with considerable loss on his side and none on ours. It has raised our countrymen into a perfect frenzy. It is an immense misfortune to the whole empire to have a king of such a disposition at such a time. We are told, and everything proves it true, that he is the bitterest enemy we have. His minister is able, and that satisfies me that ignorance or wickedness somewhere controls him. In an earlier part of this contest, our petitions told him that from our king there was but one appeal. The admonition was despised, and that appeal forced on us. To undo his empire, he has but one truth more to learn, that, after colonies have drawn the sword, there is but one step more they can take. That step is now pressed upon us by the measures adopted, as if they were afraid we would not take it. Believe me, dear sir, there is not in the British Empire a man who more cordially loves a union with Great Britain than I do. But by the God that made me, I will cease to exist before I yield to a connection on such terms as the British Parliament propose. And in this I think I speak the sentiments of America. We want neither inducement nor power to declare and assert a separation. It is will alone which is wanting, and that is growing space under the fostering hand of our King. One bloody campaign will probably decide everlastingly our future course. I am sorry to find a bloody campaign is decided on. If our winds and waters should not combine to rescue their shores from slavery, and General Howe's reinforcements should arrive in safety, we have hopes he will be inspirited to come out of Boston and take another drubbing. And we must drub him soundly before the sceptered tyrant will know we are not mere brutes to crouch under his hand, and kiss the rod with which he deigns to scourge us. Yours, etc., Thomas Jefferson. End of section 22 and of Correspondence, Letter 3. Section 23 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1, by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Correspondence, Letter 4, to Dr. Benjamin Franklin, Paris, Virginia, August 13, 1777. Honorable Sir, I forbear to write you news, as the time of Mr. Shore's departure being uncertain, it might be old before you receive it, and he can in person possess you of all we have. With respect to the state of Virginia in particular, the people seem to have laid aside the monarchical and taken up the republican government, with as much ease as would have attended their throwing off an old and putting on a new suit of clothes. Not a single throw has attended this important transformation. A half-dozen aristocratical gentlemen, agonizing under the loss of preeminence, have sometimes ventured their sarcasms on our political metamorphosis. They have been thought fitter objects of pity than of punishment. We are at present in the complete and quiet exercise of well-organized government, save only that our courts of justice do not open till the fall. I think nothing can bring the security of our continent and its cause into danger if we can support the credit of our paper. To do that, I apprehend one of two steps must be taken: either to procure free trade by alliance with some naval power able to protect it, or, if we find there is no prospect of that, to shut our ports totally to all the world and turn our colonies into manufactories. The former would be most eligible, because most conformable to the habits and wishes of our people. Were the British court to return to their senses in time to seize the little advantage which still remains within their reach from this quarter, I judge that on acknowledging our absolute independence and sovereignty, a commercial treaty beneficial to them, and perhaps even a league of mutual offense and defense, might, not seeing the expense or consequences of such a measure, be approved by our people, if nothing in the meantime done on your part should prevent it. But they will continue to grasp at their desperate sovereignty, till every benefit short of that is forever out of their reach. I wish my domestic situation had rendered it possible for me to join you in the very honorable charge confided to you. Residence in a polite court, society of literary of the first order, a just cause and an approving God, will add length to a life for which all men pray, and none more than your most obedient and humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. End of section 23. Section 24 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1, by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Correspondence, Letter 5, Albemarle, March 27, 1779, to His Excellency Patrick Henry. Sir, A report prevailing here, that in consequence of some powers from Congress, the governor and council have it in contemplation to remove the convention troops, footnote, the troops under Burgoyne captured at Saratoga, returning to the text, either wholly or in part, from their present situation, I take the liberty of troubling you with some observations on that subject. The reputation and interest of our country in general may be affected by such a measure. It would therefore hardly be deemed an indecent liberty in the most private citizen to offer his thoughts to the consideration of the executive. The locality of my situation, particularly in the neighborhood of the present barracks, and the public relation in which I stand to the people among whom they are situated, together with the confidence which a personal knowledge of the members of the executive gives me, that they will be glad of information from any quarter on a subject interesting to the public, induce me to hope that they will acquit me of impropriety in the present representation. By an article in the Convention of Saratoga, it is stipulated on the part of the United States that the officers shall not be separated from their men. I suppose the term officers includes general as well as regimental officers. As there are general officers who command all the troops, no part of them can be separated from these officers without a violation of the article. They cannot, of course, be separated from one another unless the same general officer could be in different places at the same time. It is true the article adds the words, as far as circumstances will admit. This was a necessary qualification because in no place in America, I suppose, could there have been found quarters for both officers and men together, those for the officers to be according to their rank. So far, then, as the circumstances of the place where they should be quartered should render a separation necessary, in order to procure quarters for the officers according to their rank, the article admits that separation. And these are the circumstances which must have been under the contemplation of the parties, both of whom, and all the world beside, who are ultimate judges in the case, would still understand that they were to be as near in the environs of the camp as convenient quarters could be procured, and not that the qualification of the article destroyed the article itself and laid it wholly at our discretion. Congress indeed have admitted of this separation, but are they so far lords of right and wrong as that our consciences may be quiet with their dispensation? Or is the case amended by saying they leave it optional in the governor and council to separate the troops or not? At the same time that it exculpates not them, it is drawing the governor and council into a participation in the breach of faith. If indeed it is only proposed that a separation of the troops shall be referred to the consent of their officers, that is a very different matter. Having carefully avoided conversation with them on public subjects, I cannot say of my own knowledge how they would relish such a proposition. I have heard from others that they will choose to undergo anything together rather than to be separated, and that they will remonstrate against it in the strongest terms. The executive, therefore, if voluntary agents in this measure, must be drawn into a paper war with them, the more disagreeable, as it seems that faith and reason will be on the other side. As an American, I cannot help feeling a thorough mortification that our Congress should have permitted an infraction of our public honor. As a citizen of Virginia, I cannot help hoping and confiding that our supreme executive, whose acts will be considered as the acts of the Commonwealth, estimate that honor too highly to make its infraction their own act. I may be permitted to hope, then, that if any removal takes place, it will be a general one, and, as it is said to be left to the governor and council to determine on this, I am satisfied that, suppressing every other consideration and weighing the matter dispassionately, they will determine upon this sole question: is it for the benefit of those for whom they act that the convention troops should be removed from among them? Under the head of interest, these circumstances, viz., the expense of building barracks, said to have been £25,000, and of removing the troops backwards and forwards, amounting to I know not how much, are not to be pretermitted, merely because they are continental expenses. For we are a part of the continent. We must pay a shilling of every dollar wasted. But the sums of money which by these troops or on their account are brought into and expended in this state are a great and local advantage. This can require no proof. If at the conclusion of the war, for instance, our share of the continental debt should be $20 millions, or say that we are called on to furnish an annual quota of $2,400,000 to Congress to be raised by tax, it is obvious that we should raise these given sums with greater or less ease in proportion to the greater or less quantity of money found in circulation among us. I expect that our circulating money is, by the presence of these troops, at the rate of $30,000 a week at the least. I have heard, indeed, that an objection arises to their being kept within this state from the information of the commissary that they cannot be subsisted here. In attending to the information of that officer, it should be borne in mind that the county of King William and its vicinities are one thing, the territory of Virginia another. If the troops could be fed upon long letters, I believe the gentleman at the head of that department in this country would be the best commissary upon earth. But till I see him determined to act, not to write, to sacrifice his domestic ease to the duties of his appointment, and apply to the resources of this country, wheresoever they are to be had, I must entertain a different opinion of him. I am mistaken if, for the animal subsistence of the troops hitherto, we are not principally indebted to the genius and exertions of Hawkins during the very short time he lived after his appointment to that department by your board. His eye immediately pervaded the whole state. It was reduced at once to a regular machine, to a system, and the whole put into movement and animation by the fiat of a comprehensive mind. If the Commonwealth of Virginia cannot furnish these troops with bread, I would ask of the commissariat which of the 13 is now become the grain colony. If we are in danger of famine from the addition of 4,000 mouths, what is become of that surplus of bread, the exportation of which used to feed the West Indies and Eastern States, and fill the colony with hard money? When I urge the sufficiency of this state, however, to subsist these troops, I beg to be understood as having in contemplation the quantity of provisions necessary for their real use, and not as calculating what is to be lost by the wanton waste, mismanagement, and carelessness of those employed about it. If magazines of beef and pork are suffered to rot by slovenly butchering, or for want of timely provision and sale, if quantities of flour are exposed by the commissaries entrusted with the keeping it to pillage and destruction, and if, when laid up in the continental stores, it is still to be embezzled and sold, the land of Egypt itself would be insufficient for their supply, and their removal would be necessary not to a more plentiful country, but to more able and honest commissaries. Perhaps the magnitude of this question and its relation to the whole state may render it worthwhile to await the opinion of the National Council, which is now to meet within a few weeks. There is no danger of distress in the meantime, as the commissaries affirm they have a great sufficiency of provisions for some time to come. Should the measure of removing them into another state be adopted and carried into execution before the meeting of the Assembly, no disapprobation of theirs will bring them back, because they will then be in the power of others who will hardly give them up. Want of information as to what may be the precise measure proposed by the Governor and Council obliges me to shift my ground and take up the subject in every possible form. Perhaps they have not thought to remove the troops out of this state altogether, but to some other part of it. Here, the objections arising from the expenses of removal and of building new barracks recur. As to animal food, it may be driven to one part of the country as easily as to another. That circumstance, therefore, may be thrown out of the question. As to bread, I suppose they will require about 40 or 45,000 bushels of grain a year. The place to which it is to be brought to them is about the center of the state. Besides, that the country round about is fertile, all the grain may be in the counties adjacent to any kind of navigation, may be brought by water to within 12 miles of the spot. For these 12 miles, wagons must be employed. I suppose half a dozen will be a plenty. Perhaps this part of the expense might have been saved had the barracks been built on the water, but it is not sufficient to justify their being abandoned now they are built. Wagonage, indeed, seems to the commissariat an article not worth economizing. The most wanton and studied security of transportation has been practiced. To mention only one act, they have bought quantities of flour for these troops in Cumberland, have ordered it to be wagoned down to Manchester, and wagoned thence up to the barracks. This fact happened to fall within my own knowledge. I doubt not there are many more such, in order either to produce their total removal, or to run up the expenses of the present situation, and satisfy Congress that the nearer they are brought to the commissary's own bed, the cheaper they will be subsisted. The grain made in the western counties may be brought partly in wagons, as conveniently to this as to any other place, perhaps more so on account of its vicinity to one of the best passages through the Blue Ridge, and partly by water, as it is near to James River, to the navigation of which 10 counties are adjacent above the falls. When I said that the grain might be brought hither from all the counties of the state adjacent to navigation, I did not mean to say it would be proper to bring it from all. On the contrary, I think the commissary should be instructed after the next harvest not to send 1 bushel of grain to the barracks from below the falls of the river, or from the northern counties. The counties on tidewater are accessible to the calls for our own army. Their supplies ought, therefore, to be husbanded for them. The counties in the northwestern parts of the state are not only within reach for our own grand army, but peculiarly necessary for the support of McIntosh's army, or for the support of any other northwestern expedition which the uncertain conduct of the Indians should render necessary, insomuch that if the supplies of that quarter should be misapplied to any other purpose, it would destroy in embryo every exertion, either for particular or general safety there. The counties above tidewater, in the middle and southern and western parts of the country, are not accessible to calls for either of those purposes, but at such an expense of transportation as the article would not bear. Here, then, is a great field whose supplies of bread cannot be carried to our army, or rather which will raise no supplies of bread, because there is nobody to eat them. Was it not then wise in Congress to remove to that field 4,000 idle mouths, who must otherwise have interfered with the pasture of our own troops? And if they are removed to any other part of the country, will it not defeat this wise purpose? The mills on the waters of James River above the falls, open to canoe navigation, are very many. Some of them are of great note as manufacturers. The barracks are surrounded by mills. There are 5 or 6 round about Charlottesville. Any 2 or 3 of the whole might, in the course of the winter, manufacture flour sufficient for the year. To say the worst, then, of this situation It is but 12 miles wrong. The safe custody of these troops is another circumstance worthy consideration. Equally removed from the access of an eastern or western enemy, central to the whole state, so that, should they attempt an interruption in any direction, they must pass through a great extent of hostile country, in a neighborhood thickly inhabited by robust and hardy people, zealous in the American cause, acquainted with the use of arms, and the defiles and passes by which they must issue. It would seem that, in this point of view, no place could have been better chosen. Their health is also of importance. I would not endeavor to show that their lives are valuable to us, because it would suppose a possibility that humanity was kicked out of doors in America, and interest only attended to. The barracks occupy the top and brow of a very high hill. You have been untruly told they were in a bottom. They are free from fog, have 4 springs, which seem to be plentiful, one within 20 yards of the picket, 2 within 50 yards, and another within 250, and they propose to sink wells within the picket. Of 4,000 people, it should be expected, according to the ordinary calculations, that 1 should die every day. Yet in the space of near 3 months there have been but 4 deaths among them, 2 infants under 3 weeks old and 2 others by apoplexy. The officers tell me the troops were never before so healthy since they were embodied. But is an enemy so execrable that, though in captivity, his wishes and comforts are to be disregarded and even crossed? I think not. It is for the benefit of mankind to mitigate the horrors of war as much as possible. The practice, therefore, of modern nations, of treating captive enemies with politeness and generosity, is not only delightful in contemplation, but really interesting to all the world, friends, foes, and neutrals. Let us apply this. The officers, after considerable hardships, have all procured quarters, comfortable and satisfactory to them. In order to do this, they were obliged in many instances to hire houses for a year certain, and at such exorbitant rents as were sufficient to tempt independent owners to go out of them and shift as they could. These houses, in most cases, were much out of repair. They have repaired them at a considerable expense. One of the general officers has taken a place for 2 years, advanced the rent for the whole time, and been obliged, moreover, to erect additional buildings for the accommodation of part of his family, for which there was not room in the house rented. Independent of the brickwork, for the carpentry of these additional buildings, I know he is to pay $1,500. The same gentleman, to my knowledge, has paid to one person $3,670 for different articles to fix himself commodiously. They have generally laid in their stocks of grain and other provisions, for it is well known that officers do not live on their rations. They have purchased cows, sheep, etc., set in to farming, prepared their gardens, and have a prospect of comfort and quiet before them. To turn to the soldiers, the environs of the barracks are delightful, the ground cleared, laid off in hundreds of gardens, each enclosed in its separate paling, these well prepared and exhibiting a fine appearance. General Riedesel alone laid out upwards of 200 pounds in garden seeds for the German troops only. Judge what an extent of ground these seeds would cover. There is little doubt that their own gardens will furnish them a great abundance of vegetables through the year. Their poultry, pigeons, and other preparations of that kind present to the mind the idea of a company of farmers rather than a camp of soldiers. In addition to the barracks built for them by the public, and now very comfortable, they have built great numbers for themselves, in such messes as fancied each other, and the whole corps, both officers and men, seem now happy and satisfied with their situation. Having thus found the art of rendering captivity itself comfortable, and carried it into execution at their own great expense and labor, their spirits sustained by the prospect of gratifications rising before their eyes, does not every sentiment of humanity revolt against the proposition of stripping them of all this and removing them into new situations where, from the advanced season of the year, no preparations can be made for carrying themselves comfortably through the heats of summer? And when it is known that the necessary advances for the conveniences already provided have exhausted their funds and left them unable to make the like exertions anew. Again, review this matter, as it may regard appearances. A body of troops, after staying a 12-month at Boston, are ordered to take a march of 700 miles to Virginia, where, it is said, they may be plentifully subsisted. As soon as they are there, they are ordered on some other march, because in Virginia, it is said, they cannot be subsisted. Indifferent nations will charge this either to ignorance or to whim and caprice, the parties interested to cruelty. They now view the proposition in that light, and it is said there is a general and firm persuasion among them that they were marched from Boston with no other purpose than to harass and destroy them with eternal marches. Perseverance in object, though not by the most direct way, is often more laudable than perpetual changes, as often as the object shifts light. A character of steadiness in our counsels is worth more than the subsistence of 4,000 people. There could not have been a more unlucky concurrence of circumstances than when these troops first came. The barracks were unfinished for want of laborers, the spell of weather the worst ever known within the memory of man. No stores of bread laid in, the roads, by the weather and number of wagons, soon rendered impassable. Not only the troops themselves were greatly disappointed, but the people in the neighborhood were alarmed at the consequences which a total failure of provisions might produce. In this worst state of things, their situation was seen by many and disseminated through the country, so as to occasion a general dissatisfaction, which even seized the minds of reasonable men, who, if not infected with the contagion, must have foreseen that the prospect must brighten, and that great advantages to the people must necessarily arise. It has accordingly so happened. The planters, being more generally sellers than buyers, have felt the benefit of their presence in the most vital part about them, their purses, and are now sensible of its source. I have too good an opinion of their love of order to believe that a removal of these troops would produce any irregular proofs of their disapprobation, but I am well assured it would be extremely odious to them. To conclude, the separation of these troops would be a breach of public faith, therefore I suppose it impossible. If they are removed to another state, it is the fault of the commissaries. If they are removed to any other part of the state, it is the fault of the commissaries. And in both cases, the public interest and public security suffer. The comfortable and plentiful subsistence of our own army is lessened, the health of the troops neglected, their wishes crossed, their comforts torn from them, the character of whim and caprice, or, what is worse, of cruelty, fixed on us as a nation, and, to crown the whole, our own people disgusted with such a proceeding. I have thus taken the liberty of representing to you the facts and the reasons which seem to militate against the separation or removal of these troops. I am sensible, however, that the same subject may appear to different persons in very different lights. What I have urged as reasons may, to sounder minds, be apparent fallacies. I hope they will appear at least so plausible as to excuse the interposition of your Excellency's most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. End of section 24. Section 25 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1 by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Letter 6 to John Page, Williamsburg, January 22, 1779. Dear Page, I received your letter by Mr. Jameson. It had given me much pain that the zeal of our respective friends should ever have placed you and me in the situation of competitors. I was comforted, however, with the reflection that it was their competition, not ours, and that the difference of the numbers which decided between us was too insignificant to give you a pain or me a pleasure, had our dispositions towards each other been such as to admit those sensations. I know you too well to need an apology for anything you do, and hope you will forever be assured of this. And as to the constructions of the world, they would only have added one to the many sins for which they are to go to the devil. As this is the first, I hope it will be the last instance of ceremony between us. A desire to see my family, which is in Charles City, carries me thither tomorrow, and I shall not return till Monday. Be pleased to present my compliments to Mrs. Page, and add this to the assurances I have ever given you, that I am, dear Page, your affectionate friend, Thomas Jefferson. End of section 25. Section 26 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1 by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Appendix Correspondence, Letter 7, to His Excellency General Washington, Williamsburg, June 23, 1779. Sir, I have the pleasure to enclose you the particulars of Colonel Clark's success against St. Vincennes, as stated in his letter but lately received, the messenger with his first letter having been killed. I fear it will be impossible for Colonel Clark to be so strengthened as to enable him to do what he desires. Indeed, the express who brought this letter gives us reason to fear St. Vincennes is in danger from a large body of Indians collected to attack it, and said, when he came from Kaskaskias, to be within 30 leagues of the place. I also enclose you a letter from Colonel Shelby, stating the effect of his success against the seceding Cherokees and Cucamonga. The damage done them was killing 6, burning 11 towns, 20,000 bushels of corn, collected probably to forward the expeditions which were to have been planned at the council which was to meet Governor Hamilton at the mouth of Tennessee, and taking as many goods as sold for 25,000 pounds. I hope these 2 blows coming together, and the depriving them of their head, will in some measure affect the quiet of our frontiers this summer. We have intelligence also that Colonel Bowman from Kentucky is in the midst of the Shawnee country, with 300 men, and hope to hear a good account of him. The enclosed order, being in its nature important and generally interesting, I think it proper to transmit it to you with the reasons supporting it. Footnote: for the letter of Colonel Clark and the order referred to, see Appendix Note A. Returning to the text, it will add much to our satisfaction to know it meets your approbation. I have the honor to be, with every sentiment of private respect and public gratitude, Sir, your most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. P.S. The distance of our northern and western counties from the scene of Southern service, and the necessity of strengthening our western quarter, have induced the Council to direct the new levies from the counties of Yohogania, Ohio, Monongalia, Frederick, Hampshire, Berkeley, Rockingham, and Greenbrier, amounting to somewhat less than 300 men, to enter into the 9th Regiment at Pittsburgh. The aid they may give there will be so immediate and important, and what they could do to the southward would be so late as, I hope, will apologize for their interference. Signed, T.J. End of section 26. Section 27 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1, by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Appendix Letter 8 to His Excellency General Washington, Williamsburg, July 17, 1779. Sir, I some time ago enclosed to you a printed copy of an order of council by which Governor Hamilton was to be confined in irons in close jail, which has occasioned a letter from General Phillips, of which the enclosed is a copy. The general seems to think that a prisoner on capitulation cannot be put in close confinement, though his capitulation should not have provided against it. My idea was that all persons taken in war were to be deemed prisoners of war, that those who surrender on capitulation or convention are prisoners of war also, subject to the same treatment with those who surrender at discretion, except only so far as the terms of their capitulation or convention shall have guarded them. In the capitulation of Governor Hamilton, a copy of which I enclose, no stipulation is made as to the treatment of himself or those taken with him. The governor, indeed, when he signs, adds a flourish of reasons inducing him to capitulate, one of which is the generosity of his enemy. Generosity, on a large and comprehensive scale, seems to dictate the making a signal example of this gentleman. But waiving that, these are only the private motives inducing him to surrender, and do not enter into the contract of Colonel Clark. I have the highest idea of those contracts which take place between nation and nation at war, and would be the last on earth to do anything in violation of them. I can find nothing in those books, usually referred to as testimonials of the laws and usages of nature and nations, which convicts the opinions I have above expressed of error. Yet there may be such a usage as General Phillips seemed to suppose, though not taken notice of by these writers. I am obliged to trouble Your Excellency on this occasion by asking of you information on this point. There is no other person whose decision will so authoritatively decide this doubt in the public mind, and none with which I am disposed so implicitly to comply. If you shall be of opinion that the bare existence of a capitulation, in the case of Governor Hamilton, privileges him from confinement, though there be no article to that effect in the capitulation, justice shall most assuredly be done him. The importance of this point in a public view, and my own anxiety under a charge of violation of national faith by the executive of this Commonwealth, will, I hope, apologize for my adding this to the many troubles with which I know you to be burdened. I have the honor to be, with the most profound respect, Your Excellency's most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. P.S. I have just received a letter from Colonel Bland, containing information of numerous desertions from the convention troops, not less than 400 in the last fortnight. He thinks he has reason to believe it is with the connivance of some of their officers. Some of these have been retaken, all of them going northwardly. They have provided themselves with forged passports, and with certificates of having taken the oath of fidelity to the state, some of them forged, others really given by weak magistrates. I give this information to Your Excellency as perhaps it may be in your power to have such of them intercepted as shall be passing through Pennsylvania and Jersey. Your letter enclosing the opinion of the Board of War in the case of Allison and Lee has come safe to hand, after a long passage. It shall be answered by next post. Signed, T.J. End of section 27. Section 28 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1 by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Correspondence, Letter 9. To His Excellency General Washington, Williamsburg, October 1, 1779. Sir, on receipt of your letter of August 6th, during my absence, the Council had the irons taken off the prisoners of war. When your advice was asked, we meant it should decide with us, and upon my return to Williamsburg, the matter was taken up and the enclosed advice given. Footnote, see Appendix Note B. Returning to the text, a parole was formed, of which the enclosed is a copy, and tendered to the prisoners. They objected to that part of it which restrained them from saying anything to the prejudice of the United States, and insisted on freedom of speech. They were, in consequence, remanded to their confinement in the jail, which must be considered as a voluntary one until they can determine with themselves to be inoffensive in word as well as deed. A flag sails hence tomorrow to New York to negotiate the exchange of some prisoners. By her I have written to General Phillips on this subject, and enclosed to him copies of the within, intending it as an answer to the letter I received from him on the subject of Governor Hamilton. I have the honor to be, sir, your most obedient and humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 10. To His Excellency General Washington, Williamsburg, October 2nd, 1779. Sir, just as the letter accompanying this was going off, Colonel Matthews arrived on parole from New York, by the way of headquarters, bringing Your Excellency's letter on his subject with that of the British Commissary of Prisoners. The subject is of great importance, and I must therefore reserve myself to answer after further consideration. Were I to speak from present impressions, I should say it was happy for Governor Hamilton that a final determination of his fate was formed before this new information. As the enemy have released Captain Willing from his irons, the executive of this state will be induced, perhaps, not to alter their former opinion. But it is impossible they can be serious in attempting to bully us in this manner. We have too many of their subjects in our power, and too much iron to clothe them with, and, I will add, too much resolution to avail ourselves of both, to fear their pretended retaliation. However, I will do myself the honor of forwarding to Your Excellency the ultimate result of counsel on this subject. In consequence of the information in the letter from the British Commissary of Prisoners that no officers of the Virginia line should be exchanged till Governor Hamilton's affairs should be settled, we have stopped our flag, which was just hoisting anchor, with a load of privates for New York. I must therefore ask the favor of Your Excellency to forward the enclosed by flag, when an opportunity offers, as I suppose General Phillips will be in New York before it reaches you. I have the honor to be, sir, with the greatest esteem, your most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 11. To His Excellency General Washington, in Council, October 8th, 1779. Sir, in mine of the 2nd of the present month, written in the instant of Colonel Matthews' delivery of your letter, I informed you what had been done on the subject of Governor Hamilton and his companions previous to that moment. I now enclose you an advice of counsel. Footnote, see Appendix Note C. Returning to the text, in consequence of the letter you were pleased to enclose me, from the British Commissary of Prisoners, with one from Lord Rawdon, also a copy of my letter to Colonel Matthews, enclosing also the papers therein named. The advice of counsel to allow the enlargement of prisoners, on their giving a proper parole, has not been recalled, nor will be, I suppose, unless something on the part of the enemy should render it necessary. I rather expect, however, that they will see it their interest to discontinue this kind of conduct. I am afraid I shall hereafter, perhaps, be obliged to give Your Excellency some trouble in aiding me to obtain information of the future usage of our prisoners. I shall give immediate orders for having in readiness every engine which the enemy have contrived for the destruction of our unhappy citizens captivated by them. The presentiment of these operations is shocking beyond expression. I pray Heaven to avert them, but nothing in this world will do it but a proper conduct in the enemy. In every event I shall resign myself to the hard necessity under which I shall act. I have the honor to be, with great regard and esteem, Your Excellency's most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 12 to Colonel Matthews, in Council, October 1779. Sir, the proceedings respecting Governor Hamilton and his companions, previous to your arrival here, you are acquainted with. For your more precise information, I enclose you the advice of counsel of June the 16th, of that of August the 28th, another of September the 19th, on the parole tendered them the first instant, and Governor Hamilton's letter of the same day, stating his objections, in which he persevered. From that time his confinement has been a voluntary one. You delivered us your letters the next day, when the post being just setting out, much business prevented the council from taking them into consideration. They have this day attended to them, and found their resolution expressed in the enclosed advice bearing date this day. It gives us great pain that any of our countrymen should be cut off from the society of their friends and tenderest connections, while it seems as if it was in our power to administer relief. But we trust to their good sense for discerning, and their spirit for bearing up, against the fallacy of this appearance. Governor Hamilton and his companions were imprisoned and ironed first, in retaliation for cruel treatment of our captive citizens by the enemy in general. Second, for the barbarous species of warfare which himself and his savage allies carried on in our western frontier. Third, for particular acts of barbarity of which he himself was personally guilty to some of our citizens in his power. Any one of these charges was sufficient to justify the measures we took. Of the truth of the first, yourselves are witnesses. Your situation indeed seems to have been better since you were sent to New York, but reflect on what you suffered before that, and knew others of your countrymen to suffer, and what you know is now suffered by that more unhappy part of them who are still confined on board the prison ships of the enemy. Proofs of the second charge we have under Hamilton's own hand, and of the third as sacred assurances as human testimony is capable of giving. Humane conduct on our part was found to produce no effect. The contrary, therefore, was to be tried. If it produces a proper lenity to our citizens in captivity, it will have the effect we meant. If it does not, we shall return a severity as terrible as universal. If the causes of our rigor against Hamilton were founded in truth, that rigor was just, and would not give right to the enemy to commence any new hostilities on their part. And all such new severities are to be considered not as retaliation, but as original and unprovoked. If those causes were not founded in truth, they should have denied them. If, declining the tribunal of truth and reason, they chose to pervert this into a contest of cruelty and destruction, we will contend with them in that line, and measure out misery to those in our power with that multiplied proportion which the advantage of superior numbers enables us to do. We shall think it our particular duty, after the information we gather from the papers which have been laid before us, to pay very constant attention to your situation and that of your fellow prisoners. We hope that the prudence of the enemy will be your protection from injury, and we are assured that your regard for the honor of your country would not permit you to wish we should suffer ourselves to be bullied into an acquiescence under every insult and cruelty they may choose to practice, and a fear to retaliate lest you should be made to experience additional sufferings. Their officers and soldiers in our hands are pledges for your safety. We are determined to use them as such. Iron will be retaliated by iron, but a great multiplication on distinguished objects, prison ships by prison ships, and like for like in general. I do not mean by this to cover any officer who has acted or shall act improperly. They say Captain Willing was guilty of great cruelties at the Natchez. If so, they do right in punishing him. I would use any powers I have for the punishment of any officer of our own who should be guilty of excesses unjustifiable under the usages of civilized nations. However, I do not find myself obliged to believe the charge against Captain Willing to be true on the affirmation of the British commissary, because in the next breath he affirms no cruelties have as yet been inflicted on him. Captain Willing has been in irons. I beg you to be assured there is nothing consistent with the honor of your country which we shall not at all times be ready to do for the relief of yourself and companions in captivity. We know that ardent spirit and hatred for tyranny which brought you into your present situation will enable you to bear up against it with the firmness which has distinguished you as a soldier, and to look forward with pleasure to the day when events shall take place against which the wounded spirits of your enemies will find no comfort, even from reflections on the most refined of the cruelties with which they have glutted themselves. I am, with great respect, your most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. End of section 28. Section 29 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1 by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Letter 13 to His Excellency General Washington, Williamsburg, November 28, 1779. Sir, Your Excellency's letter on the discriminations which have been heretofore made between the troops raised within this state and considered as part of our quota, and those not so considered, was delivered me 4 days ago. I immediately laid it before the Assembly, who thereupon came to the resolution I now do myself the honor of enclosing you. The resolution of Congress of March 15, 1779, which you were so kind as to enclose, was never known in this state till a few weeks ago, when we received printed copies of the journals of Congress. It would be a great satisfaction to us to receive an exact return of all the men we have in continental service, who come within the description of the resolution, together with our state troops in continental service. Colonel Cabell was so kind as to send me a return of the continental regiments, commanded by Lord Stirling, of the 1st and 2nd Virginia State regiments, and of Colonel Gist's regiment. Besides these are the following, viz., Colonel Harrison's regiment of artillery, Colonel Baylor's horse, Colonel Bland's horse, General Scott's new levies, part of which are gone to Carolina, and part are here, Colonel Gibson's regiment stationed on the Ohio, Heath and O'Hara's independent companies at the same stations, Colonel Taylor's regiment of guards to the convention troops. Of these we have a return. There may possibly be others not occurring to me. A return of all these would enable us to see what proportion of the Continental Army is contributed by us. We have at present very pressing calls to send additional members of men to the southward. No inclination is wanting in either the legislature or executive to aid them or strengthen you, but we find it very difficult to procure men. I herewith transmit to your Excellency some recruiting commissions, to be put into such hands as you may think proper, for re-enlisting such of our soldiery as are not already engaged for the war. The Act of Assembly authorizing these instructions requires that the men enlisted should be reviewed and received by an officer to be appointed for that purpose, a caution less necessary in the case of men now actually in service, and therefore doubtless able-bodied, than in the raising new recruits. The direction, however, goes to all cases, and therefore we must trouble your Excellency with the appointment of one or more officers of review. Mr. Moss, our agent, receives orders which accompany this, to pay the bounty money and recruiting money, and to deliver the clothing. We have, however, certain reason to fear he has not any great sum of money on hand, and it is absolutely out of our power at this time to supply him, or to say with certainty when we shall be able to do it. He is instructed to note his acceptances under the drafts, and to assure payment as soon as we shall have it in our power to furnish him, as the only substitute for money. Your Excellency's directions to the officer of review will probably procure us the satisfaction of being informed from time to time how many men shall be re-enlisted. By Colonel Matthews I informed your Excellency fully of the situation of Governor Hamilton and his companions. Lamothe and Dijon have been given their paroles, and are at Hanover Courthouse. Hamilton, Hay, and others are still obstinate, therefore still in close confinement, though their irons have never been on since your second letter on the subject. I wrote full information of this matter to General Phillips also, from whom I had received letters on the subject. I cannot in reason believe that the enemy, on receiving this information, either from yourself or General Phillips, will venture to impose any new cruelties on our officers in captivity with them. Yet their conduct hitherto has been most successfully prognosticated by reversing the conclusions of right reason. It is therefore my duty, as well as it was my promise to the Virginia captives, to take measures for discovering any change which may be made in their situation. For this purpose I must apply for your Excellency's interposition. I doubt not but you have an established mode of knowing at all times, through your commissary of prisoners, the precise state of those in the power of the enemy. I must therefore pray you to put into motions any means you have for obtaining knowledge of the situation of the Virginia officers in captivity. If you should think proper, as I could wish, to take it upon yourself to retaliate any new sufferings which may be imposed on them, it will be more likely to have due weight, and to restore the unhappy on both sides to that benevolent treatment for which all should wish. I have the honor to be, etc., etc., Thomas Jefferson. End of section 29. Section 30 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1 by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Letter 14 to His Excellency General Washington, Williamsburg, December 10th, 1779. Sir, I take the liberty of putting under cover to your Excellency some letters to Generals Phillips and Riedesel, uninformed whether they are gone into New York or not, and knowing that you can best forward them in either case. I also trouble you with a letter from the Master of the Flag in this state to the British Commissary of Prisoners in New York, trusting it will thus be more certainly conveyed than if sent to Mr. Adams. It is my wish the British Commissary should return his answer through Your Excellency, or your Commissary of Prisoners, and that they should not propose, under this pretext, to send another flag, as the mission of the present flag is not unattended with circumstances of suspicion, and a certain information of the situation of ourselves and our allies here might influence the measures of the enemy. Perhaps your Commissary of Prisoners can effect the former method of answer. I enclose to you part of an Act of Assembly ascertaining the quantity of land which shall be allowed to the officers and soldiers at the close of the war, and providing means of keeping that country vacant which has been allotted for them. I'm advised to ask Your Excellency's attention to the case of Colonel Bland, late commander of the barracks at Albemarle. When that gentleman was appointed to that command, he attended the executive here and informed them he must either decline it or be supported in such a way as would keep up that respect which was essential to his command, without, at the same time, ruining his private fortune. The executive were sensible he would be exposed to great and unavoidable expense. They observed his command would be in a department separate from any other, and that he actually relieved a major general from the same service. They did not think themselves authorized to say what should be done in this case, but undertook to represent the matter to Congress, and, in the meantime, gave it as their opinion that he ought to be allowed a decent table. On this he undertook the office, and in the course of it incurred expenses which seem to have been unavoidable, unless he would have lived in such a way as is hardly reconcilable to the spirit of an officer or the reputation of those in whose service he is. Colonel Henry wrote on the subject to Congress. Colonel Bland did the same, but we learn they have concluded the allowance to be unprecedented and inadmissible in the case of an officer of his rank. The commissaries on this have called on Colonel Bland for reimbursement. A sale of his estate was about to take place when we undertook to recommend to them to suspend their demand till we could ask the favor of you to advocate this matter so far with Congress as you may think it right. Otherwise, the ruin of a very worthy officer must inevitably follow. I have the honor to be, with the greatest respect and esteem, Your Excellency's most obedient servant, Thomas Jefferson. End of section 30. Section 31 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1 by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Letter 15. To His Excellency, General Washington, Williamsburg, February 10th, 1780. Sir, it is possible you may have heard that in the course of last summer an expedition was meditated by our Colonel Clark against Detroit, that he had proceeded so far as to rendezvous a considerable body of Indians, I believe 4,000 or 5,000, at St. Vincennes, but being disappointed with the number of whites he expected, and not choosing to rely principally on the Indians, he was obliged to decline it. We have a tolerable prospect of reinforcing him this spring, to the number which he thinks sufficient for the enterprise. We have informed him of this, and left him to decide between this object and that of giving vigorous chastisement to those tribes of Indians whose eternal hostilities have proved them incapable of living on friendly terms with us. It is our opinion his inclination will lead him to determine on the former. The reason of my laying before Your Excellency this matter is that it has been intimated to me that Colonel Broadhead is meditating a similar expedition. I wish, therefore, to make you acquainted with what we had in contemplation. The enterprising and energetic genius of Clark is not altogether unknown to you. You also know, what I am a stranger to, the abilities of Broadhead, and the particular force with which you will be able to arm him for such an expedition. We wish the most hopeful means should be used for removing so uneasy a thorn from our side. As yourself alone are acquainted with all the circumstances necessary for well-informed decision, I am to ask the favor of your Excellency, if you should think Broadhead's undertaking it most likely to produce success, that you will be so kind as to intimate to us to divert Clark to the other object, which is also important to this state. It will, of course, have weight with you in forming your determination that our prospect of strengthening Clark's hands sufficiently is not absolutely certain. It may be necessary, perhaps, to inform you that these two officers cannot act together, which excludes the hopes of securing success by a joint expedition. I have the honor to be, with the most sincere esteem, Your Excellency's most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. End of section 31. Section 32 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1 by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Letter 16. To His Excellency General Washington, Richmond, June 11th, 1780. Sir, Major Galvin, as recommended by Your Excellency, was dispatched to his station without delay, and has been furnished with everything he desired as far as we were able. The line of expresses formed between us is such as will communicate intelligence from one to the other in 23 hours. I have forwarded to him information of our disasters in the South as they have come to me. Our intelligence from the southward is most lamentably defective. Though Charleston has been in the hands of the enemy a month, we hear nothing of their movements which can be relied on. Rumors are that they are penetrating northward. To remedy this defect, I shall immediately establish a line of expresses from hence to the neighborhood of their army, and send thither a sensible, judicious person to give us information of their movements. This intelligence will, I hope, be conveyed to us at the rate of 120 miles in the 24 hours. They set out to their stations tomorrow. I wish it were possible that a like speedy line of communication could be formed from hence to Your Excellency's headquarters. Perfect and speedy information of what is passing in the South might put it in your power, perhaps, to frame your measures by theirs. There is really nothing to oppose the progress of the enemy northward, but the cautious principles of the military art. North Carolina is without arms. We do not abound. Those we have are freely imparted to them, but such is the state of their resources that they have not been able to move a single musket from this state to theirs. All the wagons we can collect have been furnished to the Marquis de Kalb, and are assembled for the march of 2,500 men under General Stevens of Culpeper, who will move on the 19th instant. I have written to Congress to hasten supplies of arms and military stores for the Southern states, and particularly to aid us with cartridge paper and boxes, the want of which articles, small as they are, renders our stores useless. The want of money cramps every effort. This will be supplied by the most unpalatable of all substitutes, force. Your Excellency will readily conceive that, after the loss of one army, our eyes are turned towards the other, and that we comfort ourselves if any aids can be furnished by you, without defeating the operations more beneficial to the general Union, they will be furnished. At the same time, I am happy to find that the wishes of the people go no further, as far as I have an opportunity of learning their sentiments. Could arms be furnished, I think this state and North Carolina would embody from 10 to 15,000 militia immediately, and more if necessary. I hope ere long to be able to give you a more certain statement of the enemy's as well as our situation, which I shall not fail to do. I enclose you a letter from Major Galvin, being the second I have forwarded to you. With sentiments of the most perfect esteem and respect, I have the honor to be Your Excellency's most obedient, humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. End of section 32. Section 33 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1 by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Letter 17 to His Excellency General Washington, Richmond, July 2nd, 1780. Sir, I have received from the Committee of Congress at headquarters 3 letters calling for aids of men and provisions. I beg leave to refer you to my letter to them of this date on those subjects. I thought it necessary, however, to suggest to you the preparing and arrangement of officers for the men. For, though they are to supply our battalions, yet as our whole line officers almost are in captivity, I suppose some temporary provision must be made. We cheerfully transfer to you every power which the executive might exercise on this occasion. As it is possible, you may cast your eye on the unemployed officers now within the state. I write to General Muhlenberg to send you a return of them. I think the men will be rendezvoused within the present month. The bill, indeed, for raising them is not actually passed, but it is in its last stage, and no opposition to any essential parts of it. I will take care to notify you of its passage. I have with great pain perceived your situation, and the more so as, being situated between 2 fires, a division of sentiment has arisen both in Congress and here as to which the resources of this country should be sent. The removal of General Clinton to the northward must, of course, have great influence on the determination of this question, and I have no doubt but considerable aids may be drawn hence for your army, unless a larger one should be embodied in the south than the force of the enemy there seems to call for. I have the honor to be, with every sentiment of respect and esteem, Your Excellency's most obedient, humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. End of section 33. Section 34 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1 by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Letter 18 to General Edward Stevens, Richmond, August 4th, 1780. Sir, your several favors of July the 16th, 21st, and 22nd are now before me. Our smiths are engaged in making 500 axes and some tomahawks for General Gates. About 100 of these will go by the wagons now taking in their loads. As these are for the army in general, no doubt but you will participate of them. A chest of medicine was made up for you in Williamsburg, and by a strange kind of forgetfulness, the vessel ordered to bring that left it and brought the rest of the shop. It is sent for again, and I'm not without hopes will be here in time to go by the present wagons. They will carry some ammunition and the axes, and will make up their load with spirits. Tents, I fear, cannot be got in this country. We have, however, sent out powers to all the trading towns here to take it wherever they can find it. I write to General Gates to try whether the duck in North Carolina cannot be procured by the executive of that state on continental account, for surely the whole army, as well our militia as the rest, is continental. The arms you have to spare may be delivered to General Gates's order, taking and furnishing us with proper vouchers. We shall endeavor to send our drafts armed. I cannot conceive how the arms before sent could have got into so very bad order. They certainly went from hence in good condition. You wish to know how far the property of this state, in your hands, is meant to be subject to the orders of the Commander-in-Chief. Arms and military stores we mean to be perfectly subject to him. The provisions going from this country will be for the whole army. If we can get any tents, they must be appropriated to the use of our own troops. Medicine, sick stores, spirits, and such things we expect shall be on the same footing as with the Northern Army. There, you know, each state furnishes its own troops with these articles, and, of course, has an exclusive right to what is furnished. The money put into your hands was meant as a particular resource for any extra wants of our own troops. Yet, in case of great distress, you would probably not see the others suffer without communicating part of it for their use. We debit Congress with this whole sum. There can be nothing but what is right in your paying Major Mazaret's troops out of it. I wish the plan you have adopted for securing a return of the arms from the militia may answer. I apprehend any man who has a good gun on his shoulder would agree to keep it and have the worth of it deducted out of his pay, more especially when the receipt of the pay is at some distance. What would you think of notifying to them further that a proper certificate that they are discharged and have returned their arms will be required before any pay is issued to them? A roll kept and forwarded of those so discharged and who have delivered up their arms would supply accidental losses of their certificates. We are endeavoring to get bayonet belts made. The state quartermaster affirms the cartouche boxes sent from this place, 959 in number, were all in good condition. I therefore suppose the 300 you received in such very bad order must have gone from the Continental quartermaster at Petersburg, or perhaps have been pillaged on the road of their flaps to mend shoes, etc. I must still press the return of as many wagons as possible. All you will send shall be loaded with spirits or something else for the army. By their next return, we shall have a good deal of bacon collected. The enclosed is a copy of what was reported to me as heretofore sent by the wagons. I am, sir, with the greatest esteem, your most obedient, humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 19 to Major General Gates. Richmond, August 15th, 1780. Sir, your favor of August the 3rd is just now put into my hand. Those formerly received have been duly answered, and my replies will, no doubt, have reached you before this date. My last letter to you was by Colonel Drayton. I spoke fully with you on the difficulty of procuring wagons here when I had the pleasure of seeing you, and for that reason pressed the sending back as many as possible. One brigade of 12 has since returned, and is again on its way with medicine, military stores, and spirit. Any others which come, and as fast as they come, shall be returned to you with spirit and bacon. I have ever been informed that the very plentiful harvests of North Carolina would render the transportation of flour from this state as unnecessary as it would be tedious, and that in this point of view the wagons should carry hence only the articles before mentioned, which are equally wanting with you. Finding that no great number of wagons is likely to return to us, we will immediately order as many more to be bought and sent on as we possibly can. But to prevent too great expectations, I must again repeat that I fear no great number can be got. I do assure you, however, that neither attention nor expense shall be spared to forward to you every support for which we can obtain means of transportation. You have probably received our order on Colonel Lewis to deliver you any of the beeves he may have purchased. Hence I fear it is vain to expect, because there is not in this country stuff to make them. We have agents and commissioners in constant pursuit of stuff, but hitherto researches have been fruitless. Your order to Colonel Carrington shall be immediately communicated. 100 copies of this proclamation shall also be immediately printed and forwarded to you. General Muhlenberg is come to this place, which he will now make his headquarters. I think he will be able to set into motion, within a very few days, 500 regulars, who are now equipped for their march, except some blankets still wanting, but I hope nearly procured and ready to be delivered. I sincerely congratulate you on your successful advances on the enemy, and wish to do everything to second your enterprises, which the situation of this country, and the means and powers put into my hands, enable me to do. I am, sir, with sincere respect and esteem, your most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. End of section 34. Section 35 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1 by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Letter 20 to His Excellency General Washington, Richmond, September 3, 1780. Sir, as I know the anxieties you must have felt since the late misfortune to the South, and our latter accounts have not been quite so unfavorable as the first, I take the liberty of enclosing you a statement of this unlucky affair, taken from letters from General Gates, General Stevens, and Governor Nash, and, as to some circumstances, from an officer who was in the action. Footnote: the circumstances of the defeat of General Gates's army near Camden in August 1780 being of historical notoriety, this statement is omitted. Returning to the text. Another army is collecting. This amounted, on the 23rd ultimo, to between 4,000 and 5,000 men, consisting of about 500 Maryland regulars, a few of Hamilton's artillery, and Porterfield's corps, Armand's legion, such of the Virginia militia as had been reclaimed, and about 3,000 North Carolina militia newly embodied. We are told they will increase these to 8,000. Our new recruits will rendezvous in this state between the 10th and 25th instant. We are calling out 2,000 militia who, I think, however, will not be got to Hillsborough until the 25th of October. About 350 regulars marched from Chesterfield a week ago. 50 march tomorrow, and there will be 100 or 150 more from that post when they can be cleared of the hospital. This is as good a view as I can give you of the force we are endeavoring to collect. But they are unarmed. Almost the whole small arms seems to have been lost in the late rout. There are here, on their way southwardly, 3,000 stand of arms sent by Congress, and we still have a few in our magazine. I have written pressingly, as the subject well deserves, to Congress, to send immediate supplies, and to think of forming a magazine here, that, in case of another disaster, we may not be left without all means of opposition. I enclosed to Your Excellency some time ago a resolution of the Assembly instructing us to send a quantity of tobacco to New York for the relief of our officers there, and asking the favor of you to obtain permission. Having received no answer, I fear my letter or your answer has miscarried. I therefore take the liberty of repeating my application to you. I have the honor to be, with the most profound respect, Your Excellency's most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 21 to General Edward Stevens, Richmond, September 12, 1780. Sir, your letters of August 27th and 30th are now before me. The subsequent desertions of your militia have taken away the necessity of answering the question how shall they be armed? On the contrary, as there must now be a surplus of arms, I am in hopes you will endeavor to reserve them, as we have not here a sufficient number by 1,500 or 2,000 for the men who will march hence, if they march in numbers equal to our expectations. I have sent expresses into all the counties from which those militias went, requiring the county lieutenants to exert themselves in taking them, and such is the detestation with which they have been received, that I have heard from many counties they were going back of themselves. You will, of course, hold courts-martial on them, and make them soldiers for 8 months. If you will be so good as to inform me from time to time how many you have, we may perhaps get the supernumerary officers in the state to take command of them. By the same opportunities, I desired notice to be given to the friends of the few remaining with you that they had lost their clothes and blankets, and recommended that they should avail themselves of any good opportunity to send them supplies. We approve of your accommodating the hospital with medicines and the Maryland troops with spirits. They really deserve the whole, and I wish we had means of transportation for much greater quantities, which we have on hand and cannot convey. This article we could furnish plentifully to you and them. What is to be done for wagons, I do not know. We have not now 1 shilling in the treasury to purchase them. We have ordered an active quartermaster to go to the westward and endeavored to purchase on credit or impress 100 wagons and teams. But I really see no prospect of sending you additional supplies till the same wagons return from you which we sent on with the last. I informed you in my last letter we had ordered 2,000 militia more to rendezvous at Hillsborough on the 25th of October. You will judge yourself whether in the meantime you can be more useful by remaining where you are, with the few militia left and coming in, or by returning home where, besides again accommodating yourself after your losses, you may also aid us in getting those men into motion, and in pointing out such things as are within our power and may be useful to the service. And you will act accordingly. I am with great friendship and esteem, dear sir, your most obedient and humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 22, to General Edward Stevens, Richmond, September 15th, 1780. Sir, I beg leave to trouble you with a private letter, on a little matter of my own, having no acquaintance at camp with whom I can take that liberty. Among the wagons impressed, for the use of your militia, were 2 of mine. One of these I know is safe, having been on its way from hence to Hillsborough at the time of the late engagement. The other, I have reason to believe, was on the field. A wagon master, who says he was near it, informs me the brigade quartermaster cut out one of my best horses and made his escape on him, and that he saw my wagoner loosening his own horse to come off. But the enemy's horse were then coming up, and he knows nothing further. He was a Negro man named Phil, lame in one arm and leg. If you will do me the favor to inquire what is become of him, what horses are saved, and to send them to me, I shall be much obliged to you. The horses were not public property, as they were only impressed and not sold. Perhaps your certificate of what is lost may be necessary for me. The wagon master told me that the public money was in my wagon, a circumstance which perhaps may aid your inquiries. After apologizing for the trouble, I beg leave to assure you that I am, with great sincerity, your friend and servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 23, to Major General Gates, Richmond, September 23rd, 1780. Sir, I have empowered Colonel Carrington to have 12 boats, scows, or bateaux built at Taylor's Ferry, and to draw on me for the cost. I recommended the constructing them so as to answer the transportation of provisions along that river, as a change of position of the 2 armies may render them unnecessary at Taylor's Ferry, and I am thoroughly persuaded that unless we can find out some channel of transportation by water, no supplies of bread of any consequence can be sent you from this state for a long time to come. The want of wagons is a bar insuperable, at least in any reasonable time. I have given orders to have Fry and Jefferson's map and Henry's map of Virginia sought for and purchased. As soon as they can be got, I will forward them. I have also written to General Washington on the subject of wintering the French fleet in the Chesapeake. Our new levies rendezvous in large numbers. As General Washington had constituted them into 8 battalions and allotted none to Colonel Harrison, we think to deliver him about 400 drafts of another kind, who are to serve 18 months also. Unless Congress furnish small arms, we cannot arm more than half the men who will go from this state. The prize you mention of tents and blankets is very fortunate. It is absolutely out of our power to get these articles to any amount in this country, nor have we clothing for our new levies. They must therefore go to you clothed as militia, till we can procure and send on supplies. They will be as warm in their present clothing at Hillsborough as at Chesterfield Courthouse. We have an agent collecting all the beeves which can be got from the counties round about Portsmouth to send off to you. They have there also plentiful crops of corn growing. We have instructed him to try whether means of conveying it down into the Sounds and up some of the rivers of North Carolina, or by land to Meharon River and hence down Chowan and up Roanoke, cannot be rendered practicable. I am, with every sentiment of esteem and respect, your most obedient and humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. P.S. I enclose a certificate acknowledging satisfaction for the money furnished Colonel Kosciuszko. Signed, T.J. Letter 24. To His Excellency General Washington. Richmond, September 23, 1780. Sir, I yesterday forwarded to you a letter from Colonel Wood informing you of his situation. That post has, for some time past, been pretty regularly supplied, and I hope will continue to be for some time to come. A person whose punctuality can be relied on offers to contract for victualling it. If we can agree on terms, and the Assembly will strengthen our hands sufficiently, we think to adopt that method, as the only one to be relied on with certainty. I have heard it hinted that Colonel Wood thinks of quitting that post. I should be exceedingly sorry indeed were he to do it. He has given to those under his charge the most perfect satisfaction, and at the same time used all the cautions which the nature of his charge has required. It is principally owing to his prudence and good temper that the late difficulties have been passed over almost without a murmur. Any influence which your Excellency shall think proper to use for retaining him in his present situation will promote the public good and have a great tendency to keep up a desirable harmony with the officers of that corps. Our new recruits are rendezvousing very generally. Colonel Harrison was uneasy at having none of them assigned to his corps of artillery, who have very much distinguished themselves in the late unfortunate action, and are reduced to almost nothing. We happen to have about 400 drafts raised in the last year, and never called out and sent on duty by their county lieutenants, whom we have collected and are collecting. We think to deliver these to Colonel Harrison. They are to serve 18 months from the time of rendezvous. The numbers of regulars and militia ordered from this state into the Southern service are about 7,000. I trust we may count that 5,500 will actually proceed, but we have arms for 3,000 only. If, therefore, we do not speedily receive a supply from Congress, we must countermand a proper number of these troops. Besides this supply, there should certainly be a magazine laid in here, to provide against a general loss as well as daily waste. When we deliver out those now in our magazine, we shall have sent 7,000 stand of our own into the Southern service in the course of this summer. we are still more destitute of clothing, tents, and wagons for our troops. The Southern Army suffers for provisions, which we could plentifully supply, were it possible to find means of transportation. Despairing of this, we directed very considerable quantities, collected on the navigable waters, to be sent northwardly by the quartermaster. This he is now doing, slowly, however. Unapprised what may be proposed by our allies to be done with their fleet in the course of the ensuing winter, I would beg leave to intimate to you that if it should appear to them eligible that it should winter in the Chesapeake, they can be well supplied with provisions, taking their necessary measures in due time. The waters communicating with that bay furnish easy and, in that case, safe transportation, and their money will call forth what is denied to ours. I am, with all possible esteem and respect, Your Excellency's most obedient and humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 25 to His Excellency General Washington, Richmond, September 26, 1780. Sir, the enclosed copy of a letter from Lord Cornwallis to Colonel Balfour was sent me by Governor Rutledge. Footnote. See Appendix Note E. Returning to the text. Lest you should not have seen it, I do myself the pleasure of transmitting it, with a letter from General Harrington to General Gates, giving information of some of the late movements of the enemy. I was honored yesterday with your favor of the 5th instant on the subject of prisoners, and particularly Lieutenant Governor Hamilton. You are not unapprised of the influence of this officer with the Indians, his activity, and embittered zeal against us. You also perhaps know how precarious is our tenure of the Illinois country, and how critical is the situation of the new counties on the Ohio. These circumstances determined us to detain Governor Hamilton and Major Hay within our power when we delivered up the other prisoners. On a late representation from the people of Kentucky, by a person sent here from that country, and expressions of what they had reason to apprehend from these two prisoners, in the event of their liberation, we assured them they would not be parted with, though we were giving up our other prisoners. Lieutenant Colonel d'Aubusson, aide to Baron de Kalb, lately came here on his parole with an offer from Lord Rawdon to exchange him for Hamilton. Colonel Towles is now here with a like proposition for himself from General Phillips, very strongly urged by the general. These and other overtures do not lessen our opinion of the importance of retaining him, and they have been and will be uniformly rejected. Should the settlement indeed of a cartel become impracticable, without the consent of the states to submit their separate prisoners to its obligation, we will give up these two prisoners, as we would anything, rather than be an obstacle to a general good. But no other circumstance would, I believe, extract them from us. These two gentlemen, with a Lieutenant Colonel Elligood, are the only separate prisoners we have retained, and the last only on his request, and not because we set any store by him. There is indeed a Lieutenant Governor Rocheblau of Kaskaskia, who has broken his parole and gone to New York, whom we must shortly trouble Your Excellency to demand for us, as soon as we can forward to you the proper documents. Since the 40 prisoners sent to Winchester, as mentioned in my letter of the 19th ultimo, about 150 more have been sent thither, some of them taken by us at sea, others sent on by General Gates. The exposed and weak state of our western settlements, and the danger to which they are subject from the northern Indians, acting under the influence of the British post at Detroit, render it necessary for us to keep from 500 to 800 men on duty for their defense. This is a great and perpetual expense. Could that post be reduced and retained, it would cover all the states to the southeast of it. We have long meditated the attempt under the direction of Colonel Clark, but the expense would be so great that whenever we have wished to take it up, This circumstance has obliged us to decline it. 2 different estimates make it amount to 2 millions of pounds, present money. We could furnish the men provisions and every necessary except powder, had we the money. Or could the demand from us be so far supplied from other quarters as to leave it in our power to apply such a sum to that purpose, and when once done, it would save annual expenditures to a great amount. When I speak of furnishing the men, I mean they should be militia, such being the popularity of Colonel Clark, and the confidence of the Western people in him, that he could raise the requisite number at any time. We therefore beg leave to refer this matter to yourself, to determine whether such an enterprise would not be for the general good, and, if you think it would, to authorize it at the general expense. This has become the more reasonable if, as I understand, the ratification of the Confederation has been rested on our cession of a part of our Western claim, a cession which, speaking my private opinion, I verily believe will be agreed to, if the quantity demanded is not unreasonably great. Should this proposition be approved of, it should be immediately made known to us, as the season is now coming on at which some of the preparations must be made. The time of execution, I think, should be at the time of the breaking up of the ice in the Wabash and before the lakes open. The interval, I am told, is considerable. I have the honor to be, etc., your most obedient and humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. End of section 35. Section 36 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1, by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Letter 26 to Major General Gates, Richmond, October 4th, 1780. Sir, my letter of September 23rd answered your favors received before that date, and the present serves to acknowledge the receipt of those of September 24th and 27th. I retain in mind and recur almost daily to your requisitions of August. We have as yet no prospect of more than 100 tents. Flour is ordered to be manufactured as soon as the season will render it safe, out of which I trust we can furnish not only your requisition of August, but that of Congress of September 11th. The corn you desire, we could furnish when the new crops come in fully, if water transportation can be found. If not, we shall be able only to send you what lies convenient to the southern boundary, in which neighborhood the crops have been much abridged by a flood in Roanoke. We have no rice. Rum and other spirits we can furnish to a greater amount than you require, as soon as our wagons are in readiness, and shall be glad to commute into that article some others which we have not, particularly sugar, coffee, and salt. The vinegar is provided. Colonel Finney promised to furnish to Colonel Mooter a list of the spades, hoes, etc., which could be furnished from the Continental stores. This list has never yet come to hand. It is believed the Continental stores here will fall little short of your requisition, except in the article of axes, which our shops are proceeding on. Your information of September 24th as to the quality of the axes has been notified to the workmen, and will, I hope, have a proper effect on those made hereafter. Application has been made to the courts to have the bridges put in a proper state, which they have promised to do. We are endeavoring again to collect wagons. About 20 are nearly finished at this place. We employed about 3 weeks ago agents to purchase in the western counties 100 wagons and teams. Till these can be got, it will be impossible to furnish anything from this place. I am exceedingly pleased to hear of your regulation for stopping our wagons at Roanoke. This will put it in our power to repair and replace them, to calculate their returns, provide loads, and will be a great encouragement to increase their number, if possible, as their departure hence will no longer produce the idea of a final adieu to them. Colonel Semp arrived here the evening before the last. He was employed yesterday and today in copying some actual and accurate surveys which we had made of the country round about Portsmouth, as far as Cape Henry to the eastward, Nansemond River to the westward, the Dismal Swamp to the southward, and northwardly the line of country from Portsmouth by Hampton and York to Williamsburg, and including the vicinities of these 3 last posts. This will leave him nothing to do but take drawings of particular places, and the soundings of such waters as he thinks material. He will proceed on this business tomorrow, with a letter to General Nelson, and powers to call for the attendance of a proper vessel. I suppose that your drafts in favor of the quartermaster, if attended with 60 days' grace, may be complied with to a certain amount. We will certainly use our best endeavors to answer them. I have only to desire that they may be made payable to the quartermaster alone, and not to the bearer. This is to prevent the mortification of seeing an unapprised individual taken in by an assignment of them as if they were ready money. Your letter to Colonel Finney will go to Williamsburg immediately. Those to Congress, with a copy of the papers enclosed to me, went yesterday by express. I will take order as to the bacon you mention. I fear there is little of it, and that not capable of being long kept. You are surely not uninformed that Congress required the greater part of this article to be sent northward, which has been done. I hope by this time you receive supplies of beeves from our commissary, Mr. Eaton, who was sent 3 weeks or a month ago to exhaust of that article the counties below, and in the neighborhood of Portsmouth, and from thence was to proceed to other counties in order as they stood exposed to an enemy. The arrival of the French West India fleet, which, though not authentically communicated, seems supported by so many concurring accounts from individuals as to leave scarcely room for doubt, will, I hope, prevent the enemy from carrying into effect the embarkation they had certainly intended from New York, though they are strengthened by the arrival of Admiral Rodney at that place with 12 sail of the line and 4 frigates, as announced by General Washington to Congress on the 19th ultimo. The accounts of the additional French fleet are varied, from 16 to 19 ships of the line, besides frigates. The number of the latter has never been mentioned. The extracts of letters, which you will see in our paper of this day, are from General Washington, President Huntington, and our delegates in Congress to me. That from Bladensburg is from a particular acquaintance of mine whose credit cannot be doubted. The distress we are experiencing from want of leather to make shoes is great. I am sure you have thought of preventing it in future by the appointment of a commissary of hides, or some other good regulation for saving and tanning the hides, which the consumption of your army will afford. I have the honor to be, with all possible esteem and respect, sir, your most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 27. To General Gates, Richmond, October 15th, 1780. Sir, I am rendered not a little anxious by the paragraph of yours of the 7th instant, wherein you say, quote, "It is near a month since I received any letter from your Excellency. Indeed, the receipt of most that I have written to you remain unacknowledged," unquote. You ought within that time to have received my letter of September 3rd, written immediately on my return to this place after a fortnight's absence, that of September the 11th, acknowledging the receipt of yours, which covered drafts for money, that of September the 23rd, on the subject of bateaux at Taylor's Ferry, wagons, maps of Virginia, wintering the French fleet in the Chesapeake, our new levies and provisions from our lower counties, and that of October the 4th, in answer to yours of September the 24th and 27th. I begin to apprehend treachery in some part of our chain of expresses, and beg the favor of you in your next to mention whether any and which of these letters have come to hand. This acknowledges the receipt of yours of September the 28th and October the 3rd, 5th, and 7th. The first of these was delivered 4 or 5 days ago by Captain Drew. He will be permitted to return as you desire, as we will fulfill your wishes in every point in our power, as well as indulge the ardor of a good officer. Our militia from the western counties are now on their march to join you. They are fond of the kind of service in which Colonel Morgan is generally engaged, and are made very happy by being informed you intend to put them under him. Such as pass by this place take muskets in their hands. Those from the southern counties beyond the Blue Ridge were advised to carry their rifles. For those who carry neither rifles nor muskets, as well as for our 18 months' men, we shall send on arms as soon as wagons can be procured. In the meantime, I had hoped that there were arms for those who should first arrive at Hillsborough, as by General Stevens' return, dated at his departure thence, there were somewhere between 500 and 800 muskets. I speak from memory, not having present access to the return, belonging to this state, either in the hands of the few militia who were there or stored. Captain Fauntleroy of the cavalry gives me hopes he shall immediately forward a very considerable supply of accoutrements for White's and Washington's cavalry. He told me yesterday he had received 113 horses for that service from us. Besides these, he had rejected 60-odd after we had purchased them at 3,000 pounds apiece. Nelson's 2 troops were returned to me deficient only 12 horses, since which 10 have been sent to him by Lieutenant Armstead. I'm not a little disappointed, therefore, in the number of cavalry fit for duty, as mentioned in the letter you enclosed me. Your request, as stated in your letter of the 7th, that we will send no men into the field or even to your camp that are not well furnished with shoes, blankets, and every necessary for immediate service, would amount to a stoppage of every man, as we have it not in our power to furnish them with real necessaries completely. I hope they will be all shod. What proportion will have blankets, I cannot say. We purchase every one which can be found out. And now I begin to have a prospect of furnishing about half of them with tents, as soon as they can be made and forwarded. As to provisions, our agent Eaton, of whom I before wrote, informs me in a letter of the 5th instant he shall immediately get supplies of beef into motion, and shall send some corn by a circuitous navigation. But till we receive our wagons from the western country, I cannot hope to aid you in bread. I expect daily to see wagons coming into us. The militia were ordered to rendezvous at Hillsborough, expecting they would thence be ordered by you into service. I send you herewith a copy of Henry's map of Virginia. It is a mere cento of blunders. It may serve to give you a general idea of the courses of rivers and positions of counties. We are endeavoring to get you a copy of Fry and Jefferson's, but they are now very scarce. I also enclose you some newspapers, in which you will find a detail of Arnold's apostasy and villainy. I am, with all sentiments of sincere respect and esteem, Sir, your most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. P.S. Just as I was closing my letter, yours of the 9th instant was put into my hands. I enclose by this express a power to Mr. Lamb, quartermaster, to impress for a month 10 wagons from each of the counties of Brunswick, Mecklenburg, Lunenburg, Charlotte, and Halifax, and direct him to take your orders whether they shall go first to you or come here. If the latter, we can load them with arms and spirits. Before their month is out, I hope the 100 wagons from the westward will have come in. We will otherwise provide a relief for these. I am perfectly astonished at your not having received my letters before mentioned. I send you a copy of that of the 4th of October as being the most material. I learn from one of General Muhlenberg's family that 5 wagons have set out from hence with 300 stand of arms, etc. However, the general writes to you himself. Signed, T.J. Letter 28. To His Excellency General Washington, Richmond, October 22nd, 1780. Sir, I have this morning received certain information of the arrival of a hostile fleet in our bay of about 60 sail. The debarkation of some light horse in the neighborhood of Portsmouth seems to indicate that as the first scene of action. We are endeavoring to collect as large a body to oppose them as we can arm. This will be lamentably inadequate if the enemy be in any force. It is mortifying to suppose that a people, able and zealous to contend with their enemy, should be reduced to fold their arms for want of the means of defense. Yet no resources that we know of insure us against this event. It has become necessary to divert to this new object a considerable part of the aids we had destined for General Gates. We are still, however, sensible of the necessity of supporting him, and have left that part of our country nearest him uncalled on at present, that they may reinforce him as soon as arms can be received. We have called to the command of our forces Generals Whedon and Muhlenberg of the line, and Nelson and Stevens of the militia. You will be pleased to make to these such additions as you think proper. As to the aids of men, I ask for none, knowing that if the late detachment of the enemy shall have left it safe for you to spare aids of that kind, you will not await my application. Of the troops we shall raise, there is not a single man who ever saw the face of an enemy. Whether the convention troops will be removed or not is yet undetermined. This must depend on the force of the enemy and the aspect of their movements. I have the honor to be Your Excellency's most obedient, humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 29. To His Excellency General Washington, Richmond, October 25th, 1780. Sir, I take the liberty of enclosing to you letters from Governor Hamilton for New York. On some representations received by Colonel Towles that an indulgence to Governor Hamilton and his companions to go to New York on parole would produce the happiest effect on the situation of our officers in Long Island, we have given him, Major Hay, and some of the same party at Winchester leave to go there on parole. The 2 former go by water, the latter by land. By this express I hand on, from General Gates to Congress, intelligence of the capture of Augusta in Georgia, with considerable quantities of goods, and information which carries a fair appearance of the taking of Georgetown in South Carolina by a party of ours, and that an army of 6,000 French and Spaniards has landed at Sunbury. This is the more credible as Cornwallis retreated from Charlotte on the 12th instant, with great marks of precipitation. Since my last to you, informing you of an enemy's fleet, they have landed 800 men in the neighborhood of Portsmouth, and some more on the bay side of Princess Anne. 1,000 infantry landed at Newport's News on the morning of the 23rd, and immediately took possession of Hampton. The horse were proceeding up the road. Such a corps as Major Lee's would be of infinite service to us. Next to a naval force, horse seems to be most capable of protecting a country so intersected by waters. I am, with the most sincere esteem, Your Excellency's most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 30. To His Excellency General Washington, Richmond, October 26, 1780. Sir, the executive of this state thinks it expedient, under our present circumstances, that the prisoners of war under the Convention of Saratoga be removed from their present situation. It will be impossible, as long as they remain with us, to prevent the hostile army from being reinforced by numerous desertions from this corps, and the expectation may be one among the probable causes of this movement of the enemy. Should, moreover, a rescue of them be attempted, the extensive disaffection which has of late been discovered, and the almost total want of arms in the hands of our good people, render the success of such an enterprise by no means desperate. The fear of this, and the dangerous convulsions to which such an attempt would expose us, divert the attention of a very considerable part of our militia from an opposition to an invading enemy. An order has been, therefore, this day issued to Colonel Wood to take immediate measures for their removal, and every aid has been and will be given him for transporting, guarding, and subsisting them on the road, which our powers can accomplish. Notice hereof is sent to His Excellency Governor Lee, on whose part I doubt not necessary preparations will be made. I have the honor to be, with the greatest esteem and respect, Your Excellency's most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 31 to General Gates, Richmond, October 28, 1780. Sir, your letters of the 14th, 20th, and 21st have come to hand, and your dispatches to Congress have been regularly forwarded. I shall attend to the caveat against Mr. Ochiltree's bill. Your letter to Colonel Semp remains still in my hands, as it did not come till the enemy had taken possession of the ground on which I knew him to have been, and I have since no certain information where a letter might surely find him. My proposition as to your bills in favor of the quartermaster referred to yours of September 27th. I have notified to the Continental Quartermaster your advance of $900 to Cooper. As yet, we have received no wagons. I wish Mr. Lamb may have supplied you. Should those from the western quarter not come in, we will authorize him or some other to procure a relief in time for those first impressed. We are upon the eve of a new arrangement as to our commissaries and quartermasters' departments, as the want of money, introducing its substitute force, requires the establishment of a different kind of system. Since my first information to you of the arrival of an enemy, they have landed about 800 men near Portsmouth, some on the bay side of Princess Anne, 1,000 at Hampton, and still retained considerable part on board their ships. Those at Hampton, after committing horrid depredations, have again retired to their ships, which, on the evening of the 26th, were strung along the road from Newport's News to the mouth of Nasmont, which seems to indicate an intention of coming up James River. Our information is that they have from 4,000 to 5,000 men, commanded by General Leslie, and that they have come under convoy of one 40-gunship and some frigates, how many has never been said, commanded by Commodore Rodney. Would it not be worthwhile to send out a swift boat from some of the inlets of Carolina to notify the French admiral that his enemies are in a net, if he has leisure to close the mouth of it? Generals Muhlenberg and Nelson are assembling a force to be ready for them, and General Whedon has come to this place, where he is at present employed in some arrangements. We have ordered the removal of the Saratoga prisoners, that we may have our hands clear for these new guests. I have the honor to be, with the most perfect esteem and respect, sir, your most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. End of section 36. Section 37 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1 by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Letter 32 to His Excellency General Washington, Richmond, November 3, 1780. Sir, since I had the honor of writing to Your Excellency on the 25th ultimo, the enemy have withdrawn their forces from the north side of James River and have taken post at Portsmouth, which we learn they are fortifying. Their highest post is Suffolk, where there is a very narrow and defensible pass between Nasmont River and the Dismal Swamp, which covers the country below from being entered by us. More accurate information of their force than we at first had gives us reason to suppose them to be from 2,500 to 3,000 strong, of which between 60 and 70 are cavalry. They are commanded by General Leslie and were convoyed by the Romulus of 40 guns, the Blonde of 32 guns, the Delight sloop of 16, a 20-gun ship of John Goodwick's, and 2 row galleys commanded by Commodore Grayton. We are not assured as yet that they have landed their whole force. Indeed, they give out themselves that after drawing the force of this state to Suffolk, they mean to go to Baltimore. Their movements had induced me to think they came with an expectation of meeting with Lord Cornwallis in this country, that his precipitate retreat has left them without a concerted object, and that they are awaiting further orders. Information of this morning says that, being informed of Lord Cornwallis's retreat, and a public paper having been procured by them, wherein were printed the several dispatches which brought this intelligence from General Gates, they unladed a vessel and sent her off to Charleston immediately. The fate of this army of theirs hangs on a very slender naval force indeed. The want of barracks at Fort Frederick, as represented by Colonel Wood, the difficulty of getting wagons sufficient to move the whole convention troops, and the state of uneasiness in which the regiment of Guards is, have induced me to think it would be better to move these troops in 2 divisions, and as the whole danger of desertion to the enemy and correspondence with the disaffected in our southern counties is from the British only, for from the Germans we have no apprehensions on either head, we have advised Colonel Wood to move on the British in the 1st Division, and to leave the Germans in their present situation, to form a 2nd Division when barracks may be erected at Fort Frederick. By these means, the British may march immediately under the guard of Colonel Crotchet's battalion, while Colonel Taylor's regiment of Guards remains with the Germans. I cannot suppose this will be deemed such a separation as is provided against by the convention, nor that their officers will wish to have the whole troops crowded into barracks, probably not sufficient for half of them. Should they, however, insist on their being kept together, I suppose it would be the opinion that the 2nd Division should follow the 1st as soon as possible, and that their being exposed in that case to a want of covering would be justly imputable to themselves only. The delay of the 2nd Division will lessen the distress for provisions, which may perhaps take place on their first going to the new post before matters are properly arranged. I have the honor to be, with great esteem and respect, Your Excellency's most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 33. To His Excellency General Washington, Richmond, November 10, 1780. Sir, I enclose Your Excellency a copy of an intercepted letter from Major General Leslie to Lord Cornwallis. Footnote. See Appendix Note F. Returning to the text. It was taken from a person endeavoring to pass through the country from Portsmouth towards Carolina. When apprehended and a proposal made to search him, he readily consented to be searched, but at the same time was observed to put his hand into his pocket and carry something towards his mouth, as if it were a quid of tobacco. It was examined and found to be a letter, of which the enclosed is a copy, written on silk paper, rolled up in gold beater's skin, and nicely tied at each end, so as not to be larger than a goose quill. As this is the first authentic disclosure of their purpose in coming here, and may serve to found, with somewhat more of certainty, conjectures respecting their future movements, while their disappointment in not meeting with Lord Cornwallis may occasion new plans at New York, I thought it worthy of communication to Your Excellency. Some deserters were taken yesterday, said to be of the British Convention troops, who had found means to get to the enemy at Portsmouth, and were 70 or 80 miles on their way back to the barracks when they were taken. They were passing under the guise of deserters from Portsmouth. I have the honor to be, with the greatest esteem and respect, Your Excellency's most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 34. To His Excellency General Washington, Richmond, November 26, 1780. Sir, I have been honored with Your Excellency's letter of the 8th instant. Having found it impracticable to move, suddenly, the whole convention troops, British and German, and it being represented that there could not immediately be covering provided for them all at Fort Frederick, we concluded to march off the British first, from whom was the principal danger of desertion, and to permit the Germans, who show little disposition to join the enemy, to remain in their present quarters till something further be done. The British accordingly marched the 20th instant. They cross the Blue Ridge at Rockfish Gap, and proceed along that valley. I am to apprise Your Excellency that the officers of every rank, both British and German, but particularly the former, have purchased within this state some of the finest horses in it. You will be pleased to determine whether it be proper that they carry them within their lines. I believe the Convention of Saratoga entitles them to keep the horses they then had, but I presume none of the line below the rank of field officers had a horse. Considering the British will be now at Fort Frederick, and the Germans at Albemarle, Alexandria seems to be the most central point to which there is navigation. Would it not therefore be better that the flag vessel solicited by General Phillips should go to that place? It is about equally distant from the two posts. The roads to Albemarle are good. I know not how those are which lead to Fort Frederick. Your letter referring me to General Greene for the mode of constructing light portable boats unfortunately did not come to hand till he had left us. We had before determined to have something done in that way, and as they are still unexecuted, we should be greatly obliged by any drafts or hints which could be given by any person within the reach of Your Excellency. I received advice that on the 22nd instant, the enemy's fleet got all under way and were standing towards the capes, as it still remained undecided whether they would leave the bay or turn up it. I waited the next stage of information, that you might so far be enabled to judge of their destination. This I hourly expected, but it did not come till this evening, when I am informed they all got out to sea in the night of the 22nd. What course they steered afterwards is not known. I must do their general and commander the justice to say that in every case to which their attention and influence could reach, as far as I have been well informed, their conduct was such as does them the greatest honor. In the few instances of wanton and unnecessary devastation, they punished the aggressor. I have the honor to be Your Excellency's most obedient, humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. End of section 37. Section 38 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1 by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Letter 35 to His Excellency General Washington, Richmond, December 15, 1780. Sir, I had the honor of writing to Your Excellency on the subject of an expedition contemplated by this state against the British post at Detroit, and of receiving your answer of October the 10th. Since the date of my letter, the face of things has so far changed as to leave it no longer optional in us to attempt or decline the expedition, but compels us to decide in the affirmative and to begin our preparations immediately. The army the enemy at present have in the South, the reinforcements still expected there, and their determination to direct their future exertions to that quarter are not unknown to you. The regular force proposed on our part to counteract those exertions is such, either from the real or supposed inability of this state, as by no means to allow a hope that it may be effectual. It is therefore to be expected that the scene of war will either be within our country or very nearly advanced to it, and that our principal dependence is to be on militia, for which reason it becomes incumbent to keep as great a proportion of our people as possible free to act in that quarter. In the meantime, a combination is forming in the westward which, if not diverted, will call thither a principal and most valuable part of our militia. From intelligence received, we have reason to expect that a confederacy of British and Indians, to the amount of 2,000 men, is formed for the purpose of spreading destruction and dismay through the whole extent of our frontier in the ensuing spring. Should this take place, we shall certainly lose in the South all aids of militia beyond the Blue Ridge, besides the inhabitants who must fall a sacrifice in the course of the savage irruptions. There seems to be but one method of preventing this, which is to give the Western enemy employment in their own country. The regular force Colonel Clark already has, with a proper draft from the militia beyond the Allegheny, and that of 3 or 4 of our most northern counties, will be adequate to the reduction of Fort Detroit, in the opinion of Colonel Clark, and he assigns the most probable reasons for that opinion. We have therefore determined to undertake it and commit it to his direction. Whether the expense of the enterprise shall be defrayed by the continent or state, we will leave to be decided hereafter by Congress, in whose justice we can confide as to the determination. In the meantime, we only ask the loan of such necessaries as, being already at Fort Pitt, will save time and an immense expense of transportation. These articles shall either be identically or specifically returned. Should we prove successful, it is not improbable they may be where Congress would choose to keep them. I am, herefore, to solicit Your Excellency's order to the Commandant at Fort Pitt for the articles contained in the annexed list, which shall not be called for until everything is in readiness, after which there can be no danger of their being wanted for the post at which they are. Indeed, there are few of the articles essential for the defense of the post. I hope Your Excellency will think yourself justified in lending us this aid without awaiting the effect of an application elsewhere, as such a delay would render the undertaking abortive by postponing it to the breaking up of the ice in the lake. Independent of the favorable effects which a successful enterprise against Detroit must produce to the United States in general, by keeping in quiet the frontier of the northern ones, and leaving our western militia at liberty to aid those of the South, we think the like friendly office performed by us to the States, whenever desired, and almost to the absolute exhausture of our own magazines, give well-founded hopes that we may be accommodated on this occasion. The supplies of military stores, which have been furnished by us to Fort Pitt itself, to the Northern Army, and most of all to the Southern, are not altogether unknown to you. I am the more urgent for an immediate order because Colonel Clark awaits here Your Excellency's answer by the express, although his presence in the Western country to make preparations for the expedition is so very necessary, if you will enable him to undertake it. To the above, I must add a request to you to send for us to Pittsburgh persons proper to work the mortars, etc., as Colonel Clark has none such, nor is there one in this state. They shall be in the pay of this state from the time they leave you. Any money necessary for their journey shall be repaid at Pittsburgh without fail by the 1st of March. At the desire of the General Assembly, I take the liberty of transmitting to you the enclosed resolution, and have the honor to be, with the most perfect esteem and regard, Your Excellency's most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. End of section 38. Section 39 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1, by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Letter 36 to His Excellency General Washington, Richmond, January 10th, 1781. Sir, it may seem odd, considering the important events which have taken place in this state within the course of 10 days, that I should not have transmitted an account of them to your Excellency. But such has been their extraordinary rapidity, and such the unremitted attention they have required from all concerned in government, that I do not recollect the portion of time which I could have taken to commit them to paper. On the 31st of December, a letter from a private gentleman to General Nelson came to my hands, notifying that in the morning of the preceding day 27 sail of vessels had entered the Capes, and from the tenor of the letter we had reason to expect within a few hours further intelligence, whether they were friends or foes, their force, and other circumstances. We immediately dispatched General Nelson to the lower country, with powers to call on the militia in that quarter, or act otherwise as exigencies should require, but waited further intelligence before we would call for militia from the middle or upper country. No further intelligence came till the 2nd instant, when the former was confirmed. It was ascertained they had advanced up James River to Wanasqueak Bay. All arrangements were immediately taken for calling in a sufficient body of militia for opposition. In the night of the 3rd, we received advice that they were at anchor opposite Jamestown. We then supposed Williamsburg to be their object. The wind, however, which had hitherto been unfavorable, shifted fair, and the tide being also in their favor, they ascended the river to Kennons that evening, and with the next tide came up to Westover, having on their way taken possession of some works we had at Hood's, by which 2 or 3 of their vessels received some damage, but which were of necessity abandoned by the small garrison of 50 men placed there on the enemy's landing to invest the works. Intelligence of their having quitted the station at Jamestown, from which we suppose they meant to land for Williamsburg, and of their having got in the evening to Kennons, reached us the next morning at 5 o'clock, and was the first indication of their meaning to penetrate towards this place or Petersburg. As the orders for drawing militia here had been given but 2 days, no opposition was in readiness. Every effort was therefore necessary to withdraw the arms and other military stores, records, etc., from this place. Every effort was accordingly exerted to convey them to the foundry 5 miles, and to a laboratory 6 miles above this place, till about sunset of that day, when we learned the enemy had come to an anchor at Westover that morning. We then knew that this, and not Petersburg, was their object, and began to carry across the river everything remaining here, and to remove what had been transported to the foundry and laboratory to Westham, the nearest crossing, 7 miles above this place, which operation was continued till they had approached very near. They marched from Westover at 2 o'clock in the afternoon of the 4th, and entered Richmond at 1 o'clock in the afternoon of the 5th. A regiment of infantry and about 30 horse continued on, without halting, to the foundry. They burnt that, the boring mill, the magazine, and 2 other houses, and proceeded to Westham, but nothing being in their power there, they retired to Richmond. The next morning they burned some buildings of public and private property, with what stores remained in them, destroyed a great quantity of private stores, and about 12 o'clock retired towards Westover, where they encamped within the Neck the next day. The loss sustained is not yet accurately known. As far as I have been able to discover, it consisted, at this place, of about 300 muskets, some soldiers' clothing to a small amount, some quartermaster's stores, of which 120 sides of leather was the principal article, part of the artificer's tools, and 3 wagons. Besides which, 5 brass 4-pounders, which we had sunk in the river, were discovered to them, raised and carried off. At the foundry, we lost the greater part of the papers belonging to the auditor's office, and of the books and papers of the council office. About 5 or 6 tons of powder, as we conjecture, was thrown into the canal, of which there will be a considerable saving by remanufacturing it. The roof of the foundry was burned, but the stacks of chimneys and furnaces not at all injured. The boring mill was consumed. Within less than 48 hours from the time of their landing, and 19 from our knowing their destination, they had penetrated 33 miles, done the whole injury, and retired. Their numbers, from the best intelligence I've had, are about 1,500 infantry, and as to their cavalry, accounts vary from 50 to 120, the whole commanded by the parricide Arnold. Our militia, dispersed over a large tract of country, can be called in, but slowly. On the day the enemy advanced to this place, 200 only were embodied. They were of this town and its neighborhood, and were too few to do anything. At this time, they are assembled in pretty considerable numbers on the south side of James River, but are not yet brought to a point. On the north side are 2 or 3 small bodies, amounting in the whole to about 900 men. The enemy were at 4 o'clock yesterday evening still remaining in their encampment at Westover and Berkeley Neck. In the meanwhile, Baron Steuben, a zealous friend, has descended from the dignity of his proper command to direct our smallest movements. His vigilance has, in a great measure, supplied the want of force in preventing the enemy from crossing the river, which might have been very fatal. He has been assiduously employed in preparing equipments for the militia as they should assemble, in pointing them to a proper object, and in other offices of a good commander. Should they loiter a little longer, and he be able to have a sufficient force, I still flatter myself they will not escape with total impunity. To what place they will point their next exertions, we cannot even conjecture. The whole country on the tidewaters and some distance from them is equally open to similar insult. I have the honor to be, with every sentiment of respect, Your Excellency's most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 37. To His Excellency, the President of Congress. Richmond, January 15, 1781. Sir, as the dangers which threaten our western frontiers the ensuing spring render it necessary that we should send thither Colonel Crockett's battalion, at present on guard at Fredericton, but raised for the western service, I thought it necessary to give Your Excellency previous information thereof, that other forces may be provided in time to succeed to their duties. Captain Reed's troop of horse, if necessary, may be continued a while longer on guard. I have the honor to be, with the greatest respect, Your Excellency's most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 38. To His Excellency, the President of Congress. Richmond, January 15, 1781. Sir, I received some time ago from Major Forsyth, and afterwards from you, a requisition to furnish 1/2 the supplies of provision for the convention troops removed into Maryland. I should sooner have done myself the honor of writing to you on this subject, but that I hope to have laid it before you more fully than could be done in writing, by a gentleman who was to pass on other public business to Philadelphia. The late events in this state have retarded his setting out. I think it my duty no longer to postpone explanation on this head. You cannot be unapprised of the powerful armies of our enemy, at this time, in this and the southern states, and that their future plan is to push their successes in the same quarter by still larger reinforcements. The forces to be opposed to these must be proportionably great, and these forces must be fed. By whom are they to be fed? Georgia and South Carolina are annihilated, at least as to us. By the requisition to us to send provisions into Maryland, it is to be supposed that none are to come to the Southern army from any state north of this. for it would seem inconsistent that while we should be sending North, Maryland, and other states beyond that, should be sending their provisions south. Upon North Carolina, then, already exhausted by the ravages of two armies, and on this state, are to depend for subsistence those bodies of men who are to oppose the greater part of the enemy's force in the United States, the subsistence of the German and of half the British conventioners. To take a view of this matter on the Continental requisitions of November the 4th, 1780, for specific quotas of provisions, it is observable that North Carolina and Virginia are to furnish 10,475,740 pounds of animal food and 13,529 barrels of flour, while the states north of these will yield 25,293,810 pounds of animal food and 106,471 barrels of flour. If the greater part of the British armies be employed in the South, it is to be supposed that the greater part of the American force will be sent there to oppose them. But should this be the case, while the distribution of the provisions is so very unequal, would it be proper to render it still more so by withdrawing a part of our contributions to the support of posts northward of us? It would certainly be a great convenience to us to deliver a portion of our specifics at Fredericktown rather than in Carolina. But I leave it to you to judge whether this would be consistent with the general good or safety. Instead of sending aids of any kind to the northward, it seems but too certain that unless very timely and substantial assistance be received from thence, our enemies are yet far short of the ultimate term of their successes. I beg leave, therefore, to refer to you whether the specifics of Maryland, as far as shall be necessary, had not better be applied to the support of the posts within it, for which its quota is much more than sufficient, or, were it otherwise, whether those of the states north of Maryland had not better be called on, than to detract anything from the resources of the Southern opposition, already much too small for the encounter to which it is left. I am far from wishing to count or measure our contributions by the requisitions of Congress. Were they ever so much beyond these, I should readily strain them in aid of any one of our sister states. But while they are so far short of those calls to which they must be pointed in the first instance, it would be great misapplication to divert them to any other purpose, and I am persuaded you will think me perfectly within the line of duty when I ask a revisal of this requisition. I have the honor to be, with the greatest respect, Sir, your most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 39. To His Excellency the President of Congress, Richmond, January 17, 1781. Sir, I do myself the honor of transmitting to your Excellency a resolution of the General Assembly of this Commonwealth, entered into in consequence of the resolution of Congress of September the 6th, 1780, on the subject of the Confederation. I shall be rendered very happy if the other states of the Union, equally impressed with the necessity of that important convention, shall be willing to sacrifice equally to its completion. This single event, could it take place shortly, would overweigh every success which the enemy have hitherto obtained, and render desperate the hopes to which those successes have given birth. I have the honor to be, with the most real esteem and respect, Your Excellency's most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 40. To the Virginia Delegates in Congress, Richmond, January 18, 1781. Gentlemen, I enclose you a resolution of Assembly directing your conduct as to the navigation of the Mississippi. The loss of powder lately sustained by us, about 5 tons, together with the quantities sent on to the southward, have reduced our stock very low indeed. We lent to Congress, in the course of the last year, previous to our issues for the Southern Army, about 10 tons of powder. I shall be obliged to you to procure an order from the Board of War for any quantity from 5 to 10 tons, to be sent us immediately from Philadelphia or Baltimore, and to inquire into and hasten from time to time the execution of it. The stock of cartridge paper is nearly exhausted. I do not know whether Captain Irish or what other officer should apply for this. It is essential that a good stock should be forwarded, and without a moment's delay. If there be a rock on which we are to split, it is the want of muskets, bayonets, and cartouche boxes. The occurrences since my last to the President are not of any magnitude. 3 little re-encounters have happened with the enemy. In the first, General Smallwood led on a party of 200 or 300 militia, and obliged some armed vessels of the enemy to retire from a prize they had taken at Broadway's, and renewing his attack the next day with a 4-pounder or 2, for on the first day he had only muskets, he obliged some of their vessels to fall down from City Point to their main fleet at Westover. The enemy's loss is not known. Ours was 4 men wounded. One of the evenings, during their encampment at Westover and Berkeley, their light horse surprised a party of about 100 or 150 militia at Charles City Courthouse, killing and wounded 4, and took, as has been generally said, about 7 or 8. On Baron Steuben's approach towards Hood's, they embarked at Westover. The wind, which till then had set directly up the river from the time of their leaving Jamestown, shifted in the moment to the opposite point. Baron Steuben had not reached Hood's by 8 or 10 miles when they arrived there. They landed their whole army in the night, Arnold attending in person. Colonel Clark of Kaskaskias had sent on with 240 men by Baron Steuben, and having properly disposed of them in ambuscade, gave them a deliberate fire, which killed 17 on the spot and wounded 13. They returned it in confusion, by which we had 3 or 4 wounded, and our party being so small and without bayonets, were obliged to retire, on the enemy's charging with bayonets. They fell down to Cobham, whence they carried all the tobacco there, about 60 hogsheads, and the last intelligence was that on the 16th they were standing for Newport's News. Baron Steuben is of opinion they are proceeding to fix a post in some of the lower counties. Later information has given no reason to believe their force more considerable than we at first supposed. I think since the arrival of the 3 transports, which had been separated in a storm, they may be considered as about 2,000 strong. Their naval force, according to the best intelligence, is the Charon of 44 guns, Commodore Simmons, the Amphitrite, Iris, Thames, and Charleston frigates, the Fourvey of 20 guns, 2 sloops of war, a privateer ship, and 2 brigs. We have about 3,700 militia embodied, but at present they are divided into 3 distant encampments, one under General Whedon at Fredericksburg for the protection of the important works there, another under General Nelson at and near Williamsburg, and a third under Baron Steuben at Cabin Point. As soon as the enemy fix themselves, these will be brought to a point. I have the honor to be, with very great respect, gentlemen, your most obedient servant, Thomas Jefferson. End of section 39. Section 40 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1 by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Letter 41. To His Excellency General Washington, Richmond, February 8, 1781. Sir, I have just received intelligence which, though from a private hand, I believe is to be relied on, that a fleet of the enemy's ships have entered Cape Fear River, that 8 of them had got over the bar, and many others were laying off, and that it was supposed to be a reinforcement to Lord Cornwallis, under the command of General Prevost. This account, which had come through another channel, is confirmed by a letter from General Parsons at Halifax to the gentleman who forwards it to me. I thought it of sufficient importance to be communicated to Your Excellency by the stationed expresses. The fatal want of arms puts it out of our power to bring a greater force into the field than will barely suffice to restrain the adventures of the pitiful body of men they have at Portsmouth. Should any more be added to them, this country will be perfectly open to them by land as well as water. I have the honor to be, with all possible respect, Your Excellency's most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 42 to His Excellency General Washington, Richmond, February 12, 1781. Sir, the enclosed extract of a letter from Governor Nash, which I received this day, being a confirmation of the intelligence I transmitted in a former letter, I take the liberty of transmitting it to Your Excellency. I'm informed, through a private channel on which I have considerable reliance, that the enemy had landed 500 troops under the command of a Major Craig, who were joined by a number of disaffected, that they had penetrated 40 miles, that their aim appeared to be the magazine at Kingston, from which place they were about 20 miles distant. Baron Steuben transmits to Your Excellency a letter from General Greene, by which you will learn the events which have taken place in that quarter since the defeat of Colonel Tarleton by General Morgan. These events speak best for themselves, and no doubt will suggest what is necessary to be done to prevent the successive losses of state after state, to which the want of arms and of a regular soldiery seem more especially to expose those in the South. I have the honor to be, with every sentiment of respect, Your Excellency's most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 43 to His Excellency General Washington, Richmond, February 17, 1781. Sir, by a letter from General Greene, dated Guilford Courthouse, February 10th, we're informed that Lord Cornwallis had burned his own wagons in order to enable himself to move with greater facility, and had pressed immediately on. The prisoners taken at the cow-pens were happily saved by the accidental rise of a watercourse, which gave so much time as to withdraw them from the reach of the enemy. Lord Cornwallis had advanced to the vicinities of the Moravian towns and was still moving on rapidly. His object was supposed to be to compel General Greene to an action which, under the difference of force they had, would probably be ruinous to the latter. General Greene meant to retire by the way of Boyd's Ferry on the Roanoke. As yet he had lost little or no stores or baggage, but they were far from being safe. In the instant of receiving this intelligence, we ordered a reinforcement of militia to him, from the most convenient counties in which there was a hope of finding any arms. Some great event must arise from the present situation of things, which for a long time will determine the condition of Southern affairs. Arnold lies close in his quarters. 2 days ago I received information of the arrival of a 64-gun ship and 2 frigates in our bay, being part of the fleet of our good ally at Rhode Island. Could they get at the British fleet here, they are sufficient to destroy them. But these being drawn up into Elizabeth River, into which the 64 cannot enter, I apprehend they could do nothing more than block up the river. This indeed would reduce the enemy, as we could cut off their supplies by land. But the operation being tedious would probably be too dangerous for the auxiliary force. Not having yet any particular information of the designs of the French commander, I cannot pretend to say what measures this aid will lead to. Our proposition to the Cherokee chiefs to visit Congress for the purpose of preventing or delaying a rupture with that nation was too late. Their distresses had too much ripened their alienation from us, and the storm had gathered to a head when Major Martin got back. It was determined to carry the war into their country rather than await it in ours, and thus disagreeably circumstanced, the issue has been successful. The militia of this state and North Carolina penetrated into their country, burned almost every town they had, amounting to about 1,000 houses in the whole, destroyed 50,000 bushels of grain, killed 29, and took 17 prisoners. The latter are mostly women and children. I have the honor to be, etc., Your Excellency's most obedient humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. P.S. Since writing the above, I've received information which, though not authentic, deserves attention, that Lord Cornwallis had got to Boyd's Ferry on the 14th. I'm issuing orders in consequence to other counties to embody and march all the men they can arm. In this fatal situation, without arms, there will be no safety for the convention troops but in their removal, which I shall accordingly order. The prisoners of the Cowpens were at New London, Bedford Courthouse, on the 14th. Signed, T.J. Letter 44 to General Gates, Richmond, February 17, 1781. Dear General, the situation of affairs here and in Carolina is such as must shortly turn up important events, one way or the other. By letter from General Greene, dated Guilford Courthouse, February the 10th, I learn that Lord Cornwallis, rendered furious by the affair at the Cowpens and the surprise of Georgetown, had burned his own wagons to enable himself to move with facility, had pressed on to the vicinity of the Moravian towns, and was still advancing. The prisoners taken at the Cowpens were saved by a hair's breadth accident, and Greene was retreating. His force, 2,000 regulars and no militia, Cornwallis's 3,000. General Davidson was killed in a skirmish. Arnold still lies at Portsmouth with 1,500 men. A French 64 gunship and 2 frigates of 36 each arrived in our bay 3 days ago. They would suffice to destroy the British shipping here, a 40, 4 frigates, and a 20, could they get at them. But these are withdrawn up Elizabeth River, which the 64 cannot enter. We've ordered about 700 riflemen from Washington, Montgomery, and Bedford, and 500 common militia from Pennsylvania and Henry to reinforce General Greene, and 500 new levies will march from Chesterfield Courthouse in a few days. I have no doubt, however, that the southwestern counties will have turned out in greater numbers before our orders reach them. I have been knocking at the door of Congress for aids of all kinds, but especially of arms, ever since the middle of summer. The Speaker, Harrison, is gone to be heard on that subject. Justice indeed requires that we should be aided powerfully. Yet if they would repay us the arms we have lent them, we should give the enemy trouble, though abandoned to ourselves. After repeated applications, I have obtained a warrant for your advance money, £18,000, which I have put into the hands of Mr. McAllister, to receive the money from the treasurer and carry it to you. I am, with very sincere esteem, dear sir, your friend and servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 45 to His Excellency General Washington, Richmond, February 26, 1781. Sir, I gave you information in my last letter that General Greene had crossed the Dan at Boyd's Ferry, and that Lord Cornwallis had arrived at the opposite shore. Large reinforcements of militia have embodied both in front and rear of the enemy. He is retreating with as much rapidity as he advanced. His route is towards Hillsborough. General Greene recrossed the Dan on the 21st in pursuit of him. I have the pleasure to inform you that the spirit of opposition was as universal as could have been wished for. There was no restraint on the numbers that embodied, but the want of arms. The British at Portsmouth lie close in their lines. The French squadron keep them in by water, and since their arrival, as they put it out of the power of the enemy to cut off our retreat by sending up Nasemond River, our force has been moved down close to their lines. I have the honor to be, with the greatest respect, your most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. End of section 40. Section 41 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1 by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Correspondence, Letter 46, to His Excellency General Washington, Richmond, March 8, 1781. Sir, I had the pleasure of receiving a letter from General Greene, dated High Rockford, February 29th, probably March the 1st, who informs me that on the night of the 24th, Colonel McCall surprised a subaltern's guard at Hart's Mill, killed 8 and wounded and took 9 prisoners, and that on the 25th, General Pickens and Lieutenant Colonel Lee routed a body of near 300 Tories on the Haw River, who were in arms to join the British Army, killed upwards of 100 and wounded most of the rest, which had a very happy effect on the disaffected in that country. By a letter from Major McGill, an officer of this state, whom I had sent to General Greene's headquarters for the purpose of giving us regular intelligence, dated Guilford County, March 2nd, I'm informed that Lord Cornwallis, on his retreat, erected the British standard at Hillsborough, that numbers of disaffected, under the command of Colonel Piles, were resorting to it, when they were intercepted by General Pickens and Lieutenant Colonel Lee, as mentioned by General Greene, and that their commanding officer was among the slain. That Lord Cornwallis, after destroying everything he could, moved down the Haw River from Hillsborough, that General Greene was within 6 miles of him, that our superiority in the goodness, though not in the number of our cavalry, prevented the enemy from moving with rapidity or foraging. Having been particular in desiring Major McGill to inform me what corps of militia from this state joined General Greene, he accordingly mentioned that 700 under General Stevens and 400 from Potatort had actually joined him, that Colonel Campbell was to join him that day with 600, and that Colonel Lynch, with 300 from Bedford, was shortly expected, the last 3 numbers being riflemen. Besides these mentioned by Major McGill, General Lawson must, before this, have crossed Roanoke with a body of militia, the number of which has not been stated to me. Report makes them 1,000, but I suppose that number to be exaggerated. 400 of our new levies left Chesterfield Courthouse on the 25th of February, and probably would cross the Roanoke about the 1st or 2nd of March. I was honored with Your Excellency's letter of February the 21st, within 7 days after its date. We have accordingly been making every preparation on our part, which we are able to make. The militia proposed to cooperate will be upwards of 4,000 from this state, and 1,000 or 1,200 from Carolina, said to be under General Gregory. The enemy are at this time, in a great measure, blockaded by land, there being a force on the east side of Elizabeth River. They suffer for provisions, as they are afraid to venture far, lest the French squadron should be in the neighborhood and come upon them. Were it possible to block up the river, a little time would suffice to reduce them by want and desertions, and would be made more sure in its event than by an attempt by storm. I shall be very happy to have it in my power to hand you a favorable account of these 2 armies in the South. I have the honor to be, with the greatest esteem and respect, Your Excellency's most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 47. To His Excellency, the President of Congress, Richmond, March 19, 1781. Sir, I have the honor of enclosing to Your Excellency a copy of a letter from General Greene, with some other intelligence received, not doubting your anxiety to know the movements in the South. I find we have deceived ourselves not a little by counting on the whole numbers of the militia which have been in motion, as if they had all remained with General Greene, when in fact they seem only to have visited and quitted him. The Marquis Fayette arrived in New York on the 15th. His troops still remained at the head of the bay till the appearance of some force which would render their passage down safe. I have the honor to be, with sentiments of the highest esteem and respect, Your Excellency's most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 48. To His Excellency, the President of Congress, Richmond, March 21, 1781. Sir, the enclosed letter will inform you of the arrival of a British fleet in Chesapeake Bay. The extreme negligence of our stationed expresses is no doubt the cause why, as yet, no authentic account has reached us of a general action which happened on the 15th instant, about a mile and a half from Guilford Courthouse, between General Greene and Lord Cornwallis. Captain Singleton, an intelligent officer of Harrison's artillery, who was in the action, has this moment arrived here, and gives the general information that both parties were prepared and desirous for action. The enemy were supposed about 2,500 strong, our army about 4,000. That after a very warm and general engagement of about an hour and a half, we retreated about a mile and a half from the field in good order, having, as he supposed, between 200 and 300 killed and wounded. The enemy between 500 and 700 killed and wounded. That we lost 4 pieces of artillery. That the militia, as well as regulars, behaved exceedingly well. That General Greene, he believes, would have renewed the action the next day had it not proved rainy, and would renew it as soon as possible, as he supposes. That the whole of his troops, both regulars and militia, were in high spirits, and wishing a second engagement. That the loss has fallen pretty equally on the militia and regulars. That General Stevens received a ball through the thigh. Major Anderson of Maryland was killed, and Captain Barrett of Washington's cavalry. Captain Fauntleroy of the same cavalry was shot through the thigh and left in the field. Captain Singleton, having left the camp the day after the battle, does not speak from particular returns, none such having been then made. I must inform Your Excellency from him, till more regular applications can reach you, that they are in extreme want of lead, cartridge paper, and thread. I think it improper, however it might urge an instantaneous supply, to repeat to you his statement of the extent of their stock of these articles. In a former letter I mentioned to you the failure of the vein of our lead mines, which has left the army here in a state of equal distress and danger. I have the honor to be, with very high respect and esteem, Your Excellency's most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. P.S. Lookout boats have been ordered from the seaboard of the eastern shore to apprise the commander of the French fleet, on its approach, of the British being in the Chesapeake. Signed, T.J. Letter 49. To His Excellency, the President of Congress, in Council, Richmond, March 26, 1781. Sir, the appointment of Commissioner to the War Office of this state having lately become vacant, the Executive are desirous to place Colonel William Davies of the Virginia Continentals in that office. This gentleman, however, declines undertaking it, unless his rank in the army, half pay for life, and allowance for depreciation of pay can be reserved to him, observing with justice that these emoluments, distant as they are are important to a person who has spent the most valuable part of his youth in the service of his country. As this indulgence rests in the power of Congress alone, I am induced to request it of them on behalf of the state, to whom it is very interesting that the office be properly filled, and I may say on behalf of the continent also, to whom the same circumstance is interesting, in proportion to its reliance upon this state for supplies to the Southern war. We should not have given Congress the trouble of this application, had we found it easy to call any other to the office who was likely to answer our wishes in the exercise of it. I have the honor to be, with sentiments of the highest respect, Your Excellency's most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 50. To His Excellency, the President of Congress, Richmond, March 28, 1781. Sir, I forward to Your Excellency, under cover with this, copies of letters received from Major General Greene and Baron Steuben, which will give you the latest account of the situation of things with us and in North Carolina. I observe a late resolve of Congress for furnishing a number of arms to the Southern states, and I lately wrote you on the subject of ammunition and cartridge paper. How much of this state the enemy thus reinforced may think proper to possess themselves of must depend on their own moderation and caution till these supplies arrive. We'd hoped to receive by the French squadron under Monsieur de Touche 1,100 stand of arms, which we had at Rhode Island, but were disappointed. The necessity of hurrying forward the troops intended for the Southern operations will be doubtless apparent from this letter. I have the honor to be, with the greatest respect, Your Excellency's most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 51. To His Excellency, the President of Congress, Richmond, March 31st, 1781. Sir, the letters and papers accompanying this will inform Your Excellency of the arrival of a British flag vessel with clothing, refreshments, money, etc., for their prisoners under the Convention of Saratoga. The gentlemen conducting them have, on supposition that the prisoners, or a part of them, still remained in this state, applied to me by letters, copies of which I transmit Your Excellency, for leave to allow water transportation as far as possible, and then, for themselves, to attend them to the post where they are to be issued. These indulgences were usually granted them here, but the prisoners being removed, it becomes necessary to transmit the application to Congress for their direction. In the meantime, the flag will wait in James River. Our intelligence from General Greene's camp, as late as the 24th, is that Lord Cornwallis's march of the day before had decided his route to Cross Creek. The amount of the reinforcements to the enemy, arrived at Portsmouth, is not yet known with certainty. Accounts differ from 1,500 to much larger numbers. We are informed they have a considerable number of horse. The affliction of the people for want of arms is great. That of ammunition is not yet known to them. An apprehension is added that the enterprise on Portsmouth being laid aside, the troops under the Marquis Fayette will not come on. An enemy 3,000 strong, not a regular in the state, nor arms to put in the hands of the militia, are, indeed, discouraging circumstances. I have the honor to be, with sentiments of the highest respect, Your Excellency's most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. End of section 41. Section 42 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1 by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Correspondence, Letter 52. To His Excellency, the President of Congress, Richmond, April 7th, 1781. Sir, hearing that our arms from Rhode Island have arrived at Philadelphia, I have begged the favor of our delegates to send them on in wagons immediately, and for the conveyance of my letter, having taken the liberty of setting the continental line of expresses in motion, which I hope our distress for arms will justify, though the errand be not purely continental. I have nothing from General Greene later than the 27th of March. Our accounts from Portsmouth vary the reinforcements which came under General Phillips from 2,500 to 3,000. Arnold's strength before was, I think, reduced to 1,100. They have made no movement as yet. Their preparation of boats is considerable. Whether they mean to go southwardly or up the river, no leading circumstance has yet decided. I have the honor to be, with the highest respect, Your Excellency's most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 53. To His Excellency the President of Congress, in Council, April 18, 1781. Sir, I was honored yesterday with Your Excellency's favor in closing the resolutions of Congress of the 8th instant for removing stores and provisions from the counties of Accomack and Northampton. We have there no military stores, except a few muskets in the hands of the militia. There are some collections of forage and provisions belonging to the continent, and some to the state, and the country there generally furnishes an abundance of forage. But such is the present condition of Chesapeake Bay that we cannot even get an advice boat across it with any certainty, much less adventure on transportation. Should, however, any interval happen in which these articles may be withdrawn, we shall certainly avail ourselves of it, and bring thence whatever we can. If I have been rightly informed, the horses there are by no means such as that the enemy could apply them to the purposes of cavalry. Some large enough for the draft may perhaps be found, but of these, not many. I have the honor to be, with the greatest respect, Your Excellency's most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 54. To His Excellency General Washington, Richmond, April 23, 1781. Sir, on the 8th instant, the enemy came from Portsmouth up James River in considerable force, though their numbers are not yet precisely known to us. They landed at Burwell's Ferry, below Williamsburg, and also a short distance above the mouth of Chickahomie. This latter circumstance obliged Colonel Innes, who commanded a body of militia, stationed on that side the river to cover the country from depredation, to retire upwards lest he should be placed between their two bodies. One of these entered Williamsburg on the 20th, and the other proceeded to a shipyard we had on Chickahomie. What injury they did there, I'm not yet informed. I take for granted they have burned an unfinished 20-gun ship we had there. Such of the stores belonging to the yard as were movable had been carried some miles higher up the river. 2 small galleys also retired up the river. Whether by this either the stores or galleys were saved is yet unknown. I'm just informed from a private hand that they left Williamsburg early yesterday morning. If this sudden departure was not in consequence of some circumstance of alarm unknown to us, their expedition to Williamsburg has been unaccountable. There were no public stores at that place but those which were necessary for the daily subsistence of the men there. Where they mean to descend next, the event alone can determine. Besides harassing our militia with this kind of war, the taking of them from their farms at the interesting season of planting their corn will have an unfortunate effect on the crop of the ensuing year. I have heard nothing certain of General Greene since the 6th instant, except that his headquarters were on Little River on the 11th. I have the honor to be, with the highest respect and esteem, Your Excellency's most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. End of section 42. Section 43 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1, by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Letter 55. To His Excellency General Washington, Richmond, May 9th, 1781. Sir, since the last letter which I had the honor of addressing to Your Excellency, the military movements in this state, except a very late one, have scarcely merited communication. The enemy, after leaving Williamsburg, came directly up James River and landed at City Point, being the point of land on the southern side of the confluence of Appomattox and James Rivers. They marched up to Petersburg, where they were received by Baron Steuben with a body of militia somewhat under 1,000, who, though the enemy were 2,300 strong, disputed the ground very handsomely, 2 hours, during which time the enemy gained only 1 mile, and that by inches. Our troops were then ordered to retire over a bridge, which they did in perfectly good order. Our loss was between 60 and 70, killed, wounded, and taken. The enemy's is unknown, but it must be equal to ours. For their own honor they must confess this, as they broke twice and run like sheep, till supported by fresh troops. An inferiority in number obliged our force to withdraw about 12 miles upwards, till more militia should be assembled. The enemy burned all the tobacco in the warehouses at Petersburg and its neighborhood. They afterwards proceeded to Osborne's, where they did the same, and also destroyed the residue of the public armed vessels and several of private property, and then came to Manchester, which is on the hill opposite this place. By this time, Major General Marquis Fayette, having been advised of our danger, had by forced marches got here with his detachment of Continental troops, and reinforcements of militia having also come in, the enemy, finding that we were able to meet them on equal footing, thought proper to burn the warehouses and tobacco at Manchester, and retired to Warwick, where they did the same. Ill-armed and untried militia, who never before saw the face of an enemy, have, at times, during the course of this war, given occasions of exultation to our enemies, but they afforded us, while at Warwick, a little satisfaction in the same way. 600 or 800 of their picked men of light infantry, with General Arnold at their head, having crossed the river from Warwick, fled from a patrol of 16 horse, every man into his boat as he could, some pushing north, some south, as their fears drove them. Their whole force then proceeded to the 100, being the point of land within the confluence of the two rivers, embarked, and fell down the river. Their foremost vessels had got below Burwell's Ferry on the 6th instant, when on the arrival of a boat from Portsmouth, and a signal given, the whole crowded sail up the river again with a fair wind and tide, and came to anchor at Brandon. There 6 days' provision was dealt out to every man. They landed and had orders to march an hour before day the next morning. We have not yet heard which way they went, or whether they have gone, but having about the same time received authentic information that Lord Cornwallis had, on the 1st instant, advanced from Wilmington halfway to Halifax, we have no doubt, putting all circumstances together, that these two armies are forming a junction. We are strengthening our hands with militia, as far as arms, either public or private, can be collected, but cannot arm a force which may face the combined armies of the enemy. It will therefore be of very great importance that General Wayne's forces be pressed on with the utmost dispatch. Arms and a naval force, however, are what must ultimately save us. This movement of our enemies we consider as most perilous in its consequences. Our latest advices from General Greene were of the 26th ultimate, when he was lying before Camden, the works and garrison of which were much stronger than he had expected to find them. I have the honor to be, with great respect, Your Excellency's most obedient, humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 56, to the Virginia delegates in Congress, in Council, May 10, 1781. Gentlemen, A small affair has taken place between the British commanding officer in this state, General Phillips, and the executive, of which, as he may endeavor to get rid of it through the medium of Congress, I think it necessary previously to apprise you. General Scott obtained permission from the commandant at Charleston for vessels with necessary supplies to go from hence to them, but instead of sending the original, sent only a copy of the permission, taken by his brigade major. I applied to General Phillips to supply this omission by furnishing a passport for the vessel. Having just before taken great offense at a threat of retaliation in the treatment of prisoners, he enclosed his answer to my letter under this address, quote, "To Thomas Jefferson, Esquire, American Governor of Virginia," unquote. I paused on receiving the letter and for some time would not open it. However, when the miserable condition of our brethren in Charleston occurred to me, I could not determine that they should be left without the necessaries of life, while a punctilio should be discussing between the British general and myself. And knowing that I had an opportunity of returning the compliment to Mr. Phillips in a case perfectly corresponding, I opened the letter. Very shortly after, I received, as I expected, the permission of the Board of War for the British flag vessel, then in Hampton Roads, with clothing and refreshments, to proceed to Alexandria. I enclosed and addressed it, quote, "To William Phillips, Esquire, commanding the British forces in the Commonwealth of Virginia," unquote. Personally knowing Phillips to be the proudest man of the proudest nation on earth, I well know he will not open this letter. But having occasion at the same time to write to Captain Gerlach, the flagmaster, I informed him that the convention troops in this state should perish for want of necessaries before any should be carried to them through this state, till General Phillips either swallowed this pill of retaliation or made an apology for his rudeness. And in this, should the matter come ultimately to Congress, we hope for their support. He has the less right to insist on the expedition of his flag, because his letter, instead of enclosing a passport to expedite ours, contained only an evasion of the application, by saying he had referred it to Sir Henry Clinton, and in the meantime he has come up the river and taken the vessel with her loading, which we had chartered and prepared to send to Charleston, and which wanted nothing but the passport to enable her to depart. I would further observe to you that this gentleman's letters to the Baron Steuben first, and afterwards to the Marquis Fayette, have been in a style so intolerably insolent and haughty that both these gentlemen have been obliged to inform him that if he thinks proper to address them again in the same spirit, all intercourse shall be discontinued. I am, with great respect and esteem, gentlemen, your most obedient servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 57, to His Excellency General Washington. Charlottesville, May 28, 1781. Sir, I make no doubt you will have heard, before this shall have had the honor of being presented to your Excellency, of the junction of Lord Cornwallis with the force at Petersburg under Arnold, who has succeeded to the command on the death of Major General Phillips. I am now advised that they have evacuated Petersburg, joined at Westover a reinforcement of 2,000 men just arrived from New York, crossed James River, and on the 26th instant were 3 miles advanced on their way towards Richmond, at which place Major General the Marquis Fayette lay with 3,000 men, regulars and militia, these being the whole number we could arm, until the arrival of the 1,100 arms from Rhode Island, which are about this time at the place where our public stores are deposited. The whole force of the enemy within this state, from the best intelligence I've been able to get, is, I think, about 7,000 men, infantry and cavalry, including also the small garrison left at Portsmouth. A number of privateers, which are constantly ravaging the shores of our rivers, prevent us from receiving any aid from the counties lying on navigable waters, and powerful operations meditated against our western frontier by a joint force of British and Indian savages have, as Your Excellency before knew, obliged us to embody between 2,000 and 3,000 men in that quarter. Your Excellency will judge from this state of things, and from what you know of our country, what it may probably suffer during the present campaign. Should the enemy be able to produce no opportunity of annihilating the Marquis's army, a small proportion of their force may yet restrain his movements effectually, while the greater part are employed in detachment to waste an unarmed country and lead the minds of the people to acquiescence under those events which they see no human power prepared to ward off. We are too far removed from the other scenes of war to say whether the main force of the enemy be within this state, but I suppose they cannot anywhere spare so great an army for the operations of the field. Were it possible for this circumstance to justify in Your Excellency a determination to lend us your personal aid, it is evident from the universal voice that the presence of their beloved countrymen, whose talents have so long been successfully employed in establishing the freedom of kindred states, to whose person they have still flattered themselves they retained some right, and have ever looked up as their dernier resort in distress, would restore full confidence of salvation to our citizens, and would render them equal to whatever is not impossible. I cannot undertake to foresee and obviate the difficulties which lie in the way of such a resolution. The whole subject is before you, of which I see only detached parts, and your judgment will be formed on a view of the whole. Should the danger of this state and its consequence to the Union be such as to render it best for the whole that you should repair to its assistance, the difficulty would then be how to keep men out of the field. I have undertaken to hint this matter to Your Excellency, not only on my own sense of its importance to us, but at the solicitations of many members of weight in our legislature, which has not yet assembled to speak their own desires. A few days will bring to me that relief which the Constitution has prepared for those oppressed with the labors of my office, and a long-declared resolution of relinquishing it to abler hands has prepared my way for retirement to a private station. Still, as an individual, I should feel the comfortable effects of your presence, and have, what I thought could not have been, an additional motive for that gratitude, esteem, and respect with which I have the honor to be Your Excellency's most obedient, humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Footnote: An interval of near 3 years here occurs in the author's correspondence, during which he preserved only memoranda of the contents of the letters written by him. End of section 43. Section 44 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1 by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Letter 58 to His Excellency General Washington, Annapolis, April 16, 1784. Dear Sir, I received your favor of April the 8th by Colonel Harrison. The subject of it is interesting, and so far as you have stood connected with it, has been a matter of anxiety to me, because whatever may be the ultimate fate of the institution of the Cincinnati, as, in its course, it draws to it some degree of disapprobation, I have wished to see you standing on ground separated from it, and the character which will be handed to future ages, as the head of our revolution, may in no instance be compromitted in subordinate altercations. The subject has been at the point of my pen in every letter I have written to you, but has been still restrained by the reflection that you had among your friends more able counselors, and in yourself one abler than them all. Your letter has now rendered a duty that was before a desire, and I cannot better merit your confidence than by a full and free communication of facts and sentiments, as far as they have come within my observation. When the army was about to be disbanded, and the officers to take final leave, perhaps never again to meet, it was natural for men who had accompanied each other through so many scenes of hardship, of difficulty and danger, who in a variety of instances must have been rendered mutually dear by those aids and good offices to which their situations had given occasion. It was natural, I say, for these to seize with fondness any proposition which promised to bring them together again at certain and regular periods. And this, I take for granted, was the origin and object of this institution, and I have no suspicion that they foresaw, much less intended, those mischiefs which exist, perhaps in the forebodings of politicians only. I doubt, however, whether in its execution it would be found to answer the wishes of those who framed it, and to foster those friendships it was intended to preserve. The members would be brought together at their annual assemblies, no longer to encounter a common enemy, but to encounter one another in debate and sentiment. For something, I suppose, is to be done at these meetings, and, however unimportant, it will suffice to produce difference of opinion, contradiction, and irritation. The way to make friends quarrel is to put them in disputation under the public eye. An experience of near 20 years has taught me that few friendships stand this test, and that public assemblies, where everyone is free to act and speak, are the most powerful looseners of the bands of private friendship. I think, therefore, that this institution would fail in its principal object, the perpetuation of the personal friendships contracted through the war. The objections of those who are opposed to the institutions shall be briefly sketched. You will readily fill them up. They urge that it is against the Confederation, against the letter of some of our constitutions, against the spirit of all of them, that the foundation on which all these are built is the natural equality of man, the denial of every preeminence but that annexed to legal office, and particularly the denial of a preeminence by birth, that however, in their present dispositions, citizens might decline accepting honorary installments into the order, but a time may come when a change of dispositions would render these flattering, when a well-directed distribution of them might draw into the order all the men of talents, of office and wealth, and in this case would probably procure an engraftment into the government, that in this they will be supported by their foreign members, and the wishes and influence of foreign courts, that experience has shown that the hereditary branches of modern governments are the patrons of privilege and prerogative, and not of the natural rights of the people whose oppressors they generally are, that besides these evils which are remote, others may take place more immediately, that a distinction is kept up between the civil and military, which is for the happiness of both to obliterate, that when the members assemble, they will be proposing to do something, and what that something may be will depend on actual circumstances, that being an organized body under habits of subordination, the first obstruction to enterprise will be already surmounted, that the moderation and virtue of a single character have probably prevented this revolution from being closed as most others have been, by a subversion of that liberty it was intended to establish, that he is not immortal, and his successor, or some of his successors, may be led by false calculation into a less certain road to glory. What are the sentiments of Congress on this subject, and what line they will pursue, can only be stated conjecturally. Congress, as a body, if left to themselves, will, in my opinion, say nothing on the subject. They may, however, be forced into a declaration by instructions from some of the states or by other incidents. Their sentiments, if forced from them, will be unfriendly to the institution. If permitted to pursue their own path, they will check it by side blows whenever it comes in their way, and in competitions for office, on equal or nearly equal ground, will give silent preferences to those who are not of the fraternity. My reasons for thinking this are 1. The grounds on which they lately declined the foreign order proposed to be conferred on some of our citizens. 2. The fourth of the fundamental articles of Constitution for the new states. I enclose you the report. It has been considered by Congress, recommitted and reformed by a committee, according to sentiments expressed on other parts of it. But the principle referred to, having not been controverted at all, stands in this as in the original report. It is not yet confirmed by Congress. 3. Private conversations on this subject with the members. Since the receipt of your letter, I have taken occasion to extend these, not indeed to the military members, because, being of the order, delicacy forbade it, but to the others pretty generally. And among these I have as yet found but one who is not opposed to the institution, and that with an anguish of mind, though covered under a guarded silence, which I have not seen produced by any circumstance before. I arrived at Philadelphia before the separation of the last Congress, and saw there and at Princeton some of its members, not now in delegation. Burke's piece happened to come out at that time, which occasioned this institution to be the subject of conversation. I found the same impressions made on them which their successors have received. I hear from other quarters that it is disagreeable, generally, to such citizens as have attended to it, and therefore will probably be so to all when any circumstance shall present it to the notice of all. This, sir, is as faithful an account of sentiments and facts as I am able to give you. You know the extent of the circle within which my observations are at present circumscribed, and can estimate how far, as forming a part of the general opinion, it may merit notice or ought to influence your particular conduct. It remains now to pay obedience to that part of your letter which requests sentiments on the most eligible measures to be pursued by the Society at their next meeting. I must be far from pretending to be a judge of what would, in fact, be the most eligible measures for the Society. I can only give you the opinions of those with whom I have conversed, and who, as I have before observed, are unfriendly to it. They lead to these conclusions. 1. If the Society proceed according to its institution, it will be better to make no applications to Congress on that subject, or any other, in their associated character. 2. If they should propose to modify it, so as to render it unobjectionable, I think this would not be effected without such a modification as would amount almost to annihilation, for such would it be to part with its inheritability, its organization, and its assemblies. 3. If they shall be disposed to discontinue the whole, it would remain with them to determine whether they would choose it to be done by their own act only, or by a reference of the matter to Congress, which would infallibly produce a recommendation of total discontinuance. You will be sensible, sir, that these communications are without reserve. I supposed such to be your wish, and mean them but as materials, with such others as you may collect, for your better judgment to work on. I consider the whole matter as between ourselves alone, having determined to take no active part in this or anything else, which may lead to altercation, or disturb that quiet and tranquillity of mind to which I consign the remaining portion of my life. I have been thrown back by events on a stage where I had never more thought to appear. It is but for a time, however, and as a day laborer, free to withdraw or be withdrawn at will. While I remain, I shall pursue in silence the path of right, but in every situation, public or private, I shall be gratified by all occasions of rendering you service, and of convincing you there is no one to whom your reputation and happiness are dearer than to, sir, your most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. End of section 44. Section 45 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1, by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Letter 59 to Colonel Uriah Forrest, Paris, Cul-de-sac Tête de Bow, October 20th, 1784. Sir, I received yesterday your favor of the 8th instant, and this morning went to Auteuil and Passy to consult with Mr. Adams and Dr. Franklin on the subject of it. We conferred together and think it is a case in which we could not interpose, were there as yet cause for interposition, without express instructions from Congress. It is, however, our private opinion, which we give as individuals only, that Mr. McClanahan, while in England, is subject to the laws of England, that therefore he must employ counsel, and be guided in his defense by their advice. The law of nations and the treaty of peace, as making a part of the law of the land, will undoubtedly be under the consideration of the judges who pronounce on Mr. McClanahan's case, and we are willing to hope that in their knowledge and integrity he will find certain resources against injustice, and a reparation of all injury to which he may have been groundlessly exposed. A final and palpable failure on their part, which we have no reason to apprehend, might make the case proper for the consideration of Congress. I have the honor to be, with sentiments of great respect and esteem for Mr. McClanahan, as well as yourself, Sir, your most obedient and humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. End of section 45. Section 46 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1, by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Letter 60 to John J., Paris, May 11th, 1785. Sir, I was honored on the 2nd instant with the receipt of your favor of March the 15th, enclosing the resolution of Congress of the 10th of the same month, appointing me their minister plenipotentiary at this court, and also of your second letter of March 22nd, covering the commission and letter of credence for that appointment. I beg permission through you, sir, to testify to Congress my gratitude for this new mark of their favor, and my assurances of endeavoring to merit it by a faithful attention to the discharge of the duties annexed to it. Fervent zeal is all which I can be sure of carrying into their service, and where I fail through a want of those powers which nature and circumstances deny me, I shall rely on their indulgence, and much also on that candor with which your goodness will present my proceedings to their eye. The kind terms in which you are pleased to notify this honor to me require my sincere thanks. I beg you to accept them, and to be assured of the perfect esteem with which I have the honor to be, sir, your most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. End of section 46. Section 47 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1, by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Letter 61 to General Chasteloux, Paris, June 7, 1785. Dear Sir, I have been honored with the receipt of your letter of the 2nd instant, and am to thank you, as I do sincerely, for the partiality with which you receive the copy of the notes on my country. As I can answer for the facts therein reported on my own observation, and have admitted none on the report of others, which were not supported by evidence sufficient to command my own assent, I am not afraid that you should make any extracts you please for the Journal des Physiques, which come within their plan of publication. The strictures on slavery and on the Constitution of Virginia are not of that kind, and they are the parts which I do not wish to have made public, at least till I know whether their publication would do most harm or good. It is possible that in my own country these strictures might produce an irritation which would indispose the people towards the two great objects I have in view, that is, the emancipation of their slaves and the settlement of their constitution on a firmer and more permanent basis. If I learn from thence that they will not produce that effect, I have printed and reserved just copies enough to be able to give one to every young man at the college. It is to them I look, to the rising generation, and not to the one now in power, for these great reformations. The other copy, delivered at your hotel, was for Monsieur de Buffon. I mean to ask the favor of you to have it sent to him, as I was ignorant of how to do it. I have one also for Monsieur Debuton, but being utterly unknown to him, I cannot take the liberty of presenting it till I can do it through some common acquaintance. I beg leave to say here a few words on the general question of the degeneracy of animals in America. One, as to the degeneracy of the man of Europe transplanted to America, it is no part of Monsieur de Buffon's system. He goes indeed within one step of it, but he stops there. The Abbé Reynaud alone has taken that step. Your knowledge of America enables you to judge this question, to say whether the lower class of people in America are less informed and less susceptible of information than the lower class in Europe, and whether those in America who have received such an education as that country can give are less improved by it than Europeans of the same degree of education. 2. As to the aboriginal man of America, I know of no respectable evidence on which the opinion of his inferiority of genius has been founded, but that of Don Eloa. As to Robertson, he never was in America. He relates nothing on his own knowledge. He is a compiler only of the relations of others, and a mere translator of the opinions of Monsieur de Buffon. I should as soon, therefore, add the translators of Robertson to the witnesses of this fact as himself. Paw, the beginner of this charge, was a compiler from the works of others, and of the most unlucky description, for he seems to have read the writings of travelers only to collect and republish their lies. It is really remarkable that in 3 volumes, 12 mots of small print, it is scarcely possible to find one truth, and yet that the author should be able to produce authority for every fact he states, as he says he can. Don Ulloa's testimony is of the most respectable. He wrote of what he saw, but he saw the Indian of South America only, and that after he had passed through 10 generations of slavery. It is very unfair, from this sample, to judge of the natural genius of this race of men, and after supposing that Don Ulloa had not sufficiently calculated the allowance which should be made for this circumstance, we do him no injury in considering the picture he draws of the present Indians of South America as no picture of what their ancestors were 300 years ago. It is in North America we are to seek their original character, and I am safe in affirming that the proofs of genius given by the Indians of North America place them on a level with whites in the same uncultivated state. The north of Europe furnishes subjects enough for comparison with them, and for proof of their equality. I have seen some thousands myself, and conversed much with them, and have found in them a masculine, sound understanding. I have had much information from men who have lived among them, and whose veracity and good sense were so far known to me as to establish a reliance on their information. They have all agreed in bearing witness in favor of the genius of this people. As to their bodily strength, their manners rendering it disgraceful to labor, those muscles employed in labor will be weaker with them than with the European laborer. But those which are exerted in the chase, and those faculties which are employed in the tracing an enemy or a wild beast, in contriving ambuscades for him, and in carrying them through their execution, are much stronger than with us, because they are more exercised. I believe the Indian, then, to be, in body and mind, equal to the white man. I have supposed the black man, in his present state, might not be so, but it would be hazardous to affirm that, equally cultivated for a few generations, he would not become so. 3. As to the inferiority of the other animals of America, without more facts, I can add nothing to what I have said in my notes. As to the theory of M. de Buffon, that heat is friendly and moisture adverse to the production of large animals, I am lately furnished with a fact by Dr. Franklin, which proves the air of London and of Paris to be more humid than that of Philadelphia, and so creates a suspicion that the opinion of the superior humidity of America may perhaps have been too hastily adopted. And supposing that fact admitted, I think the physical reasonings urged to show that in a moist country animals must be small, and in a hot one they must be large, are not built on the basis of experiment. These questions, however, cannot be decided ultimately at this day. More facts must be collected, and more time flow off, before the world will be ripe for decision. In the meantime, doubt is wisdom. I have been fully sensible of the anxieties of your situation, and that your attentions were wholly consecrated, where alone they were wholly due, to the succour of friendship and worth. However much I prize your society, I wait with patience the moment when I can have it without taking what is due to another. In the meantime, I am solaced with the hope of possessing your friendship, and that it is not ungrateful to you to receive assurances of that with which I have the honor to be, dear sir, your most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 62. To John Adams, Passy, June 15, 1785. Sir, among the instructions given to the ministers of the United States for treating with foreign powers was one of the 11th of May, 1784, relative to an individual by the name of Jean-Baptiste Piquet. It contains an acknowledgment on the part of Congress of his merits and sufferings by friendly services rendered to great numbers of American seamen carried prisoners into Lisbon, and refers to us the delivering him these acknowledgments in honorable terms, and the making him such gratification as may indemnify his losses and properly reward his zeal. This person is now in Paris, and asks whatever return is intended for him. Being in immediate want of money, he has been furnished with 10 guineas. He expressed desires of some appointment, either for himself or son, at Lisbon, but has been told that none such are in our gift, and that nothing more could be done for him in that line than to mention to Congress that his services well merit their recollection, if they should make any appointment there analogous to his talents. He says his expenses in the relief of our prisoners have been upwards of 50 moidores. Supposing that, as he is poor, a pecuniary gratification will be most useful to him, we propose, in addition to what he has received, to give him 150 guineas, or perhaps 4,000 livres, and to write a joint letter to him expressing the sense Congress entertain of his services. We pray you to give us your sentiments on this subject by return of the first post, as he is waiting here, and we wish the aid of your counsels therein. We are to acknowledge the receipt of your letter of June 3rd, informing us of your reception at the Court of London. I am, with sentiments of great respect and esteem, dear sir, your friend and servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 63 to the Governor of Virginia. Paris, June 16, 1785. Sir, I had the honor of receiving, the day before yesterday, the resolution of Council of March the 10th, and your letter of March the 30th, and shall with great pleasure unite my endeavors with those of the Marquis de Lafayette and Mr. Barclay for the purpose of procuring the arms desired. Nothing can be more wise than this determination to arm our people, as it is impossible to say when our neighbors may think it proper to give them exercise. I suppose that the establishing a manufacture of arms, to go hand in hand with the purchase of them from hence, is at present opposed by good reasons. This alone would make us independent for an article essential to our preservation, and workmen could probably be either got here or drawn from England to be embarked hence. In a letter of January the 12th to Governor Harrison, I informed him of the necessity that the statuary should see General Washington, that we should accordingly send him over unless the executive disapproved of it, in which case I prayed to receive their pleasure. Mr. Houghton being now re-established in his health and no countermand received, I hope this measure met the approbation of the executive. Mr. Houghton will therefore go over with Dr. Franklin sometime in the next month. I have the honor of enclosing you the substance of propositions which have been made from London to the farmers general of this country, to furnish them with the tobacco of Virginia and Maryland, which propositions were procured for me by the Marquis de Lafayette. I take the liberty of troubling you with them on a supposition that it may be possible to have this article furnished from those two states to this country immediately, without its passing through the entrepot of London, and the return for it being made, of course, in London merchandise. 20,000 hogshead of tobacco a year, delivered here in exchange for the production and manufactures of this country, many of which are as good, some better, and most of them cheaper than in England, would establish a rivalship for our commerce which would have happy effects in all three countries. Whether this end will be best effected by giving out these propositions to our merchants, and exciting them to become candidates with the farmers general for this contract, or by any other means, your Excellency will best judge on the spot. I have the honor to be, with sentiments of due respect, your Excellency's most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. P.S. I have written on the last subject to the Governor of Maryland also. Letter 64 to Colonel Monroe. Paris, June 17, 1785. Dear Sir, I received 3 days ago your favor of April the 12th. You therein speak of a former letter to me, but it has not come to hand, nor any other of later date than the 14th of December. My last to you was of the 11th of May, by Mr. Adams, who went in the packet of that month. These conveyances are now becoming deranged. We have had expectations of their coming to Havre, which would infinitely facilitate the communication between Paris and Congress, but their deliberations on the subject seem to be taking another turn. They complain of the expense, and that their commerce with us is too small to justify it. They therefore talk of sending a packet every 6 weeks only. The present one, therefore, which should have sailed about this time, will not sail until the 1st of July. However, the whole matter is as yet undecided. I have hopes that when Mr. St. John arrives from New York, he will get them replaced on their monthly system. By the by, what is the meaning of a very angry resolution of Congress on his subject? I have it not by me, and therefore cannot cite it by date, but you will remember it, and oblige me by explaining its foundation. This will be handed you by Mr. Otto, who comes to America as chargé d'affaires, in the room of Mr. Marbot, promoted to the Intendancy of Hispaniola, which office is next to that of governor. He becomes the head of the civil, as the governor is of the military department. I am much pleased with Otto's appointment. He is good-humored, affectionate to America, and will see things in a friendly light when they admit of it, in a rational one always, and will not pique himself on writing every trifling circumstance of irritation to his court. I wish you to be acquainted with him, as a friendly intercourse between individuals who do business together produces a mutual spirit of accommodation useful to both parties. It is very much our interest to keep up the affection of this country for us, which is considerable. A court has no affections, but those of the people whom they govern influence their decisions even in the most arbitrary governments. The negotiations between the Emperor and Dutch are spun out to an amazing length. At present there is no apprehension but that they will terminate in peace. This court seems to press it with ardor, and the Dutch are averse, considering the terms cruel and unjust as they evidently are. The present delays, therefore, are imputed to their coldness and to their forms. In the meantime, the Turk is delaying the demarcation of limits between him and the emperor, is making the most vigorous preparations for war, and has composed his ministry of warlike characters deemed personally hostile to the emperor. Thus time seems to be spinning out both by the Dutch and Turks, and time is wanting for France. Every year's delay is a great thing for her. It is not impossible, therefore, but that she may secretly encourage the delays of the Dutch and hasten the preparations of the Pope, while she is recovering vigor herself, also in order to be able to present such a combination to the emperor as may dictate to him to be quiet. But the designs of these courts are unsearchable. It is our interest to pray that this country may have no continental war till our peace with England is perfectly settled. The merchants of this country continue as loud and furious as ever against the arrêt of August 1784, permitting our commerce with their islands to a certain degree. Many of them have actually abandoned their trade. The ministry are disposed to be firm, but there is a point at which they will give way. That is, if the clamors should become such as to endanger their places. It is evident that nothing can be done by us at this time, if we may hope it thereafter. I like your removal to New York, and hope Congress will continue there, and never execute the idea of building their federal town. Before it could be finished, a change of members in Congress or the admission of new states would remove them somewhere else. It is evident that when a sufficient number of the western states come in, they will remove it to Georgetown. In the meantime, it is our interest that it should remain where it is, and give no new pretensions to any other place. I am also very much pleased with the proposition to the states to invest Congress with the regulation of their trade, reserving its revenue to the states. I think it is a happy idea, removing the only objection which could have been justly made to the proposition. The time, too, is the present, before the admission of the Western states. I am very much differently affected towards the new plan of opening our land office by dividing the lands among the states and selling them at vendue. It separates still more the interests of the states, which ought to be made joint in every possible instance, in order to cultivate the idea of our being one nation, and to multiply the instances in which the people shall look up to Congress as their head. And when the states get their portions, they will either fool them away or make a job of it to serve individuals. Proofs of both these practices have been furnished, and by either of them that invaluable fund is lost, which ought to pay our public debt. To sell them at vendue is to give them to the bidders of the day, be they many or few. It is ripping up the hen which lays golden eggs. If sold in lots at a fixed price, as first proposed, the best lots will be sold first. As these become occupied, it gives a value to the interjacent ones and raises them, though of inferior quality, to the price of the first. I send you, by Mr. Otto, a copy of my book. Be so good as to apologize to Mr. Thompson for my not sending him one by this conveyance. I could not burthen Mr. Otto with more, on so long a road as that from here to Lorient. I will send him one by a Mr. Williams, who will go ere long. I have taken measures to prevent its publication. My reason is that I fear the terms in which I speak of slavery and of our Constitution may produce an irritation which will revolt the minds of our countrymen against reformation in these 2 articles, and thus do more harm than good. I have asked of Mr. Madison to sound this matter as far as he can, and if he thinks it will not produce that effect, I have then copies enough printed to give one to each of the young men at the college, and to my friends in the country. I am sorry to see a possibility of being put into Treasury. He has no talents for the office, and what he has will be employed in rummaging old accounts to involve you in eternal war with , and he will, in a short time, introduce such dissensions into the commission as to break it up. If he goes on to the other appointment, to Kaskaskia, he will produce a revolt of that settlement from the United States. I thank you for your attention to my outfit. For the articles of household furniture, clothes, and a carriage, I have already paid 28,000 lire, and have still more to pay. For the greatest part of this I shall be obliged to anticipate my salary, from which, however, I shall never be able to repay it. I find that by a rigid economy, bordering, however, on meanness, I can save perhaps 500 lire a month, at least in the summer. The residue goes for expenses so much of course and of necessity that I cannot avoid them without abandoning all respect to my public character. Yet I will pray you to touch this string, which I know to be a tender one with Congress, and with the utmost delicacy. I had rather be ruined in my fortune than in their esteem. If they allow me half a year's salary as an outfit, I can get through my debts in time. If they raise the salary to what it was, or even pay our house rent and taxes, I can live with more decency. I trust that Mr. Adams's house at The Hague and Dr. Franklin's at Passy, the rent of which has been always allowed him, will give just expectations of the same allowance to me. Mr. J., however, did not charge it, but he lived economically and laid up money. I will take the liberty of hazarding to you some thoughts on the policy of entering into treaties with the European nations, and the nature of them. I am not wedded to these ideas, and therefore shall relinquish them cheerfully when Congress shall adopt others, and zealously endeavor to carry theirs into effect. First, as to the policy of making treaties, Congress, by the Confederation, had no original and inherent power over the commerce of the states, but by the 9th article they are authorized to enter into treaties of commerce. The moment these treaties are concluded, the jurisdiction of Congress over the commerce of the states springs into existence, and that of the particular states is superseded so far as the articles of the treaty may have taken up the subject. There are 2 restrictions only on the exercise of the power of treaty by Congress. First, that they shall not, by such treaty, restrain the legislatures of the states from imposing such duties on foreigners as their own people are subject to, nor, secondly, from prohibiting the exportation or importation of any particular species of goods. Leaving these 2 points free, Congress may, by treaty, establish any system of commerce they please. But, as I before observed, it is by treaty alone they can do it. Though they may exercise their other powers by resolution or ordinance, those over commerce can only be exercised by forming a treaty, and this probably by an accidental wording of our Confederation. If, therefore, it is better for the states that Congress should regulate their commerce, it is proper that they should form treaties with all nations with whom we may possibly trade. You see that my primary object in the formation of treaties is to take the commerce of the states out of the hands of the states, and to place it under the superintendence of Congress, so far as the imperfect provisions of our constitutions will admit, and until the state shall, by new compact, make them more perfect. I would say then to every nation on earth, by treaty your people shall trade freely with us, and ours with you, paying no more than the most favored nation, in order to put an end to the right of individual states, acting by fits and starts, to interrupt our commerce, or to embroil us with any nation. As to the terms of these treaties, the question becomes more difficult. I will mention 3 different plans. 1, that no duties shall be laid by either party on the productions of the other. 2, that each may be permitted to equalize their duties to those laid by the other. 3, that each shall pay, in the ports of the others, such duties only as the most favored nations pay. 1. Were the nations of Europe as free and unembarrassed of established systems as we are, I do verily believe they would concur with us in this first plan. But it is impossible. These establishments are fixed upon them. They are interwoven with the body of their laws and the organization of their government, and they make a great part of their revenue. They cannot then get rid of them. 2. The plan of equal imposts presents difficulties insurmountable. For how are the equal imposts to be effected? Is it by laying in the ports of A an equal % on the goods of B, with that which B has laid in his ports on the goods of A? But how are we to find what is that %? For it is not the usual form of imposts. They generally pay by the ton, by the measure, by the weight, not by the value. Besides, if A sends $1 million's worth of goods to B and takes back but half that, and each pays the same %, it is evident that A pays the double of what he recovers in the same way from B. This would be our case with Spain. Shall we endeavor to effect equality, then, by saying A may levy so much on the sum of B's importations into his ports as B does on the sum of A's importations into the ports of B? But how find out that sum? Will either party lay open their custom house books candidly to evince this sum? Does either keep their books so exactly as to be able to do it? This proposition was started in Congress when our instructions were formed, as you may remember, and the impossibility of executing it occasioned it to be disapproved. Besides, who should have a right of deciding when the imposts are equal? A would say to B, "My imposts do not raise so much as yours. I raise them, therefore." B would then say, "You have made them greater than mine. I will raise mine." And thus a kind of auction would be carried on between them, and a mutual irritation, which would end in anything sooner than equality and right. 3. I confess then to you that I see no alternative left but that which Congress adopted, of each party placing the other on the footing of the most favored nation. If the nations of Europe, from their actual establishments, are not at liberty to say to America that she shall trade in their ports duty-free, they may say she may trade there paying no higher duties than the most favored nation. And this is valuable in many of these countries, where a very great difference is made between different nations. There is no difficulty in the execution of this contract, because there is not a merchant who does not know, or may not know, the duty paid by every nation on every article. This stipulation leaves each party at liberty to regulate their own commerce by general rules, while it secures the other from partial and oppressive discriminations. The difficulty which arises in our case is with the nations having American territory. Access to the West Indies is indispensably necessary to us. Yet how to gain it, when it is the established system of these nations to exclude all foreigners from their colonies? The only chance seems to be this: our commerce to the mother countries is valuable to them. We must endeavor them to make this the price of an admission into their West Indies, and to those who refuse the admission, we must refuse our commerce, or load theirs by odious discriminations in our ports. We have this circumstance in our favor, too, that what one grants us in their islands, the others will not find it worth their while to refuse. The misfortune is that with this country we gave this price for their aid in the war, and we have now nothing more to offer. She, being withdrawn from the competition, leaves Great Britain much more at liberty to hold out against us. This is the difficult part of the business of treaty, and I own it does not hold out the most flattering prospects. I wish you would consider this subject and write me your thoughts on it. Mr. Gary wrote me on the same subject. Will you give me leave to impose on you the trouble of communicating this to him? It is long and will save me much labor in copying. I hope he will be so indulgent as to consider it as an answer to that part of his letter, and will give me his further thoughts on it. Shall I send you so much of the encyclopedia as is already published, or reserve it here till you come? It is about 40 volumes, which probably is about half the work. Give yourself no uneasiness about the money. Perhaps I may find it convenient to ask you to pay trifles occasionally for me in America. I sincerely wish you may find it convenient to come here. The pleasure of the trip will be less than you expect, but the utility greater. It will make you adore your own country, its soil, its climate, its equality, liberty, laws, people, and manners. My God, how little do my countrymen know what precious blessings they are in possession of, and which no other people on earth enjoy. I confess I had no idea of it myself. When we shall see multiplied instances of Europeans going to live in America, I will venture to say no man now living will ever see an instance of an American removing to settle in Europe and continuing there. Come, then, and see the proofs of this, and on your return add your testimony to that of every thinking American, in order to satisfy our countrymen how much it is in their interest to preserve, uninfected by contagion, those peculiarities in their governments and manners to which they are indebted for those blessings. Adieu, my dear friend. Present me affectionately to your colleagues. If any of them think me worth writing to, they may be assured that in the epistolary account I will keep the debit side against them. Once more, adieu. Yours affectionately, Thomas Jefferson. P.S. June 19th. Since writing the above, we have received the following account. Monsieur Pillettré des Rosières, who had been waiting for some months at Boulogne for a fair wind to cross the Channel, at length took his ascent with a companion. The wind changed after a while and brought him back to the French coast. Being at a height of about 6,000 feet, some accident happened to his balloon of inflammable air. It burst. They fell from that height and were crushed to atoms. There was a montgolfier combined with the balloon of inflammable air. It is suspected the heat of the Montgolfier rarefied too much the inflammable air of the other, and occasioned it to burst. The Montgolfier came down in good order. Signed, T.J. Letter 65 to Charles Thomson, Paris, June 21st, 1785. Dear Sir, your favor of March the 6th has come duly to hand. You therein acknowledge the receipt of mine of November the 11th. At that time you could not have received my last of February the 8th. At present there is so little new in politics, literature, or the arts that I write rather to prove to you my desire of nourishing your correspondence than of being able to give you anything interesting at this time. The political world is almost lulled to sleep by the lethargic state of the Dutch negotiation, which will probably end in peace. Nor does this court profess to apprehend that the emperor will involve this hemisphere in war by his schemes on Bavaria and Turkey. The arts, instead of advancing, have lately received a check which will probably render stationary for a while that branch of them which had promised to elevate us to the skies. Pelletier de Rosiers, who had first ventured into that region, has fallen a sacrifice to it. In an attempt to pass from Boulogne over to England, a change in the wind having brought him back on the coast of France, some accident happened to his balloon of inflammable air which occasioned it to burst, and that of the rarefied air combined with it being then unequal to the weight, they fell to the earth from a height which the first reports made 6,000 feet, but later ones have reduced to 1,600. Pelletier de Rosiers was dead when a peasant, distant 100 yards only, ran to him. But Romain, his companion, lived about 10 minutes, though speechless and without his senses. In literature, there is nothing new, for I do not consider as having added anything to that field my own notes, of which I have had a few copies printed. I will send you a copy by the first safe conveyance. Having troubled Mr. Otto with one for Colonel Monroe, I could not charge him with one for you. Pray ask the favor of Colonel Monroe in page 5, line 17, to strike out the words above the mouth of Appomattox, which make nonsense of the passage, and I forgot to correct it before I had enclosed and sent off the copy to him. I'm desirous of preventing the reprinting this, should any book merchant think it worth it, until I hear from my friends whether the terms in which I have spoken of slavery and the constitution of our state will not, by producing an irritation, retard the reform which I wish instead of promoting it. Dr. Franklin proposes to sail for America about the 1st or 2nd week of July. He does not yet know, however, by what conveyance he can go. Unable to travel by land, he must descend the Seine in a boat to Havre. He has sent to England to get some vessel bound for Philadelphia to touch at Havre for him. But he receives information that this cannot be done. He has been on the lookout ever since he received his permission to return, but as yet no possible means of getting a passage have offered, and I fear is very uncertain when any will offer. I am with very great esteem, dear sir, your friend and servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 66 to William Carmichael, Paris, June 22nd, 1785. Sir, your letter of April the 4th came into my hands on the 16th of that month, and was acknowledged by mine of May the 3rd. That which you did me the honor to write me on the 5th of April never came to hand until the 19th of May, upwards of a month after the one of the day before. I have hopes of sending the present by Mr. Jarvis, who went from hence to Holland some time ago. About this date I suppose him to be at Brussels, and that from thence he will inform me whether, in his way to Madrid, he will pass by this place. If he does, it shall be accompanied by a cipher for our future use. If he does not, I must still await a safe opportunity. Mr. Jarvis is a citizen of the United States, from New York, a gentleman of intelligence, in the mercantile line, from whom you will be able to get considerable information of American affairs. I think he left America in January. He informed us that Congress were about to appoint a Mr. Lamb of Connecticut, their consul to Morocco, and to send him to their ministers commissioned to treat with the Barbary powers for instructions. Since that, Mr. J enclosed to Mr. Adams in London a resolution of Congress deciding definitively on amicable treaties with the Barbary states in the usual way, and informing him that he had sent a letter and instructions to us by Mr. Lamb. Though it is near 3 weeks since we received a communication of this from Mr. Adams, yet we hear nothing further of Mr. Lamb. Our powers of treating with the Barbary states are full, but in the amount of the expense we are limited. I believe you may safely assure them that they will soon receive propositions from us, if you find such an assurance necessary to keep them quiet. Turning at this instant to your letter dated April 5th and considering it attentively, I am persuaded it must have been written on the 5th of May. Of this little mistake I ought to have been sooner sensible. Our latest letters from America are from the middle of April and are extremely barren of news. Congress had not yet proposed a time for their recess, though it was thought a recess would take place. Mr. Morris had retired, and the Treasury was actually administered by commissioners. Their land office was not yet opened. The settlements at Kaskaskia, within the territory ceded to them by Virginia, had prayed the establishment of a regular government, and they were about sending a commissioner to them. General Knox was appointed their Secretary of the War Office. These, I think, are the only facts we have learned which are worth communicating to you. The inhabitants of Canada have sent a sensible petition to their king, praying the establishment of an assembly, the benefits of the habeas corpus laws, and other privileges of British subjects. The establishment of an assembly is denied, but most of their other desires granted. We are now in hourly expectation of the arrival of the packet which should have sailed from New York in May. Perhaps that may bring us matter which may furnish the subject of a more interesting letter. In the meantime, I have the honor to be, with the highest respect, sir, your most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. P.S. July 14. I have thus long waited, day after day, hoping to hear from Mr. Jarvis, that I might send a cipher with this, but now give up the hope. No news yet of Mr. Lamb. The packet has arrived, but brings no intelligence, except that it is doubtful whether Congress will adjourn this summer. The Assembly of Pennsylvania proposed to suppress their bank on principles of policy. Signed, T.J. Letter 67 to John Adams, Paris, June 23, 1785. Dear Sir, my last to you was of the 2nd instant, since which I have received yours of the 3rd and 7th. I informed you in mine of the substance of our letter to Baron Tullemeyer. Last night came to hand his acknowledgment of the receipt of it. He accedes to the method proposed for signing, and has forwarded our dispatch to the king. I enclose you a copy of our letter to Mr. J, to go by the packet of this month. It contains a state of our proceedings since the preceding letter, which you had signed with us. This statement contains nothing but what you had concurred with us in, and as Dr. Franklin expects to go early in July to America, it is probable that the future letters must be written by you and myself. I shall therefore take care that you be furnished with copies of everything which comes to hand on the joint business. What has become of this Mr. Lamb? I am uneasy at the delay of this business, since we know the ultimate decision of Congress. Dr. Franklin, having a copy of the Corps Diplomatique, has promised to prepare a draft of a treaty to be offered to the Barbary States. As soon as he has done so, we will send it to you for your corrections. We think it will be best to have it in readiness against the arrival of Mr. Lamb, on the supposition that he may be addressed to the joint ministers for instructions. I asked the favor of you in my last to choose 2 of the best London papers for me, one of each party. The Duke of Dorset has given me leave to have them put under his address and sent to the office from which his dispatches come. I think he called it Cleveland Office or Cleveland Lane, or by some such name. However, I suppose it can easily be known there. Will Mr. Stockdale undertake to have these papers sent regularly, or is this out of the line of his business? Pray order me also any really good pamphlets that come out from time to time, which he will charge to me. I am, with great esteem, dear sir, your friend and servant, Thomas Jefferson. End of section 47. Section 48 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1 by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Letter 68 to Colonel Monroe, Paris, July 5, 1785. Dear Sir, I wrote you by Mr. Adams, May the 11th, and by Mr. Otto, June the 17th. The letter acknowledged the receipt of yours of April the 12th, which is the only one come to hand of later date than December the 14th. Little has occurred since my last. Peace seems to show herself under a more decided form. The Emperor is now on a journey to Italy, and the 2 Dutch plenipotentiaries have set out for Vienna, there to make an apology for their state having dared to fire a gun in defense of her invaded rights. This is insisted on as a preliminary condition. The Emperor seems to prefer the glory of terror to that of justice, and to satisfy this tinsel passion, plants a dagger in the heart of every Dutchman which no time will extract. I inquired lately of a gentleman who lived long at Constantinople, in a public character, and enjoyed the confidence of that government, insomuch as to become well acquainted with its spirit and its powers, what he thought might be the issue of the present affair between the Emperor and the Porte. He thinks the latter will not push matters to a war, and if they do, they must fail under it. They have lost their warlike spirit, and their troops cannot be induced to adopt the European arms. We have no news yet of Mr. Lamb. Of course, our Barbary proceedings are still at a stand. Yours affectionately, Thomas Jefferson. Footnote: the remainder of this letter is in cipher, to which there is no key in this editor's possession. Letter 69 to Mrs. Sproul, Paris, June 5, 1785. Madam, your letter of the 21st of June has come safely to hand. That which you had done me the honor of writing before has not yet been received. It having gone by Dr. Witherspoon to America, which I had left before his return to it, the delay is easily accounted for. I wish you may be rightly informed that the property of Mr. Sproul is yet unsold. It was advertised so long ago as to found a presumption that the sale had taken place. In any event, you may go safely to Virginia. It is in the London newspapers only that exist those mobs and riots which are fabricated to deter strangers from going to America. Your person will be sacredly safe and free from insult. You can best judge, from the character and qualities of your son, whether he may be a useful coadjutor to you there. I suppose him to have taken side with the British before our Declaration of Independence, and if this was the case, I respect the candor of the measure, though I do not its wisdom. A right to take the side which every man's conscience approves in a civil contest is too precious a right, and too favorable to the preservation of liberty, not to be protected by all its well-informed friends. The Assembly of Virginia have given sanction to this right in several of their laws, discriminating honorably those who took side against us before the Declaration of Independence from those who remained among us and strove to injure us by their treacheries. I sincerely wish that you and every other to whom this distinction applies favorably may find in the Assembly of Virginia the good effects of that justice and generosity which have dictated to them this discrimination. It is a sentiment which will gain strength in their breasts in proportion as they can forget the savage cruelties committed on them, and will, I hope, in the end, induce them to restore the property itself, wherever it is unsold, and the price received for it, where it has been actually sold. I am, Madam, your very humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 70 to John Adams, Paris, July 7, 1785. Dear Sir, this will accompany a joint letter enclosing the draft of a treaty, and my private letter of June 23rd, which has waited so long for a private conveyance. We daily expect from the Baron Toulameyer the French column for our treaty with his sovereign. In the meanwhile, 2 copies are preparing with the English column, which Dr. Franklin wishes to sign before his departure, which will be within 4 or 5 days. The French, when received, will be inserted in the blank columns of each copy. As the measure of signing at separate times and places is new, we think it necessary to omit no other circumstance of ceremony which can be observed, that of sending it by a person of confidence, and invested with a character relative to the object, who shall attest our signature here, yours in London, and Baron Toulameyer's at The Hague, and who shall make the actual exchanges we think will contribute to supply the departure from the usual form in other instances. For this reason, we have agreed to send Mr. Short on this business, to make him a secretary pro hoc vice, and to join Mr. Dumas for the operations of exchange, etc. As Dr. Franklin will have left us before Mr. Short's mission will commence, and I have never been concerned in the ceremonials of a treaty, I will thank you for your immediate information as to the papers he should be furnished with from hence. He will repair first to you in London, thence to The Hague, and then return to Paris. What has become of Mr. Lamb? Supposing he was to call on the commissioners for instructions, and thinking it best these should be in readiness, Dr. Franklin undertook to consult well the Barbary treaties with other nations, and to prepare a sketch which we should have sent for your correction. He tells me he has consulted those treaties, and made references to the articles proper for us, which, however, he will not have time to put into form, but will leave them with me to reduce. As soon as I see them, you shall hear from me. A late conversation with an English gentleman here makes me believe what I did not believe before, that his nation thinks seriously that Congress have no power to form a treaty of commerce. As the explanations of this matter, which you and I may separately give, may be handed to their minister, it would be well that they should agree. For this reason, as well as for the hope of your showing me wherein I am wrong, and confirming me where I am right, I will give you my creed on the subject. It is contained in these 4 principles. By the Confederation, Congress have no power given them in the first instance over the commerce of the states, but they have a power given them of entering into treaties of commerce, and these treaties may cover the whole field of commerce with 2 restrictions only. 1, that the states may impose equal duties on foreigners as natives, and 2, that they may prohibit the exportation or importation of any species of goods whatsoever. When they shall have entered into such treaty, the superintendence of it results to them. All the operations of commerce which are protected by its stipulations come under their jurisdiction, and the power of the states to thwart them by their separate acts ceases. If Great Britain asks, then, why should she enter into treaty with us? Why not carry on her commerce without treaty? I answer, because till a treaty is made, no consul of hers can be received, his functions being called into existence by a convention only, and the states having abandoned the right of separate agreements and treaties. No protection to her commerce can be given by Congress, no cover to it from those checks and discouragements with which the states will oppress it, acting separately and by fits and starts. That they will act so till a treaty is made, Great Britain has had several proofs, and I am convinced those proofs will become general. It is then to put her commerce with us on systematical ground and under safe cover that it behooves Great Britain to enter into treaty. And I own to you that my wish to enter into treaties with the other powers of Europe arises more from a desire of bringing all our commerce under the jurisdiction of Congress than from any other views. Because, according to my idea, the commerce of the United States with those countries not under treaty with us is under the jurisdiction of each state separately, but that of the countries which have treated with us is under the jurisdiction of Congress, with those two fundamental restraints only which I have before noted. I shall be happy to receive your corrections of these ideas, as I have found in the course of our joint services that I think right when I think with you. I am, with sincere affection, dear sir, your friend and servant, Thomas Jefferson. P.S. Monsieur Houdon has agreed to go to America to take the figure of General Washington. In case of his death, between his departure from Paris and his return to it, we may lose 20,000 lire. I ask the favor of you to inquire what it will cost to insure that sum on his life in London, and to give me as early an answer as possible, that I may order the insurance if I think the terms easy enough. He is, I believe, between 30 and 35 years of age, healthy enough, and will be absent about 6 months. Signed, T.J. Letter 71 to General Washington, Paris, July 10th, 1785. Dear Sir, Mr. Houghton would much sooner have had the honor of attending you, but for a spell of sickness which long induced us to despair of his recovery, and from which he is but recently recovered, he comes now for the purpose of lending the aid of his art to transmit you to posterity. He is without rivalship in it, being employed from all parts of Europe to whatever is capital. He has had a difficulty to withdraw himself from an order of the Empress of Russia, a difficulty, however, that arose from a desire to show her respect, but which never gave him a moment's hesitation about his present voyage, which he considers as promising the brightest chapter of his history. I have spoken of him as an artist only, but I can assure you also that as a man he is disinterested, generous, candid, and panting after glory, in every circumstance, meriting your good opinion. He will have need to see you much while he shall have the honor of being with you, which you can the more freely admit, as his eminence and merit give him admission into genteel societies here. He will need an interpreter. I suppose you could procure some person from Alexandria who might be agreeable to yourself to perform this office. He brings with him 1 or 2 subordinate workmen, who of course will associate with their own class only. On receiving the favor of your letter of February the 25th, I communicated the plan for clearing the Potomac, with the Act of Assembly, and an explanation of its probable advantages to Mr. Grand, whose acquaintance and connection with the moneyed men here enabled him best to try its success. He has done so, but to no end. I enclose you his letter. I am pleased to hear in the meantime that the subscriptions are likely to be filled up at home. This is infinitely better, and will render the proceedings of the company much more harmonious. I place an immense importance to my own country on this channel of connection with the new Western states. I shall continue uneasy till I know that Virginia has assumed her ultimate boundary to the westward. The late example of the state of Franklin separating from North Carolina increases my anxieties for Virginia. The confidence which you are so good as to place in me on the subject of the interest lately given you by Virginia in the Potomac Company is very flattering to me, but it is distressing also, inasmuch as, to deserve it, it obliges me to give my whole opinion. My wish is to see you made perfectly easy by receiving those just returns of gratitude from our country to which you are entitled, would induce me to be contented with saying what is a certain truth, that the world would be pleased with seeing them heaped on you, and would consider your receiving them as no derogation from your reputation. But I must own that the declining them will add to that reputation, as it will show that your motives have been pure and without any alloy. This testimony, however, is not wanting either to those who know you or who do not. I must therefore repeat that I think the receiving them will not in the least lessen the respect of the world, if from any circumstances they would be convenient to you. The candor of my communication will find its justification, I know, with you. A tolerable certainty of peace leaves little interesting in the way of intelligence. Holland and the Emperor will be quiet. If anything is brewing, it is between the latter and the Porta. Nothing in prospect is yet from England. We shall bring them, however, to a decision now that Mr. Adams is received there. I wish much to hear that the canal through the dismal swamp is resumed. I have the honor to be, with the highest respect and esteem, dear sir, your most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 72 to the Governor of Virginia. Paris, July 11th, 1785. Sir, Mr. Houghton's long and desperate illness has retarded till now his departure for Virginia. We had hoped, from our first conversations with him, that it would be easy to make our terms, and that the cost of the statue and expense of sending him would be but about 1,000 guineas. But when we came to settle this precisely, he thought himself obliged to ask vastly more, insomuch that at one moment we thought our treaty at an end. But unwilling to commit such a work to an inferior hand, we made him an ultimate proposition on our part. He was as much mortified at the prospect of not being the executor of such a work as we were, not to have it done by such a hand. He therefore acceded to our terms, though we are satisfied he will be a considerable loser. We were led to insist on them because, in a former letter to the governor, I had given the hope we entertained of bringing the whole within 1,000 guineas. The terms are 25,000 lire, or 1,000 English guineas, the English guinea being worth 25 lire, for the statue and pedestal. Besides this, we pay his expenses going and returning, which we expect will be between 4,000 and 5,000 lire. And if he dies on the voyage, we pay his family 10,000 lire. This latter proposition was disagreeable to us, but he has a father, mother, and sisters who have no resource but in his labor, and he is himself one of the best men in the world. He therefore made it a sine qua non, without which all would have been off. We have reconciled it to ourselves by determining to get insurance on his life made in London, which we expect can be done for 5%, so that it becomes an additional sum of 500 lire. I have written to Mr. Adams to know for what % the insurance can be had. I enclose you, for a more particular detail, a copy of the agreement. Dr. Franklin, being on his departure, did not become a party to the instrument, though it has been concluded with his approbation. He was disposed to give 250 guineas more, which would have split the difference between the actual terms and Mr. Houghton's demand. I wish the state, at the conclusion of the work, may agree to give him this much more, because I am persuaded he will be a loser, which I am sure their generosity would not wish. But I have not given him the smallest expectation of it, choosing the proposition should come from the state, which will be more honorable. You will perceive by the agreement that I pay him immediately 8,333 1/3 lire, which is to be employed in getting the marble in Italy, its transportation, etc. The package and transportation of his stucco to make the molds will be about 500 lire. I shall furnish him with money for his expenses in France, and I have authorized Dr. Franklin, when he arrives in Philadelphia, to draw on me for money for his other expenses, going, staying, and returning. These drafts will have been made probably and will be on their way to me before you receive this, and with the payments made here, will amount to about 5,000 lire more than the amount of the bill remitted me. Another third, of 8,333 1/3 lire, will become due at the end of the ensuing year. Dr. Franklin leaves Passy this morning. As he travels in a litter, Mr. Houghton will follow him some days hence, and will embark with him for Philadelphia. I am in hopes he need not stay in America more than a month. I have the honor to be, with due respect, Your Excellency's most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 73 to the President of Congress, private, Paris, July 12, 1785. Dear Sir, I was honored 2 days ago with yours of May the 16th, and thank you for the intelligence it contained, much of which was new to me. It was the only letter I received by this packet, except one from Mr. Hopkinson on philosophical subjects. I generally write about a dozen by every packet, and receive sometimes one, sometimes two, and sometimes ne'er a one. You are right in supposing all letters opened which come either through the French or English channel, unless trusted to a passenger. Yours had evidently been opened, and I think I never received one through the post office which had not been. It is generally discoverable by the smokiness of the wax and faintness of the reimpression. Once they sent me a letter open, having forgotten to reseal it. I should be happy to hear that Congress thought of establishing packets of their own between New York and Havre, to send a packet from each port once in 2 months. The business might possibly be done by 2 packets, as will be seen by the following scheme, wherein we will call the 2 packets A and B. January, A sails from New York, B from Havre. February, blank. March, B sails from New York, A from Havre. April, blank. May, A sails from New York, B from Havre. June, blank. July, B sails from New York, A from Havre. August, blank. September, A sails from New York, B from Havre. October, blank. November, B sails from New York, A from Havre. December, blank. I'm persuaded that government would gladly arrange this method with us and send their packets in the intermediate months, as they are tired of the expense. We should then have a safe conveyance every 2 months, and one for common matters every month. A courier would pass between this and Havre in 24 hours. Could not the surplus of the post office revenue be applied to this? This establishment would look like the commencement of a little navy, the only kind of force we ought to possess. You mention that Congress is on the subject of requisition. No subject is more interesting to the honor of the states. It is an opinion which prevails much in Europe that our government wants authority to draw money from the states, and that the states want faith to pay their debts. I wish much to hear how far the requisitions on the states are productive of actual cash. Mr. Grand informed me the other day that the commissioners were dissatisfied with his having paid to this country but 200,000 livres of the 400,000 for which Mr. Adams drew on Holland, reserving the residue to replace his advances and furnish current expenses. They observed that these last objects might have been effected by the residue of the money in Holland, which was lying dead. Mr. Grand's observation to me was that Mr. Adams did not like to draw for these purposes, that he himself had no authority, and that the commissioners had not accompanied their complaints with any draft on that fund, so that the debt still remains unpaid, while the money is lying dead in Holland. He did not desire me to mention this circumstance, but should you see the commissioners, it might not be amiss to communicate it to them. that they may take any pleasures they please if they think proper to do anything with it. I'm anxious to hear what is done with the states of Vermont and Franklin. I think that the former is the only innovation on the system of April 23, 1784, which ought ever possibly to be admitted. If Congress are not firm on that head, our several states will crumble to atoms by the spirit of establishing every little canton into a separate state. I hope Virginia will concur in that plan as to her territory south of the Ohio, and not leave to the western country to withdraw themselves by force and become our worst enemies instead of our best friends. I have the honor to be, with sentiments of great respect, Your Excellency's most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 74. To the Virginia Delegates in Congress. Paris, July 12, 1785. Gentlemen, in consequence of the orders of the legislative and executive bodies of Virginia, I have engaged Monsieur Houdon to make the statue of General Washington. For this purpose it is necessary for him to see the general. He therefore goes with Dr. Franklin, and will have the honor of delivering you this himself. As his journey is at the expense of the state, according to our contract, I will pray you to favor him with your patronage and counsels, and to protect him as much as possible from those impositions to which strangers are but too much exposed. I have advised him to proceed in the stages to the generals. I have also agreed, if he can see Generals Greene and Gates, whose busts he has a desire to execute, that he may make a moderate deviation for this purpose after he has done with General Washington. But the most important object with him is to be employed to make General Washington's equestrian statue for Congress. Nothing but the expectation of this could have engaged him to have undertaken this voyage, as the pedestrian statue for Virginia will not make it worth the business he loses by absenting himself. I was therefore obliged to assure him of my recommendations for this greater work. Having acted in this for the state, you will, I hope, think yourselves in some measure bound to patronize and urge his being employed by Congress. I would not have done this myself, nor asked you to do it, did I not see that it would be better for Congress to put this business into his hands than into those of any other person living, for these reasons. 1. He is, without rivalship, the first statuary of this age, as a proof of which he receives orders from every other country for things intended to be capital. 2. He will have seen General Washington, have taken his measures in every part, and of course, whatever he does of him will have the merit of being original, from which other workmen can only furnish copies. 3. He is in possession of the house, the furnaces, and all the apparatus provided for making the statue of Louis XV. If any other workmen be employed, this will all have to be provided anew, and, of course, to be added to the price of the statue, for no man can ever expect to make 2 equestrian statues. The addition which this would be to the price will much exceed the expectation of any person who has not seen that apparatus. In truth, it is immense. As to the price of the work, it will be much greater than Congress is probably aware of. I have inquired somewhat into this circumstance, and find the prices of those made for 2 centuries past have been from 120,000 guineas down to 16,000 guineas, according to the size. As far as I've seen, the smaller they are, the more agreeable. The smallest yet made is infinitely above the size of life, and they all appear outré and monstrous. That of Louis XV is probably the best in the world, and it is the smallest here. Yet it is impossible to find a point of view from which it does not appear a monster, unless you go so far as to lose sight of the features and finer lineaments of the face and body. A statue is not made like a mountain, to be seen at a great distance. To perceive those minuter circumstances which constitute its beauty, you must be near it, and in that case it should be so little above the size of the life as to appear actually of that size from your point of view. I should not, therefore, fear to propose that the one intended by Congress should be considerably smaller than any of those to be seen here, as I think it will be more beautiful and also cheaper. I have troubled you with these observations, as they've been suggested to me from an actual sight of works of this kind, and I suppose they might assist you in making up your minds on the subject. In making a contract with Monsieur Rodin, it would not be proper to advance money, but as his disbursements and labor advance. As it is a work of many years, this will render the expense insensible. The pedestrian statue of marble is to take 3 years. The equestrian, of course, would take much more. Therefore, the sooner it is begun, the better. I am, with sentiments of the highest respect, gentlemen, your most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 75 to John Jay, Paris, July 12, 1785. Sir, my last letter to you was dated the 17th of June. The present serves to cover some papers put into my hands by Captain Paul Jones. They respect an ancient matter, which is shortly this. While Captain Jones was hovering on the coast of England in the year 1779, a British pilot, John Jackson by name, came on board him, supposing him to be British. Captain Jones found it convenient to detain him as a pilot, and in the action with the Serapis which ensued, this man lost his arm. It is thought that this gives him a just claim to the same allowance with others who have met with the like misfortune in the service of the United States. Congress alone being competent to this application, it is my duty to present the case to their consideration, which I beg leave to do through you. Dr. Franklin will be able to give you so perfect a state of all transactions relative to his particular office in France, as well as to the subjects included in our general commission, that it is unnecessary for me to enter on them. His departure, with the separate situation of Mr. Adams and myself, will render it difficult to communicate to you the future proceedings of the commission as regularly as they have been heretofore. We shall do it, however, with all the punctuality practicable, either separately or jointly, as circumstances may require and admit. I have the honor to be, with sentiments of the highest respect, sir, your most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 76 to Monsieur Brier, Paris, July 13, 1785. Sir, I am glad to hear that the Council have ordered restitution of the merchandise seized in Lorient, contrary to the freedom of the place. When a court of justice has taken cognizance of a complaint, and has given restitution of the principal subject, if it refuses some of the accessories, we are to presume that some circumstance of evidence appeared to them, unknown to us, and which rendered its refusal just and proper. So in the present case, if any circumstances in the conduct of the owner, or relative to the merchandise itself, gave probable grounds of suspicion that they were not entitled to the freedom of the port, damages for the detention might be properly denied. Respect for integrity of courts of justice, and especially of so high a one as that of the King's Council, obliges us to presume that circumstances arose which justified this part of their order. It is only in cases where justice is palpably denied that one nation or its ministers are authorized to complain of the courts of another. I hope you will see, therefore, that an application from me as to the damages for detention would be improper. I have the honor to be, sir, your most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 77 to Messrs. French and Nephew, Paris, July 13th, 1785. Gentlemen, I had the honor of receiving your letter of June the 21st, enclosing one from Mr. Alexander of June the 17th, and a copy of his application to Monsieur de Caylons. I am very sensible that no trade can be on a more desperate footing than that of tobacco in this country, and that our merchants must abandon the French markets if they are not permitted to sell the productions they bring on such terms as will enable them to purchase reasonable returns in the manufactures of France. I know but one remedy to the evil, that of allowing a free vent, and I should be very happy in being instrumental to the obtaining this. But while the purchase of tobacco is monopolized by a company, and they pay for that monopoly a heavy price to the government, they doubtless are at liberty to fix such places and terms of purchase as may enable them to make good their engagements with government. I see no more reason for obliging them to give a greater price for tobacco than they think they can afford, than to do the same between two individuals treating for a horse, a house, or anything else. Could this be effected by applications to the minister, it would only be a palliative which would retard the ultimate cure, so much to be wished for and aimed at by every friend to this country, as well as to America. I have the honor to be, gentlemen, your most obedient, humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 78 to Dr. Stiles, Paris, July 17, 1785. Sir, I have long deferred doing myself the honor of writing to you, wishing for an opportunity to accompany my letter with a copy of the Bibliothèque Physico-Économique, a book published here lately in 4 small volumes, and which gives an account of all the improvements in the arts which have been made for some years past. I flatter myself you will find in it many things agreeable and useful. I accompany it with the volumes of the Connaissance des Thèmes for the years 1781, 1784, 1785, 1786, 1787. But why, you will ask, do I send you old almanacs which are proverbially useless? Because in these publications have appeared from time to time some of the most precious things in astronomy. I have searched out those particular volumes which might be valuable to you on this account. That of 1781 contains de Lacaille's catalogue of fixed stars reduced to the commencement of that year, and a table of the aberrations and mutations of the principal stars. 1784 contains the same catalogue with the nebulices of Messier. 1785 contains the famous catalogue of Hampstead, with the positions of the stars reduced to the beginning of the year 1784, and which supersedes the use of that immense book. 1786 gives you Euler's lunar tables corrected, and 1787 the tables for the planet Herschel. The 2 last needed not an apology, as not being within the description of old almanacs. It is fixed on grounds which scarcely admit a doubt that the planet Herschel was seen by Meyer in the year 1756, and was considered by him as one of the zodiacal stars, and as such arranged in his catalogue, being the 964th which he describes. This 964th of Meyer has been since missing, and the calculations for the planet Herschel showed that it should have been, at the time of Meyer's observation, where he places his 964th star. The volume of 1787 gives you Meyer's catalogue of the zodiacal stars. The researches of the natural philosophers of Europe seem mostly in the field of chemistry, and here principally on the subjects of air and fire. The analysis of these 2 subjects presents to us very new ideas. When speaking of the Bibliothèque Physico-Économique, I should have observed that since its publication, a man in this city has invented a method of moving a vessel on the water by a machine worked within the vessel. I went to see it. He did not know himself the principle of his own invention. It is a screw with a very broad, thin worm, or rather it is a thin plate with its edge applied spirally round an axis. This being turned operates on the air as a screw does, and may be literally said to screw the vessel along. The thinness of the medium and its want of resistance occasion a loss of much of the force. The screw, I think, would be more effectual if placed below the surface of the water. I very much suspect that a countryman of ours, Mr. Bushnell of Connecticut, is entitled to the merit of a prior discovery of this use of the screw. I remember to have heard of his submarine navigation during the war, and from what Colonel Humphreys now tells me, I conjecture that the screw was the power he used. He joined to this a machine for exploding underwater at a given moment. If it were not too great a liberty for a stranger to take, I would ask from him a narration of his actual experiments, with or without a communication of his principle as he should choose. If he thought proper to communicate it, I would engage never to disclose it, unless I could find an opportunity of doing it for his benefit. I thank you for your information as to the great bones found on the Hudson River. I suppose they must have been of the same animal with those found on the Ohio, and if so, they could not have belonged to any human figure, because they are accompanied with tusks of the size, form, and substance of those of the elephant. I've seen a part of the ivory, which is very good. The animal itself must have been much larger than an elephant. Mrs. Adams gives me an account of a flower found in Connecticut, which vegetates when suspended in the air. She brought one to Europe. What can be this flower? It would be a curious present to this continent. The accommodation likely to take place between the Dutch and the Emperor leaves us without that unfortunate resource for news which wars give us. The Emperor has certainly had in view the Bavarian exchange of which you have heard, but so formidable an opposition presented itself that he thought it proper to disavow it. The Turks show a disposition to go to war with him, but if this country can prevail on them to remain in peace, they will do so. It has been thought that the two imperial courts have a plan of expelling the Turks from Europe. It is really a pity. So charming a country should remain in the hands of a people whose religion forbids the admission of science and the arts among them. We should wish success to the object of the two empires if they mean to leave the country in possession of the Greek inhabitants. We might then expect once more to see the language of Homer and Demosthenes a living language, for I am persuaded the modern Greek would easily get back to its classical models. But this is not intended. They only propose to put the Greeks under other masters, to substitute one set of barbarians for another. Colonel Humphreys, having satisfied you that all attempts would be fruitless here to obtain money or other advantages for your college, I need add nothing on that head. It is a method of supporting colleges of which they have no idea, though they practice it for the support of their lazy, monkish institutions. I have the honor to be, with the highest respect and esteem, sir, your most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 79. To John Adams. Paris, July 28, 1785. Dear Sir, your favors of July the 16th and 18th came to hand the same day on which I had received Baron Tullemeyer's, enclosing the ultimate draft for the treaty. As this draft, which was in French, was to be copied into the two instruments which Dr. Franklin had signed, it is finished this day only. Mr. Short sets out immediately. I have put into his hands a letter of instructions how to conduct himself, which I have signed, leaving a space above for your signature. The two treaties I have signed at the left hand, Dr. Franklin having informed me that the signatures are read backwards. Besides the instructions to Mr. Short, I signed also a letter to Mr. Dumas, associating him with Mr. Short. These two letters I made out as nearly conformably as I could to your ideas expressed in your letter of the 18th. If anything more be necessary, be so good as to make a separate instruction for them, signed by yourself, to which I will accede. I have not directed Mr. Dumas's letter. I have heretofore directed to him as agent for the United States at The Hague, that being the description under which the journals of Congress speak of him. In his last letter to me is a paragraph from which I conclude that the address I have used is not agreeable and perhaps may be wrong. Will you be so good as to address the letter to him, and to inform me how to address him hereafter? Mr. Short carries also the other papers necessary, his equipment for his journey requiring expenses which cannot come into the account of ordinary expenses, such as clothing, etc. What allowance should be made him? I have supposed somewhere between a guinea a day and $1,000 a year, which I believe is the salary of a private secretary. This I mean as over and above his traveling expenses. Be so good as to say, and I will give him an order on his return. The danger of robbery has induced me to furnish him with only money enough to carry him to London. You will be so good as to procure him enough to carry him to The Hague and back to Paris. The Confederation of the King of Prussia, with some members of the Germanic body, for the preservation of their constitution is, I think, beyond a doubt. The Emperor has certainly complained of it in formal communications at several courts. By what can be collected from diplomatic conversation here, I also conclude it tolerably certain that the Elector of Hanover has been invited to accede to the Confederation and has done or is doing so. You will have better circumstances, however, on the spot to form a just judgment. Our matters with the first of these powers being now in conclusion, I wish it was so with the Elector of Hanover. I conclude from the general expressions in your letter that little may be expected. Mr. Short furnishing so safe a conveyance that the trouble of the cipher may be dispensed with, I will thank you for such details of what is past as may not be too troublesome to you. The difficulty of getting books into Paris delayed for some time my receipt of the Corps diplomatique left by Dr. Franklin. Since that, we have been engaged with expediting Mr. Short. A huge packet also, brought by Mr. Mazet, has added to the causes which have as yet prevented me from examining Dr. Franklin's notes on the Barbary Treaty. It shall be one of my first occupations. Still, the possibility is too obvious that we may run counter to the instructions of Congress, of which Mr. Lamb is said to be the bearer. There is a great impatience in America for these treaties. I am much distressed between this impatience and the known will of Congress on the one hand, and the uncertainty of the details committed to this tardy servant. The Duke of Dorset sets out for London tomorrow. He says he shall be absent 2 months. There is some whisper that he will not return, and that Lord Carmarthen wishes to come here. I am sorry to lose so honest a man as the Duke. I take the liberty to ask an answer about the insurance of Houdon's life. Congress is not likely to adjourn this summer. They have passed an ordinance for selling their lands. I have not received it. What would you think of the enclosed draft to be proposed to the courts of London and Versailles? I would add Madrid and Lisbon, but that they are still more desperate than the others. I know it goes beyond our powers, and beyond the powers of Congress, too, but it is so evidently for the good of all the states that I should not be afraid to risk myself on it, if you are of the same opinion. Consider it, if you please, and give me your thoughts on it by Mr. Short. But I do not communicate it to him, nor any other mortal living, but yourself. Be pleased to present me in the most friendly terms to the ladies, and believe me to be, with great esteem, dear sir, your friend and servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 80. To Hogendorp, Paris, July 29, 1785. Dear Sir, by an American gentleman who went to The Hague about a month ago, I sent you a copy of my notes on Virginia. Having since that received some copies of the revisals of our laws, of which you had desired one, I now send it to you. I congratulate you sincerely on the prospect of your country's being freed from the menace of war, which, however just, is always expensive and calamitous, and sometimes unsuccessful. Congress, having made a very considerable purchase of land from the Indians, have established a land office and settled the mode of selling the lands. Their plan is judicious. I apprehend some inconveniences in some parts of it, but if such should be found to exist, they will amend them. They receive in payments their own certificates at par with actual money. We have a proof, the last year, that the failure of the states to bring money into the Treasury has proceeded not from any unwillingness, but from the distresses of their situation. Heretofore, Massachusetts and Pennsylvania had brought in the most money, and Virginia was among the least. The last year, Virginia has paid in more than all the rest together. The reason is that she is at liberty to avail herself of her natural resources and has free markets for them, whereas the others, which, while they were sure of a sale for their commodities, brought more into the Treasury, now that the sale is, by circumstances, rendered more precarious, they bring in but little. The impost is not yet granted. Rhode Island and New York hold off. Congress have it in contemplation to propose to the states that the direction of all their commerce shall be committed to Congress, reserving to the states, respectively, the revenue which shall be laid on it. The operations of our good friends, the English, are calculated as precisely to bring the states into this measure, as if we directed them ourselves, and as they were, through the whole war, to produce that union which is so necessary for us. I doubt whether Congress will adjourn this summer. Should you be at The Hague, I will beg leave to make known to you the bearer hereof, Mr. William Short. He is of Virginia, has come to stay some time with me at Paris, being among my most particular friends. Though young, his talents and merit are such as to have placed him in the Council of the State of Virginia, an office which he relinquished to make a visit to Europe. I have the honor to be, with very high esteem, dear sir, your most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 81. To Messrs. N. and J. Van Staphorst, Amsterdam, Paris, July 30th, 1785. Gentlemen, I received yesterday your favor of the 25th. Supposing that the funds which are the object of your inquiry are those which constitute what we call our domestic debt, it is my opinion that they are absolutely secure. I have no doubt at all but that they will be paid with their interest at 6%. But I cannot say that they are as secure and solid as the funds which constitute our foreign debt, because no man in America ever entertained a doubt that our foreign debt is to be paid fully. But some people in America have seriously contended that the certificates and other evidences of our domestic debt ought to be redeemed only at what they have cost the holder. For I must observe to you that these certificates of domestic debt, having as yet no provision for the payment of principal or interest, and the original holders being mostly needy, have been sold at a very great discount. When I left America, July 1784, they sold in different states at from 15 shillings to 2 shillings 6 pence in the pound, and any amount of them might then have been purchased. Hence, some thought that full justice would be done if the public paid the purchasers of them what they actually paid for them, and interest on that. But this is very far from being a general opinion, a very great majority being firmly decided that they shall be paid fully. Were I the holder of any of them, I should not have the least fear of their full payment. There's also a difference between different species of certificates, some of them being receivable in taxes, others having the benefit of particular assurances, etc. Again, some of these certificates are for paper money debts. A deception here must be guarded against. Congress ordered all such to be resettled by the depreciation tables, and a new certificate to be given in exchange for them, expressing their value in real money. But all have not yet been resettled. In short, this is a science in which few in America are expert, and no person in a foreign country can be so. Foreigners should therefore be sure that they are well advised before they meddle with them, or they may suffer. If you will reflect with what degree of success persons actually in America could speculate in the European funds, which rise and fall daily, You may judge how far those in Europe may do it in the American funds, which are more variable from a variety of causes. I'm not at all acquainted with Mr. Daniel Parker, farther than having once seen him in Philadelphia. He's of Massachusetts, I believe, and I am of Virginia. His circumstances are utterly unknown to me. I think there are few men in America, if there is a single one, who could command 100,000 pounds sterling worth of these notes at their real value. At their nominal amount, this might be done perhaps with 25,000 pounds sterling, if the market price of them be as low as when I left America. I am with very great respect, gentlemen, your most obedient, humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 82 to John Adams, Paris, July 31st, 1785. Dear Sir, I was honored yesterday with yours of the 24th instant. When the first article of our instructions of May 7, 1784, was under debate in Congress, it was proposed that neither party should make the other pay, in their ports, greater duties than they paid in the ports of the other. One objection to this was its impracticability. Another, that it would put it out of our power to lay such duties on alien importation as might encourage importation by natives. Some members, much attached to English policy, thought such a distinction could actually be established. Some thought the power to do it should be reserved, in case any peculiar circumstances should call for it, though under the present, or perhaps any probable circumstances, they did not think it would be good policy ever to exercise it. The footing gentis amicissima was therefore adopted, as you see in the instruction. As far as my inquiries enable me to judge, France and Holland make no distinction of duties between aliens and natives. I also rather believe that the other states of Europe make none, England excepted, to whom this policy, as that of her Navigation Act, seems peculiar. The question then is, should we disarm ourselves of the power to make this distinction against all nations, in order to purchase an exemption from the alien duties in England only? For if we put her importations on the footing of native, all other nations with whom we treat will have a right to claim the same. I think we should, because against other nations who make no distinction in their ports between us and their own subjects, we ought not to make a distinction in ours. And if the English will agree in like manner to make none, we should with equal reason abandon the right as against them. I think all the world would gain by setting commerce at perfect liberty. I remember that when we were digesting the general form of our treaty, this proposition to put foreigners and natives on the same footing was considered, and we were all three, Dr. Franklin as well as you and myself, in favor of it. We finally, however, did not admit it, partly from the objection you mentioned, but more still on account of our instructions. But though the English proclamation had appeared in America at the time of framing these instructions, I think its effect as to alien duties had not yet been experienced, and therefore was not attended to. If it had been noted in the debate, I'm sure that the annihilation of our whole trade would have been thought too great a price to pay for the reservation of a barren power, which a majority of the members did not propose ever to exercise, though they were willing to retain it. Stipulating for equal rights to foreigners and natives, we obtain more in foreign ports than our instructions required, and we only part with, in our own ports, a power of which sound policy would probably forever forbid the exercise. Add to this that our treaty will be for a very short term, and if any evil be experienced under it, a reformation will soon be in our power. I am, therefore, for putting this among our original propositions to the Court of London. If it should prove an insuperable obstacle with them, or if it should stand in the way of a greater advantage, we can but abandon it in the course of the negotiation. In my copy of the cipher, on the alphabetical side, numbers are wanting from Denmark to disc inclusive, and from gone to governor inclusive. I suppose them to have been omitted in copying. Will you be so good as to send them to me from yours by the first safe conveyance? With compliments to the ladies and to Colonel Smith, I am, dear sir, your friend and servant, Thomas Jefferson. Footnote. The original of this letter was in cipher, but annexed to the copy in cipher is the above literal copy by the author. End of letter 82 and of section 48. Section 49 of Memoir, Correspondence and Miscellanies from the Papers of Thomas Jefferson, Volume 1 by Thomas Jefferson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Letter 83 to Mr. de Castries, Paris, August 3, 1785. Sir, the enclosed copy of a letter from Captain John Paul Jones, on the subject on which Your Excellency did me the honor to write me, on the day of July, will inform you that there is still occasion to be troublesome to you. A Mr. Pulchenberg, a merchant of Lorient, who seems to have kept himself unknown till money was to be received, now presents powers to receive it, signed by the American officers and crews, and this produces a hesitation in the person to whom your order was directed. Congress, however, having substituted Captain Jones as agent to solicit and receive this money, he, having given them security to forward it, when received, to their treasury, to be thence distributed to the claimants, and having, at a considerable expense of time, trouble, and money, attended it to a conclusion, are circumstances of weight against which Mr. Pulchenberg seems to have nothing to oppose, but a nomination by individuals of the crew, under which he has declined to act, and permitted the business to be done by another without contradiction from him. Against him, too, it is urged that he fomented the sedition which took place among them, that he obtained this nomination from them while their minds were still under ferment, and that he has given no security for the faithful payment of the money to those entitled to it. I will add to these one more circumstance, which appears to render it impossible that he should execute this trust. It is now several years since the right to this money arose. The persons in whom it originally vested were probably from different states in America. Many of them must be now dead, and their rights passed on to their representatives. But who are their representatives? The laws of some states prefer one degree of relations, those of others prefer another, there being no uniformity among the states on this point. Mr. Pulchenberg, therefore, should know which of the parties are dead, in what order the laws of their respective states call their relations to the succession, and in every case, which of those orders are actually in existence and entitled to the share of the deceased. With the Atlantic Ocean between the principals and their substitute, Your Excellency will perceive what an inexhaustible source of difficulties, of chicanery and delay this might furnish to a person who should find an interest in keeping this money, as long as possible, in his own hands. Whereas, if it be lodged in the Treasury of Congress, they, by an easy reference to the tribunals of the different states, can have everyone's portion immediately rendered to himself if living, and if dead, to such of his relations as the laws of his particular state prefer, and as shall be found actually living. I the rather urge this course, as I foresee that it will relieve Your Excellency from numberless appeals, which these people will continually be making from the decisions of Mr. Pulchenberg, appeals likely to perpetuate that trouble of which you have already had too much, and to which I am sorry to be obliged to add, by asking a peremptory order for the execution of what you were before pleased to decide on this subject. I have the honor to be, with sentiments of the most perfect respect, Your Excellency's most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 84 to Captain John Paul Jones, Paris, August 3, 1785. Sir, I received yesterday your favor of the 29th, and have written on the subject of it to the Marshal de Castries this morning. You shall have an answer as soon as I receive one. Will you be so good as to make an inquiry into all the circumstances relative to Pérousse's expedition, which seemed to ascertain his destination, particularly what number of men and what conditions and vocations had he on board, what animals, their species and number, what trees, plants, or seeds, what utensils, what merchandise or other necessaries. This inquiry should be made with as little appearance of interest in it as possible. Should you not be able to get satisfactory information without going to Brest, and it be inconvenient for you to go there, I will have the expenses this shall occasion you paid. Commit all the circumstances to writing, and bring them when you come yourself, or send them by a safe hand. I am, with much respect, sir, your most obedient, humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 85, to John Adams, Paris, August 6, 1785. Dear Sir, I now enclose you a draft of a treaty for the Barbary States, together with the notes Dr. Franklin left me. I have retained a press copy of this draft, so that by referring to any article, line, and word in it you can propose amendments, and send them by the post without anybody's being able to make much of the main subject. I shall be glad to receive any alterations you may think necessary, as soon as convenient, that this matter may be in readiness. I enclose also a letter containing intelligence from Algiers. I know not how far it is to be relied on. My anxiety is extreme indeed as to these treaties. We know that Congress have decided ultimately to treat. We know how far they will go. But unfortunately we know also that a particular person has been charged with instructions for us these 5 months, who neither comes nor writes to us. What are we to do? It is my opinion that if Mr. Lamb does not come in either of the packets, English or French, now expected, we ought to proceed. I therefore propose to you this term as the end of our expectations of him, and that if he does not come, we send some other person. Dr. Bancroft or Captain Jones occurs to me as the fittest. If we consider the present object only, I think the former would be the most proper. But if we look forward to the very probable event of war with those pirates, an important object would be obtained by Captain Jones's becoming acquainted with their ports, force, tactics, etc. Let me know your opinion on this. I have never mentioned it to either, but I suppose either might be induced to go. Present me affectionately to the ladies and Colonel Smith, and be assured of the sincerity with which I am, dear sir, your friend and servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 86, to Dr. Price, Paris, August 7, 1785. Sir, your favor of July the 2nd came duly to hand. The concern you therein express as to the effect of your pamphlet in America induces me to trouble you with some observations on that subject. From my acquaintance with that country, I think I'm able to judge with some degree of certainty of the manner in which it will have been received. Southward of the Chesapeake, it will find but few readers concurring with it in sentiment on the subject of slavery. From the mouth to the head of the Chesapeake, the bulk of the people will approve it in theory, and it will find a respectable minority ready to adopt it in practice, a minority which, for weight and worth of character, preponderates against the greater number who have not the courage to divest their families of a property which, however, keeps their consciences unquiet. Northward of the Chesapeake, you may find, here and there, an opponent to your doctrine, as you may find here and there a robber and murderer, but in no greater number. In that part of America, there being but few slaves, they can easily disencumber themselves of them, and emancipation is put into such a train that in a few years there will be no slaves northward of Maryland. In Maryland, I do not find such a disposition to begin the redress of this enormity as in Virginia. This is the next state to which we may turn our eyes for the interesting spectacle of justice. in conflict with avarice and oppression, a conflict wherein the sacred side is gaining daily recruits from the influx into office of young men grown and growing up. These have sucked in the principles of liberty, as it were, with their mother's milk, and it is to them I look with anxiety to turn the fate of this question. Be not therefore discouraged. What you have written will do a great deal of good, and could you still trouble yourself with our welfare, no man is more able to give aid to the laboring side. The College of William and Mary in Williamsburg, since the remodeling of its plan, is the place where are collected together all the young men of Virginia under preparation for public life. They are there under the direction, most of them, of a Mr. Wythe, one of the most virtuous of characters, and whose sentiments on the subject of slavery are unequivocal. I am satisfied if you could resolve to address an exhortation to those young men with all that eloquence of which you are master, that its influence on the future decision of this important question would be great, perhaps decisive. Thus you see that, so far from thinking you have cause to repent of what you have done, I wish you to do more, and wish it on an assurance of its effect. The information I have received from America of the reception of your pamphlet in the different states agrees with the expectations I had formed. Our country is getting into a ferment against yours, or rather has caught it from yours. God knows how this will end, but assuredly, in one extreme or the other, there can be no medium between those who have loved so much. I think the decision is in your power as yet, but will not be so long. I pray you to be assured of the sincerity of the esteem and respect with which I have the honor to be, sir, your most obedient, humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 87 to John Adams, Paris, August 10, 1785. Dear Sir, your favor of the 4th instant came to hand yesterday. I now enclose you the 2 arrêts against the importation of foreign manufactures into this kingdom. The cause of the balance against this country in favor of England, as well as its amount, is not agreed on. No doubt the rage for English manufactures must be a principal cause. The speculators in exchange say also that those of the circumjacent countries who have a balance in their favor against France remit that balance to England from France. If so, it is possible that the English may count this balance twice. That is, in summing their exports to one of these states and their imports from it, they count the difference once in their favor, then a second time when they sum the remittances of cash they receive from France. There has been no arrêt relative to our commerce since that of August 1784, and all the late advices from the French West Indies are that they have now in their ports always 3 times as many vessels as there were ever before, and that the increase is principally from our states. I have now no further fears of that arrêt's standing its ground. When it shall become firm, I do not think its extension desperate. But whether the placing it on the firm basis of treaty be practicable is a very different question. As far as it is possible to judge from appearances, I conjecture that Crawford will do nothing. I infer this from some things in his conversation, and from an expression of the Count de Vergennes in a conversation with me yesterday. I pressed upon him the importance of opening their ports freely to us. In the moment of the oppressions of the English regulations against us, and perhaps of the suspension of their commerce. He admitted it, but said we had free ingress with our productions. I enumerated them to him, and showed him on what footing they were and how they might be improved. We are to have further conversations on the subject. I'm afraid the voyage to Fontainebleau will interrupt them. From the inquiries I have made, I find I cannot get a very small and indifferent house there for the season, that is, for a month, for less than 100 or 150 guineas. This is nearly the whole salary for the time, and would leave nothing to eat. I therefore cannot accompany the court thither, but I will endeavor to go there occasionally from Paris. They tell me it is the most favorable scene for business with the Count de Vergennes, because he is then more abstract from the domestic applications. Count d'Aranda is not yet returned from the waters of Vichy. As soon as he returns, I will apply to him in the case of Mr. Watson. I pray you to ensure Houdon's life from the 27th of last month till his return to Paris. As he was to stay in America a month or two, he will probably be about 6 months absent. But the 3% for the voyage being once paid, I suppose they will insure his life by the month, whether his absence be longer or shorter. The sum to be insured is 15,000 livres tournois. If it be not necessary to pay the money immediately, there is a prospect of exchange becoming more favorable. But whenever it is necessary, be so good as to procure it by selling a draft on Mr. Grand, which I shall take care shall be honored. With compliments to the ladies, I am, dear sir, your friend and servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 88 to Mrs. Sproul, Paris, August 10, 1785. Madame, in your letter of June the 21st, you asked my opinion whether yourself or your son might venture to go to Virginia to claim your possessions there. I had the honor of writing you on the 5th of July that you might safely go there, that your person would be sacredly safe and free from insult. I expressed my hopes, too, that the Assembly of Virginia would, in the end, adopt the just and useful measure of restoring property unsold, and the price of that actually sold. In yours of July the 30th, you entreat my influence with the Assembly for retribution, and that if I think your personal presence in Virginia would facilitate that end, you were willing and ready to go. This seems to propose to me to take on myself the solicitation of your cause, and that you will go if I think your personal presence will be auxiliary to my applications. I feel myself obliged to inform you frankly that it is improper for me to solicit your case with the Assembly of Virginia. The application can only go with propriety from yourself, or the minister of your court to America, whenever there shall be one. If you think the sentiments expressed in my former letter will serve you, you are free to exhibit it to members individually. But I wish the letter not to be offered to the Assembly as a body, or referred to in any petition or memorial to them. I am, with much respect, Madame, your most obedient humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 89 to Captain John Paul Jones, Paris, August 13, 1785. Sir, supposing you may be anxious to hear from hence, though there be nothing interesting to communicate, I write by Mr. Cairns merely to inform you that I have, as yet, received no answer from the Marechal de Castres. I am in daily expectation of one. Should it not be received soon, I shall urge it again, which I wish to avoid, however, if possible, because I think it better to await with patience a favorable decision than, by becoming importunate, to produce unfavorable dispositions and, perhaps, a final determination of the same complexion. Should my occupations prevent my writing a while, be assured that it will only be as long as I have nothing to communicate, and that as soon as I receive any answer, it shall be forwarded to you. I am, with much esteem, sir, your most obedient, humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 90 to Messrs. Buchanan and Hay, Paris, August 13, 1785. Gentlemen, your favor of March the 20th came to hand the 14th of June, and the next day I wrote to you, acknowledging the receipt, and apprising you that between that date and the 1st of August, it would be impossible to procure and get to your hands the drafts you desired. I did hope, indeed, to have had them prepared before this, but it will yet be some time before they will be in readiness. I flatter myself, however, that they will give you satisfaction when you receive them, and that you will think the object will not have been lost by the delay. It was a considerable time before I could find an architect whose taste had been formed on a study of the ancient models of this art, the style of architecture in this capital being far from chaste. I at length heard of one, to whom I immediately addressed myself, and who perfectly fulfills my wishes. He has studied 20 years in Rome, and has given proofs of his skill and taste by a publication of some antiquities of this country. You will intimate that you should be willing to have a workman sent to you to superintend the execution of this work. Were I to send one on this errand from hence, he would consider himself as the superintendent of the directors themselves, and probably of the government of the state also. I will give you my ideas on this subject. The columns of the building and the external architraves of the doors and windows should be of stone. Whether these are made here or there, you will need to find one good stone cutter, and one will be enough, because under his direction, Negroes who never saw a tool will be able to prepare the work for him to finish. I will therefore send you such a one, in time to begin work in the spring. All of the internal cornices and other ornaments not exposed to the weather will be much handsomer, cheaper, and more durable in plaster than in wood. I will therefore employ a good workman in this way, and send him to you. But he will have no employment till the house is covered. Of course, he need not be sent till next summer. I will take him on wages so long beforehand as he may draw all the ornaments in detail under the eye of the architect, which he will have to execute when he comes to you. It will be the cheapest way of getting them drawn, and the most certain of putting him in possession of his precise duty. Plaster will not answer for your external cornice, and stone will be too dear. You will probably find yourselves obliged to be contented with wood. For this, therefore, and for your window sashes, doors, frames, wainscoting, etc., you will need a capital house joiner, and a capital one he ought to be, capable of directing all the circumstances in the construction of the walls which the execution of the plan will require. Such a workman cannot be got here. Nothing can be worse done than the house joinery of Paris. Besides that, his speaking the language perfectly would be essential. I think this character must be got from England. There are no workmen in wood in Europe comparable to those of England. I submit to you, therefore, the following proposition, to wit, I will get a correspondent in England to engage a workman of this kind. I will direct him to come here, which will cost 5 guineas. We will make proof of his execution. He shall also make, under the eye of the architect, all the drawings for the building which he is to execute himself, and if we find him sober and capable, he shall be forwarded to you. I expect that in the article of the drawings and the cheapness of passage from France, you will save the expense of his coming here. But as to this workman, I shall do nothing till I receive your commands. With respect to your stonework, it may be got much cheaper here than in England. The stone of Paris is very white and beautiful, but it always remains soft and suffers from the weather. The cliffs of the Seine, from hence to Havre, are all of stone. I am not yet informed whether it is all liable to the same objections. At Lyons and all along the Rhone is a stone as beautiful as that of Paris, soft when it comes out of the quarry, but very soon becoming hard in the open air, and very durable. I doubt, however, whether the commerce between Virginia and Marseille would afford opportunities of conveyance sufficient. It remains to be inquired what addition to the original cost would be made by the short land carriage from Lyons to the Loire, and the water transportation down that to Bordeaux, and also whether a stone of the same quality may not be found on the Loire. In this and all other matters relative to your charge, you may command my services freely. Having heard high commendations of a plan for a prison drawn by an architect at Lyons, I sent there for it. The architect furnished me with it. It is certainly the best plan I ever saw. It unites in the most perfect manner the objects of security and health, and has, moreover, the advantage, valuable to us, of being capable of being adjusted to any number of prisoners, small or great, and admitting an execution from time to time as it may be convenient. The plan is under preparation as for 40 prisoners. Will you have any occasion for slate? It may be got very good and ready prepared at Havre, and a workman or more might be sent on easy terms. Perhaps a quarry at Tuckahoe would leave you no other want than that of a workman. I shall be glad to receive your sentiments on the several matters herein mentioned, as I may know how far you approve of them, as I shall with pleasure pursue strictly whatever you desire. I have the honor to be, with great respect and esteem, Gentlemen, your most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 91 to John J. Paris, August 14, 1785. Sir, I was honored on the 22nd ultimo with the receipt of your letter of June the 15th, and delivered the letter therein enclosed from the President of Congress to the King. I took an opportunity of asking the Count de Vergennes whether the Chevalier Luzerne proposed to return to America. He answered me that he did, and that he was here, for a time only, to arrange his private affairs. Of course, this stopped my proceeding further, in compliance with the hint in your letter. I knew that the Chevalier Luzerne still retained the character of minister to Congress, which occasioned my premising the question I did. But notwithstanding the answer, which indeed was the only one the Count de Vergennes could give me, I believe it is not expected that the Chevalier will return to America, that he is waiting an appointment here to some of their embassies, or some other promotion, and in the meantime, as a favor, is permitted to retain his former character. Knowing the esteem borne him in America, I did not suppose it would be wished that I should add anything which might occasion an injury to him, and the rather as I presumed that at this time there did not exist the same reason for wishing the arrival of a minister in America which perhaps existed there at the date of your letter. Count Adnemar is just arrived from London, on account of a paralytic disease with which he has been struck. It does not seem improbable that his place will be supplied, and perhaps by the Chevalier de la Luzerne. A French vessel has lately refused the salute to a British armed vessel in the Channel. The chargé d'affaires of Great Britain at this court, their ambassador having gone to London a few days ago, made this the subject of a conference with the Count de Vergennes on Tuesday last. He told me that the Count explained the transaction as the act of the individual master of the French vessel, not founded in any public orders. His earnestness and his endeavors to find terms sufficiently soft to express the Count's explanation had no tendency to lessen any doubts I might have entertained on this subject. I think it possible the refusal may have been by order, nor can I believe that Great Britain is in a condition to resent it if it was so. In this case, we shall see it repeated by France, and her example will then be soon followed by other nations. The news writers bring together this circumstance with the departure of the French ambassador from London and the English ambassador from Paris, the maneuvering of a French fleet just off the Channel, the collecting some English vessels of war in the Channel, the failure of a commercial treaty between the two countries, and a severe arrêt here against English manufacturers as foreboding war. It is possible that the fleet of maneuver, the refusal of the salute, and the English feat of observation may have a connection with one another. But I am persuaded the other facts are totally independent of these and of one another, and are accidentally brought together in point of time. Neither nation is in a condition to go to war, Great Britain indeed the least so of the two. The latter power, or rather its monarch, as Elector of Hanover, has lately confederated with the King of Prussia and others of the Germanic body, evidently in opposition to the Emperor's designs on Bavaria. An alliance, too, between the Empress of Russia and the Republic of Venice seems to have had him in view, as he had meditated some exchange of territory with that republic. This desertion of the powers heretofore thought friendly to him seems to leave no issue for his ambition but on the side of Turkey. His demarcation with that country is still unsettled. His difference with the Dutch is certainly agreed. The articles are not yet made public, perhaps not quite adjusted. Upon the whole, we may count on another year's peace in Europe, and that our friends will not, within that time, be brought into any embarrassments which might encourage Great Britain to be difficult in settling the points still unsettled between us. You have doubtless seen in the papers that this court was sending 2 vessels into the South Sea under the conduct of a Captain Pérouse. They give out that the object is merely for the improvement of our knowledge of the geography of that part of the globe, and certain it is, as they carry men of eminence in different branches of science. Their loading, however, as detailed in conversations, and some other circumstances, appeared to me to indicate some other design, perhaps that of colonizing on the western coast of America, or, it may be, only to establish 1 or more factories there for the fur trade. Perhaps we may be little interested in either of these objects, but we are interested in another. That is, to know whether they are perfectly weaned from the desire of possessing continental colonies in America. Events might arise which would render it very desirable for Congress to be satisfied they have no such wish. If they would desire a colony on the western side of America, I should not be quite satisfied that they would refuse one which should offer itself on the eastern side. Captain Paul Jones being at Lorient, within a day's journey of Brest, where Captain Pérouse's vessels lay, I desired him, if he could not satisfy himself at Lorient of the nature of this equipment, to go to Brest for that purpose, conducting himself so as to excite no suspicion that we attended at all to this expedition. His discretion can be relied on, and his expenses for so short a journey will be a trifling price for satisfaction on this point. I hope, therefore, that my undertaking that the expenses of his journey will be reimbursed him will not be disapproved. A gentleman lately arrived from New York tells me he thinks it will be satisfactory to Congress to be informed of the effect produced here by the insult of Longchamps on Monsieur de Marbois. Soon after my arrival in France last summer, it was the matter of a conversation between the Count de Vergennes and myself. I explained to him the effect of the judgment against Longchamps. He did not say that it was satisfactory, but neither did he say a word from which I could collect that it was not so. The conversation was not official, because foreign to the character in which I then was. He has never mentioned a word on the subject to me since, and it was not for me to introduce it at any time. I have never once heard it mentioned in conversation by any person of this country, and have no reason to suppose that there remains any uneasiness on the subject. I have indeed been told that they had sent orders to make a formal demand of Longchamps from Congress, and had immediately countermanded these orders. You know whether this be true. If it be, I should suspect the first orders to have been surprised from them by some exaggeration, and that the latter was a correction of their error in the moment of further reflection. Upon the whole, there certainly appears to me no reason to urge the state, in which the fact happened, to any violation of their laws, nor to set a precedent which might hereafter be used in cases more interesting to us than the late one. In a late conversation with the Count de Vergennes, he asked me if the condition of our finances was improving. He did not make an application of the question to the arrearages of their interest, though perhaps he meant that I should apply it. I told him the impost still found obstacles, and explained to him the effects which I hoped from our land office. Your letter of the 15th of April did not come to hand until the 27th ultimo. I enclose a letter from Mr. Dumas to the President of Congress. and accompany the present with the Leyden Gazette and Gazette of France from the date last sent to you to the present time. I have the honor to be, with high esteem, sir, your most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 92. To the Count de Vergennes, Paris, August 15, 1785. Sir, in the conversation which I had the honor of having with Your Excellency a few days ago on the importance of placing at this time the commerce between France and America on the best footing possible, among other objects of this commerce, that of tobacco was mentioned, as susceptible of greater encouragement and advantage to the two nations. Always distrusting what I say in a language I speak so imperfectly, I will beg your permission to state in English the substance of what I had then the honor to observe, adding some more particular details for your consideration. I find the consumption of tobacco in France estimated at from 15 to 30 millions of pounds. The most probable estimate, however, places it at 24 millions. This costing 8 sous the pound, delivered in a port of France, amounts to 9,600,000 livres, allowing 6 sous a pound as the average cost of the different manufacturers, 7,200,000 lire. The revenue which the king derives from this is something less than 30 million livres, which would make the cost of the whole 46,800,000 livres, but it is sold to the consumers at an average of 3 livres the pound, 72 million livres. There remain then, for the expenses of collection, 25,200,000 livres. This is within a sixth as much as the king receives, and so gives nearly one half for collecting the other. It would be presumption in me, a stranger, to suppose my numbers perfectly accurate. I have taken them from the best and most disinterested authorities I could find. Your Excellency will know how far they are wrong, and should you find them considerably wrong, yet I am persuaded you will find, after strictly correcting them, that the collection of this branch of the revenue still absorbs too much. My apology for making these remarks will, I hope, be found in my wishes to improve the commerce between the two nations, and the interest which my own country will derive from this improvement. The monopoly of the purchase of tobacco in France discourages both the French and American merchant from bringing it here, and from taking in exchange the manufactures and productions of France. It is contrary to the spirit of trade, and to the dispositions of merchants, to carry a commodity to any market where but one person is allowed to buy it, and where, of course, that person fixes its price, which the seller must receive or re-export his commodity at the loss of his voyage thither. Experience accordingly shows that they carry it to other markets, and that they take in exchange the merchandise of the place where they deliver it. I am misinformed if France has not been furnished from a neighboring nation with considerable quantities of tobacco since the peace, and have been obliged to pay there in coin what might have been paid here in manufactures, had the French and American merchants brought the tobacco originally here. I suppose, too, that the purchases made by the farmers general in America are paid for chiefly in coin, which coin is also remitted directly hence to England, and makes an important part of the balance supposed to be in favor of that nation against this. Should the farmers general by themselves, or by the company to whom they may commit the procuring these tobaccos from America, require, for the satisfaction of government on this head, the exportation of a proportion of merchandise in exchange for them, it would be an unpromising expedient. It would only commit the exports, as well as imports, between France and America to a monopoly, which, being secure against rivals in the sale of the merchandise of France, would not be likely to sell at such moderate prices as might encourage its consumption there, and enable it to bear a competition with similar articles from other countries. I'm persuaded this exportation of coin may be prevented, and that of commodities effected, by leaving both operations to the French and American merchants instead of the farmers general. They will import a sufficient quantity of tobacco if they are allowed a perfect freedom in the sale, and they will receive in payment wines, oils, brandies, and manufactures instead of coin, forcing each other, by their competition, to bring tobaccos of the best quality, and to give to the French manufacturer the full worth of his merchandise, and to sell to the American consumer at the lowest price they can afford, thus encouraging him to use in preference the merchandise of this country. It is not necessary that this exchange should be favored by any loss of revenue to the king. I do not mean to urge anything which shall injure either His Majesty or his people. On the contrary, the measure I have the honor of proposing will increase his revenue, while it places both the seller and buyer on a better footing. It is not for me to say what system of collection may be best adapted to the organization of this government, nor whether any useful hints may be taken from the practice of that country, which has heretofore been the principal entrepôt for this commodity. Their system is simple and little expensive. The importer there pays the whole duty to the king, and as this would be inconvenient for him to do before he has sold his tobacco, he is permitted on arrival to deposit it in the king's warehouse, under the locks of the king's officer. As soon as he has sold it, he goes with the purchaser to the warehouse. The money is there divided between the king and him, to each his proportion, and the purchaser takes out the tobacco. The payment of the king's duty is thus ensured in ready money. What is the expense of its collection, I cannot say, but it certainly need not exceed 6 livres a hogshead of 1,000 pounds. That government levies a higher duty on tobacco than is levied here. Yet so tempting and so valuable is the perfect liberty of sale that the merchant carries it there and finds his account in doing so. If by a simplification of the collection of the king's duty on tobacco, the cost of that collection can be reduced even to 5%, or $1.5 million instead of 25 millions, the price to the consumer will be reduced from 3 to 2 livres the pound. For thus I calculate the cost, manufacturer, and revenue on 24 million pounds of tobacco being, as before stated, 46,800,000 livres. 5% on 30 millions of livres, expenses of collection, 1,500,000 livres. Give what the consumers would pay, being about 2 livres a pound, 48,300,000 livres. But they pay at present 3 livres a pound, 72 million livres. The difference is 23,700,000 livres. The price being thus reduced 1/3 would be brought within the reach of a new and numerous circle of the people, who cannot at present afford themselves this luxury. The consumption then would probably increase, and perhaps in the same, if not a greater proportion, with the reduction of the price. That is to say, from 24 to 36 millions of pounds, and the king continuing to receive 25 sous on the pound, as at present, would receive 45 instead of 30 millions of livres, while his subjects would pay but 2 livres for an object which has heretofore cost them 3. Or if in event the consumption were not to be increased, he would levy only 48 millions on his people, where 72 millions are now levied, and would leave 24 millions in their pockets, either to remain there or to be levied in some other form should the state of revenue require it. It will enable his subjects also to dispose of between 9 and 10 millions worth of their produce and manufactures, instead of sending nearly that sum annually in coin to enrich a neighboring nation. I have heard 2 objections made to the suppression of this monopoly. One, that it might increase the importation of tobacco in contraband. 2, that it would lessen the abilities of the farmers general to make occasional loans of money to the public treasury. These objections will surely be better answered by those who are better acquainted than I am with the details and circumstances of the country. With respect to the first, however, I may observe that contraband does not increase on lessening the temptations to it. It is now encouraged by those who engage in it being able to sell for 60 sous what cost but 14, leaving a gain of 46 sous. When the price shall be reduced from 60 to 40 sous, the gain will be but 26, that is to say, a little more than one half of what it is at present. It does not seem a natural consequence, then, that contraband should be increased by reducing its gain nearly one half. As to the second objection, if we suppose, for elucidation and without presuming to fix, the proportion of the farm on tobacco at 1/8 of the whole mass farmed, the abilities of the farmers general to lend will be reduced 1/8. That is, they can hereafter lend only 7 millions, where heretofore they have lent 8. It is to be considered, then, whether this eighth, or other proportion, whatever it be, is worth the annual sacrifice of 24 millions, or if a much smaller sacrifice to other moneyed men will not produce the same loans of money in the ordinary way. While the advantages of an increase of revenue to the crown, a diminution of impost on the people, and a payment in merchandise instead of money, are conjectured as likely to result to France from a suppression of the monopoly on tobacco, we have also reason to hope some advantages on our part, and this hope alone could justify my entering into the present details. I do not expect this advantage will be by an augmentation of price. The other markets of Europe have too much influence on this article to admit any sensible augmentation of price to take place. But the advantage I principally expect is an increase of consumption. This will give us a vent for so much more, and, of consequence, find employment for so many more cultivators of the earth. And in whatever proportion it increases this production for us, in the same proportion will it procure additional vent for the merchandise of France, and employment for the hands which produce it. I expect, too, that by bringing our merchants here, they would procure a number of commodities in exchange, better in kind and cheaper in price. It is with sincerity, I add, that warm feelings are indulged in my breast by the further hope that it would bind the two nations still closer in friendship by binding them in interest. In truth, no two countries are better calculated for the exchanges of commerce. France wants rice, tobacco, potash, furs, and ship timber. We want wines, brandies, oils, and manufactures. There is an affection, too, between the two people, which disposes them to favor one another. If they do not come together, then, to make the exchange in their own ports, it shows there is some substantial obstruction in the way. We have had the benefit of too many proofs of His Majesty's friendly disposition towards the United States, and know too well his affectionate care of his own subjects, to doubt his willingness to remove these obstructions if they can be unequivocally pointed out. It is for his wisdom to decide whether the monopoly which is the subject of this letter be deservedly classed with the principal of these. It is a great comfort to me, too, that in presenting this to the mind of His Majesty, Your Excellency will correct my ideas where an insufficient knowledge of facts may have led me into error, and that while the interests of the King and of his people are the first object of your attention, an additional one will be presented by those dispositions toward us which have heretofore so often befriended our nation. I avail myself of this occasion to repeat the assurance of that high respect and esteem with which I have the honor to be Your Excellency's most obedient and most humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. Letter 93. To Captain John Paul Jones, Paris, August 17, 1785. Sir, mine of the 13th informed you that I had written to the Marseille de Castres on the subject of Pulkenberg's interference. Yesterday I received his answer, dated the 12th. In that he says that he is informed by the Eau de Dunquerque that he has not been able to get an authentic roll of the crew of the Alliance, and that in the probable case of there having been some French subjects among them, It will be just that you should give security to repay their portions. I wrote to him this morning that you have obliged yourself to transmit the money to the Treasury of the United States. It does not seem just to require you to be answerable for money which will be no longer within your power, that the repayment of such portions will be incumbent on Congress, that I will immediately solicit their orders to have all such claims paid by their banker here, and that should any be presented before I receive their orders, I will undertake to direct the banker of the United States to pay them, that there may be no delay. I trust that this will remove the difficulty, and that it is the last which will be offered. The ultimate answer shall be communicated the moment I receive it. Having pledged myself for the claims which may be offered before I receive the orders of Congress, it is necessary to arm myself with the proper checks. Can you give me a roll of the crew pointing out the French subjects? If not, can you recollect personally the French subjects and name them to me, and the sums they are entitled to? If there were none such, yet the roll will be material, because I have no doubt that Pulkenberg will incite claims upon me, either true or false. I am, with much respect, sir, your most obedient, humble servant, Thomas Jefferson. End of section 49.